Hey everyone, welcome to the EMEA co-stream with some very important guests. I'm Petrus Panda, and guests, of course, the important ones are the plushies. But we also have Alan ZQ, who will be my co-host in this entire EMEA co-stream project, and our first ever guest flown out to our studio here in Warsaw. It's Kenobi.
Hello there.
Hey, I'm glad we are finally doing this live. It's been a while. We've been doing some co-streams remotely, but hey, we are growing as TFT does.
And as we get into this, it's the first ever co-stream we've done in the studio, in this kind of format. We wanted to explain the project a bit. If you've been following all of Frodan stuff in the Americas region, very similar. Our goal is to have a very analytical approach to the game, showcase and do justice to our players and our competitors in what I think will be maybe the most important sets to date when it comes to competition, and the most important cup to date maybe as well, with how much is at stake in terms of this cup leading to regional finals, which leads into the kind of Pro League in set 15. We also have EWC qualifiers very close by as well. So much at stake, and it's going to be the first real glimpse at the competitive meta and landscape in EMEA for this set.
Yeah, and it's going to be super exciting seeing people gone for it right from the start, because as you mentioned, this set, the competitive performance of the players will determine their ability to qualify for the Pro League for the next set, which is going to be so important. And as you can see, the very first one is very important, and you cannot miss out on anyone if you want to get good results.
Yeah, quick short breakdown of the format for the newcomers to the scene, to the TFT competitive format. We have 128 players that qualified through various ways, and they'll be competing throughout the 3 days, throughout the whole weekend, and they'll be mostly gathering points, and day 3 is crucial in every single one of the Tactician Cups to make it to the regionals, which are very important, as you mentioned, Panda, this time, because this qualifying to the regionals pretty much sets you in a good spot to get into the Pro League next set.
And the key to TFT and competition is really consistency, both on ladder, both in the cups. Missing one cup is already very detrimental in terms of getting qualifier points and kind of feeding to the entire format and circuit later on in the set. So really, this is the first test. If you want to compete at this high level, this is not an invitational. You can definitely do it. If you're good enough at TFT and you want to prove it, you can do so on ladder, spamming 300 games at the start of a set, qualify to the first cup, and then go from there. It is, of course, difficult because the level of competition dedication from our competitors is extremely high, which I think we'll showcase most of today as we move into game 1. But this is going to be the real test, and the format is the same as we've seen in the past sets with ladder. Different servers qualify through, and the trials, of course, which we saw last weekend. Did you guys watch any of the trials? Did you guys get any glimpses into what players are performing at a high level?
I was following the trials closely because I have a few close friends that were going through it, and some notorious names have sadly not managed to get through the trials and get to this first Tactician Cup, as you mentioned. And but we're going to be getting a few new names that we haven't seen that are performing their first Tactician Cup in here, and it's going to be a real trial by fire because of how important it's going to be.
Yeah, speaking about, we'll see what players roughly we have in this cup that are coming from both ladder and trials and SuperBrawl this time.
And this is first just the cup snapshot, so this is from the ladder. This is where you'll see most of the most accomplished and most veteran and experienced and, favorites and all these, great compliment words. These are the players that do their homework early. They put in a lot of time, start of the set, they spam a lot of games, they dominate the meta and understanding of the meta as well, and make it through without having to play trials at all, which is a big a lot of pressure off their shoulders, obviously. And this is where you see a lot of the favorite names. Ging on his return as maybe the king of TFT in that #1 spot. Jeduzor has been absolutely insane. 31 French players, we'll see later the regional breakdown, but absolutely insane performance as always from your country, Kenobi.
Yeah, I was actually counting out how many players were just from the top 42 here. I was halfway through, and I think I was coming up on half of the players were playing.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, it's honestly pretty humbling to always play with the French players and having to, you know, if you try, like if you reach the top of the country, you've reached the top of Europe at the same time, and it's so competitive. But it's so great because all of the players are pulling themselves together. All the small groups are working closer and closer together, and they're getting better and better, and it really shows in the results from the past set.
And we have finally, like from in the comparison to the last Tactician Cup that was in the last set, we doubled the amount of the Polish players we sent this time, where SuperBrawl a bit helped us there because we got to one of the spots. As you can see, Spotty, Pipoglat, Aki and Shirkane with the Blackfire Eyes as honorable captain on the top of them got one of the spots.
I really like the UK, Northern Legends team where Brubba is both competitor and the coach. And also the name, Split Defen, fantastic. Homage to the hacked, everything that we'll be seeing this sets with the gold injections, with the augments, we'll talk about as we go into game 1. But overall, SuperBrawl, a cool competition that happened earlier this set. A little bit more of that 4v4 that we'll be seeing
LAN
later
Titans,
next week
look
as well.
at the squad.
Also, yeah, Brubba's an absolute beast on LAN as well. Send, I will not forget his Urgot game at DreamHack Stockholm last December. Pretty insane. And then we'll be seeing now the meta. The meta is something we have to break down before we go into game 1. It's been kind of pretty stagnant the last, I would say, 3 or 4 days. The last really big change has been the discovery in our server, EU West, of the Vexotech comp, which came from, I think, a CN player competing in EU West, it looked like. Was what the player was spamming it a lot on one day, top 4ing pretty much every single game. I told Kenobi yesterday, I wish to be this player who is playing uncontested Vex for an entire day on ladder. Absolute bliss, just climbing free LP, and it quickly caught like wildfire, and now it is the most played comp in Challenger lobbies.
I mean, while on that note, you have to be aware of the interaction that not only you have, which is overperforming the Hollow Bow we have on the Varus, but also Fangs, which has some weird interaction, either with other items like Burn proccing it, not sure,
And
but
Shiv
like we
as well,
can see, and like suddenly here the Varus Giga Beast items is Fangs, Shiv, red buff, and just pumping like 3-4k physical damage just from the Fangs procs itself.
Yeah, and this composition is going to be in direct competition for the most important unit that is going to be dominating throughout the entire cup, and that's going to be Sejuani. Everybody wants to get their hands on the Ball Rider because she's the centerpiece of the front line for so many compositions, and she's going to be like at least half of the players will want to have her on the board, and so for all the other players it's going to be important to try and deny her as well, because that can have such a high economic impact on their opponents.
Look, like we've had in the previous sets where you load up on to the game, first thing you do, you check Exalted, you check Academy. Now we have an Exotech, but I think it was never to that extent prominent as it is now.
Hey, Manaless Mutant, anyone?
Oh, okay.
We've had.
Yeah.
Let's not bring up the past, Alan. Let's live in the present. And in the present, I think the one trick Challenger players don't want you to know, the highest potential thing to increase your AVP is whatever comp you're playing, if there's a Sejuani in your shop, just buy it, put it on your right side of your board, -4 gold. Don't just forget about it. Do your roll down, hit your 3 costs if you're playing reroll, and grief the entire rest of the lobby because it's so important for the stability of the 2 strongest 4-cost flex comps in the game right now. For AD, Zeri with Hollow Bow especially. Really, I think mostly only with Hollow Bow, and Vex with everything that isn't Flux Capacitor. I think it's okay to play for, especially Hyperfangs at 3 or 5, looking at the 5XO board. Other than that, Street Demon Brand is the other, I think, big 4-cost comp you can play off of an AP start, and Zed off of Cypher Cash Shouts, but really MF, Shogath, Anima Squad, these are comps that are no longer viable unless you have very specific conditions.
Yeah, talking about very specific conditions, one comp that has finally emerged after enough buffs is the Golden Ox. And you mentioned 4-cost flex composition. It's a composition that relies heavily on Aphelios and Annie to be stable, even though you do need Viego very quickly in order to actually win your rounds. But it's going to be one that's very exciting because of such a high potential. It gets you can farm infinite golden components basically. So if you manage to set it up, you can win. But if you don't, then you're gonna fall flat on your face.
Yeah, well, on that note, like we have that Golden Ox, we have that the Brand Street Demon, but all of those comps really require Viego. Like if you don't hit Viego, like those comps, like you might be full upgraded and you're still losing runs. That unit is just such a menace. Having that AoE damage, debuff, and self-sustain with the right items is just so much.
Here's the good thing about Vexotech, that it can slot in pretty much every single 5-cost in the game. There's, 4 or 5 different variations depending on what you hit on your roll down and what you have items for. So it is, of course, very constrained in hitting Sejuani as your main tank, and Vex in some lobbies also is very difficult to hit 2-star. But other than that, you can move from 5 to 3 Exotech depending on what your items are. If Hyperfangs is at 3, for example, or some of the key tank ones, for example. And then you can slot in pretty much every single 5-cost and go 9 eventually. So it's a very flexible comp outside of the items mostly for Vex. That's more limited, let's say.
Yeah, and that's it for most of the forecast-based compositions that want to try and then reach the legendaries. But we also have a bunch of reroll compositions that perform super well. And at the top of the stack, we have the Slayer-based compositions based around Vayne, J4, and Senna mostly. But also a little bit of Shaco sometimes as a variation. Then you have the Vigar with the Cyber Boss, especially when you get the specific augments that work very well with it to guarantee that you get the Kobuko. But you also get the Syndicates and the Executioners that definitely have their spot. So the meta is very, very open despite a few units dominating. You can see any kind of game plan, especially with the kind of resources that we can get in this set with the hacks and the different increased augments that we can get.
You guys mentioned what are the good comps to look after, but let's talk about what are, because that always will be a case where you have to avoid certain comps, which are known as baits, noob baits. So except MF, do you think there is anything else?
Some people would have said Shaco earlier in this patch maybe, but I think from a good spot, if you're aware of the conditions and you're not going into 3-way Slayer contest, because Shaco can carry your stage 2, 3, part of stage 4, but then you have to be able to hit, ideally, J4 3-star, maybe having Vayne or Senna as a tertiary carry. I think it's mostly just Anima and MF. Anima can be played, but mostly only from, I don't know, little buddies with a really good tempo starts, quality over quantity potentially. There's a few augments that enable the comp, but from normal conditions, Aphelios similar with just Marksman. I think Golemify and like some very, where you have, I don't know, you need
Rare
to
cases.
yeah, you're uncontested, you're going to hit no matter what. It can still pull through, but you shouldn't be playing as if it's a fair meta where every forecast is the same, because it's absolutely not the case.
Yeah, you can't be having default Aphelios, MF, Zaya. Those are just not units that can stand up to other fast forecast. Pretty much either having a really good front to back or having a backline access where you just skip the front completely like a Brand.
Yep.
But moving forward, we have the regional breakdown. And one thing that never changes, kind of.
Welcome to the French TRC and everybody else that is allowed to participate, I guess. And with the obviously the Poland players being second place in terms of numbers, but it's definitely France sends the most players, and I'm gonna have to be keeping an eye out on them and hope that one of the French players will be taking the crown for the first one. But there's definitely candidates in many other countries. Hey guys, let's tell me
the
about
confidence.
We used to have the big 4 or the big 5 with Spain included, but now Spain has been relegated a tiny bit. We're missing some key players in this cup as well, with Lalesom and Chuso both not qualifying to this first cup. But we still have a lot of players from Turkey as well, with the latter, of course, qualifying them directly from their server. Adds to the numbers. Germany was that second place, but I think Poland has been really good form in both quantity and quality of players, especially newcomers that make a name for themselves and then stay, like Stinky Abuser, Zertex a bit last set as well, coming in and proving that they have what it takes to play at this very, very high level, at this almost S-tier level, elite level in TFT.
To know that a lot of players moved a bit to the Nordic East from West, just because they see how many free slots that comes from that server. Exactly, free slots. I mean, it's a bit easier to qualify from the Nordic East.
Don't lie to our viewers. We're like, okay, I'm gonna load up, and then oh wait, I need 1.6k LP. Now I'm good.
Yeah. So basically, the good chunk of the Polish players come from there. On the first one, we got some from the SuperBrawl, and then a decent still fair amount coming from the West.
And the rest of the countries, we still have players like, Dasig being big frontrunners for Russia. We have Og from Greece. We have a lot of very, very strong players who are still adding to the numbers. Noel from Hungary as well, with Taplast, a past GSC winner as well, coming in. And then all the countries that we maybe saw more of in the past, like Portugal and Italy, but now it's just Luque, I think, from Italy, Diga Sparta from Portugal. So really big players that are still here and still fighting for their countries. And then, Konid from Austria is another case as well, although he kind of fits the German community.
I mean, he finally made it. He had
did.
some bad passa. We need to have the honorable mention that he was struggling last set to make it, just getting tiebreaker here and there. Finally, get to play the Tactician Cup.
And our game one will be loading soon. We do have our lobby ready to go already. We'll be changing lobbies, I believe, after every single game, trying to showcase as many players before we do a cut into day 2, where some of the players, their run will end on this very first day. We expect most of the favorites to make it to day 2 and hopefully day 3, especially with how important this set is. We mentioned at the start of the broadcast, but it really is going to be the most serious, the most competitive, the most stress-inducing set for all of our competitors. It's not just the stakes of, hey, there's 11k euro prize pool, there's qualifier points. It's everything else that leads up to after this set. EWC qualifiers next week. Players have to have a very good read on the meta, not just team play, but also just the meta read for this patch.
We're playing on the new patch, I believe, and it's going to be a pretty big one, but still.
Some things will be the same.
Yeah.
Understanding of how to manage all the different resources with this set, the kind of fundamental TFT knowledge in Set 14 Cyber City, with all the hacked augments, the when to split as a team, when not to split.
The splitting! Wait,
what do you mean when to split? It's
always
split. always.
There's some cheeky no splits. You can get away with it.
I never split actually.
That's so interesting in the 4 versus 4 format.
Yeah.
Splitting, I didn't think about it.
Oh, that's true.
That adds so much complexity. Like you can have one player, for example, who is playing for win out, everyone takes the gold, and that one player only splits, and the same does the other team, and it's like 50 gold is split together, 25 each. Cheers.
And for some players, they care so much about EWC, both from an enjoyment perspective, because 4v4 TFT is very different individual, and for some players with less variance, and also the team element is very exciting for them. They might see this cup as almost practice for 4v4 in terms of getting a good feeling on the meta, on the patch, on the set as a whole. So we'll see. I'm really excited to see what we see today. If there's going to be anything new, I think there won't be any new discoveries like the VexCom coming out of nowhere. Imagine if we had not seen that happen last week, and the discovery was during this weekend, either in the EMEA tournament or in Americas. Would have been great to see kind of the whiplash effect of that comp starting to become dominant across the entire
I mean, honestly, that's the beauty of the TFT and the live balance, short patches. Like those type of meta developments will come over time due to the fact that with some certain meta, when they are developed, you need to find the counters, and once those counters are found, those meta comps are becoming less and less popular, and then the new counters grows to the counters. So it becomes, if the patch is good enough, there is a healthy meta just developing over and over time.
Yeah, and there's also the fact that some comps will always perform super well at the beginning of the patch. Some things like Cypher actually tends to do way better at the beginning of the patch, because just getting showered with extra resources is going to be enough when the meta is not fully developed. But as the patch goes on and the strats are getting more and more optimized, people find ways to beat out the Cyphers, then the things that will be able to take that out. And we're getting an extra augment stage 5, so that's going to be very late in the game. It's something that it's very important to keep in mind, because an extra augment means you can do some different things with your resources than you would usually be able to. Something like get an extra econ augment, maybe, to be able to then stabilize later on stage 5 with a final combat augment that comes very late, but that can be very, very powerful as well.
So late in the game that some players might not see this final augment, depending on where they die out in stage 4. But let's look at the first set of players in this lobby. Skipeus, 5th place in set 11, Tac Crown, was the best player in EMEA a few sets ago, and just overall a historic legend in our EMEA scene. From the Czech Republic, Kevin Parker, no introductions needed. The EUNE beast at Vegas almost went all the way.
It's his legacy. And
just overall one of the strongest players, who had maybe his most consistent set last set, also making it to Worlds. Lecoco, similar case, has been the sleeper OP favorite player from France and for our entire region, really. If you ask the players who really know, they say Lecoco is the beast. Roy's someone I don't know too much about. I don't know if you guys know what country Roy's is from.
I'm not sure off the top of my head, but I wanted to point out that Lekoko has already made 10 gold on the previous round. He was only fielding a Silas to be able to start and get that extra economy, and he's playing, looks like he's going to be going for an early Anima squad game plan to maybe start off with. I don't expect him to stay in there very long unless he gets some specific conditions, but it's actually pretty decent. Ilao is a very, very strong unit, and Seraphine actually does a truckload of damage for a 1 cost.
Well, you know, it's a half gold opener, might be full gold opener. If we head into like some prismatic hacked arguments, and there is like a hedge fund economic on the left side, there could be like even 50-60 gold early on during the stage 2, which would lead in like fast 10 potential boards.
And hacked trait. So we're getting some
Insta
commit for some of the players, and
Ooh.
we were talking about Vex, and board of directors is insane with that
Yes.
composition because you do not need to change anything about the board, and it's just, yeah, Vex is gonna be that much stronger, and Morgana just gives out about 40 AP to the Divine Corp units, and it's absolutely nuts.
Only worry is you're Giga locked in, so has a scout see what players might be angling towards Vex, has no tiers as well in terms of open item components, so it makes it a little bit harder to reach that blue buff. And you want so many tiers in that comp. I think you can have 5-6 tiers, it's still fine, because you make things like Vow, Redemption, Ship for Varus, and it still works perfectly fine. But we will see the case, we'll see
No
some
cooking for
artifacts
Skipels.
coming through, will be some Mogul's Mail, so not Gamber's Blade. In this case, has a
had a
vibe
shift
too.
slam, so could have went for that Gambers, would
Yeah.
have been pretty efficient.
And Mogul's Mail in the stats, one of the worst AVP augments. Obviously, at Challenger plus lobbies, it's different because they have much better understanding of how to maximize the tankability of a unit in stage 2.
So the interesting part on the Mogul is, you know that players having only 2 components, it's very unlikely for the players to have a slam, so the Mogul odds of proccing are actually pretty high until the stage 3, and on top of having the Vi 2, which is one of the best tanks during stage 2.
Meanwhile,
Biggest issue,
14
yeah,
stats.
the biggest issue that can happen, especially in these high-level lobbies, is that people will commit to losing rounds and will not feel enough damage to actually proc it. And so that's what happened to Skip here. Doesn't really matter for the rest of the game because he won that round. It's not a big deal. But if it keeps happening, it could be an issue. And here we are taking a look at the perfect Vexotech items.
Yep. Corrupted Chassis, Hyperfangs. You want to stay at 5, but you can drop down to 3 and still have Hyperfangs available when you go into 5 costs. I was going to say with Mogul's Mill, probably the reason why it has slow AVP, it might be from the strategist Annie meta where everyone was open porting and like, hey, attack my unit, please.
So interesting, Royce doesn't come into the Vex yet, could have slammed Gunblade, played for that Vexotech comp, opts not to yet.
Yeah, but he has access to Holobow on the 7th Exotech, so he could just be playing standard Zeri as well. Hyperfang is still very useful on someone like the Jin or the Varus. The Corrupted Chassis is perfectly fine on frontline, and Holobow is what you need to be playing around Zeri. So I do not mind him not slamming Gunblade because on its own it doesn't actually do much. You need the other damage items to actually be able to heal properly.
Yeah, stays open.
I will give some advice. Do not try playing both comps at once.
I've seen it.
I hit a Vex 2 for free while there was 3 Vex players. I committed to playing it. I went fast 10 and I went 8th. It was not a good game plan.
Yeah, but talking about good game plans, Golden Ox, right at the start, we're on 3 Golden Ox. We have upgrades, and that means that Lele is going to be stacking that, and he's actually already gone through the first stack at some point, meaning that he's double leveled. I do not believe he would have rolled. So he
Maybe
has
looking for
double
4
level.
Golden Ox. Is J4 that important? You're rolling on stage 2.
I mean, if you hit 4 Golden Ox right now, it's gonna pay for itself for sure. But is that a reliable call?
I would say no, but I haven't also played as much Golden Ox. It is a trait that snowballs like crazy, hitting 4 Golden Ox early with the right setup, with strong item slams, where you're able to win streak, and then that just, it's like kind of, you know, Anima Squad back in the day, and these traits that the Conqueror last set, where if you have a strong start for it, it can be, you know, tier 1, almost you guarantee win the lobby, but getting into that position is very, very difficult.
At this point, it's just a Jarvan for waiting room, and there is no Jarvan. However, there is a Spatula on the free cost.
Yeah. Let's take a look here. Okay, KP gets the Spatula. We're gonna be taking a look at what he's going to be able to do with that. Maybe it could be, well,
We don't know yet.
yeah,
Might be strategist even.
strategist, Street Demons.
Could be Rengar.
Yep.
having the execution of the Vex on level 7, while having the 7 Street Demon online. Galio with a sword, not picked in the first Aegis of Carousel. This is a Disneyland lobby. This is not. And then I'm playing, and I need just the Galio for Cypher, and it's immediately yoinked every time. That's not right.
Well, you know, there is not required defense in this lobby.
So what are we gearing towards for Fazoo? Is that a Shaco game?
Why not?
We're staying level 4.
And why shouldn't he play Shaco?
No, I don't mind him playing Shaco. It's if he hits early enough and the Shaco gets the ball rolling, and that's not a Tristana reference. He's going to be able to do just fine, especially if no one else is playing Slayers, because he's going to be able to just supplement his composition with a stronger Shaco as well. But it's not a vanilla game plan. That's not something you go for by default. So it's going to be interesting to see if he goes into something else, because the IE slam right now is pretty narrow actually.
Yeah, there is a part of the Exotech and Shaco. Not many units, like Slayers in general, not many units that really like IE on their own. Like, you could say Samira, like Jinx, but the problem is Samira is not that good of a unit. Like, you might often even play Jinx 2 as a carry instead of Samira.
Well, I guess we have our answer at the very least. It's going to be a Slayer game. Because we have found the golden boy, I mean the golden red boy, Jarvan, the absolute mountain. Honestly, he could have been playing in Game of Thrones in that one arena fight against the mountain. It's him, minus getting his head caved in. But right now, let's see if Fazoo oh my, it's been
5
years.
years later.
Come on, guys, it's been a year. Now, let's see if Fazoo can get the final win here to get that 3 streak, but it's looking very unlikely against that a very strong front line in the static shift from Stygius.
Component drops here will maybe dictate where he wants to go, aside from maybe finding a natural copy or 2 in this next PvE round, and maybe 3-1 as well before you commit to a roll down. If you get mostly Vayne items and you don't really have the items to supplement Shaco to slam right away, things like Edge of Night, things like Hodge or BT, you will maybe just pivot off of the Shaco game plan, use it for tempo, and then go into the more traditional 4 Slayer, 4 Vanguard with Zed as a main melee carry later on.
And we have a shop glitch for the solo, and it
Oh,
looks like a Vayne game.
Oh,
let's see.
TF, he's thinking.
Between 2.
I think knowing that Fazoo is on the line, he's maybe going to pivot into TF. TF as a combat has lost some value in the last few days.
That's, we're not talking much because we are paying very close attention to what's happening in that shop glitch, but wasn't that completely horrendous?
Yes,
like he got neither composition.
Yeah,
he got one Twisted Fate, 2 Veins, and no upgrades across both compositions while staying flex, which is kind of a disaster because with shop glitch you expect to come into stage 3 with a very strong and upgraded board, because right now it looks like he has no augment.
You do have value from the augments in pretty much every PvE round, so you're going to get more and more value later on. There's still a chance to hit, maybe not everything, but have a very strong board going into stage 4. You will have to roll on 3-2 though, it looks like here.
Yeah.
And you will have the goal to do so. It really depends on what your augment will be at 3-2 as well.
Yeah, but you can't get value in stage 5 if you're dead from the augment, because if he doesn't find good upgrades coming starting from next round, he's going to be bleeding heavily, and if he's playing TF and bleeding heavily right now, then it's going to be a disaster, because the composition will downscale hard.
Kevin tailoring +1 Street Demon potentially to go for 10, even without access to dummy, access to phone, which would require him to go to 10 to get there. But we'll find out shortly. He has a solid set of the tank items, and the spot is still open.
Yeah, but what's crazy to me is that Royce is win streaking while having taken BRB. So he...
Wait, was Royce on BRB?
Wasn't that him? Was I
think it was Kevin. I think
Oh,
Royce was on the...
Oh yeah, right.
Golden Ox?
So yeah, no, you're right,
Yeah.
right. No, Lily was on Golden Ox. We get the tagging spree if we want to commit to the Street Demons, but I believe that the Piercing Lotus or the Grab Bag are going to be very important.
Yep.
He wants to get the components to activate the Spatula and still have enough to itemize several carries, because that's the trademark of Street Demons, have several AoE carries
I like
being
Lotus.
able to do damage. I like Lotus as
If
well.
he's going for Brand, he has no gloves now, so it's going to be really hard to find both Guardbreaker and JG. Lotus is great just for the entire comp. There's so many carries that you want to have do that extra bit of damage with Viego coming in later in the game as well. So
Royce was on the Fangs on the free exotic early on with the dummy, the scapegoat.
Yeah, and we have a very upgraded
Two
board.
players at 100 clashing each other now.
Yeah, and we have 2-star Elise with 3 items on Skipper's side, and at that point in the game, she's very, very strong. But on the flip side, on Roy's side, we have a Dragon's Claw that's going to be absorbing a lot of damage, but it looks like the front line is falling, and that Skipper is going to comfortably keep his win streak and take Royce down, taking an economic lead here. That's going to be pretty fantastic. And Elise is sleeper OP, I'm calling it right here. That
I mean,
unit
it's
is
not
fantastic.
sleeper. It's so strong early on because of how concentrated fire she has, and like you can even snipe the backline if positioned properly. It's just, and like she uses both Shoujin and the blue buff really comfortably. So yeah, very strong start from the Skippos.
the combo with Morgana as well with the Shred, Flat Shred is just really impactful stage 2 and 3. Looks like Scapeus is angling Vex, but he does have Solve Spin. I believe that was a pickup in 3-2, so he has a chance still to deconstruct these items later on, go into Street Demon Brand, for example, and not have the blue buff, instead have a Shoujin later on. So we'll see what the combo will be. For sure, obviously, Lakoko is locked in to Vex, is loose string, so he'll have a lot of extra gold to try and hit. And at least 2 players. Roy is going to be going more towards the vertical EXO, I believe, with the Hollow Bow option for Zeri.
Yeah, and both Likoko and Skippius will have a lot of money to play with because, well, full lose streak means Likoko has gone for early interest threshold, but Skippius with the full win streak will be making more money in the long term because that's just much more powerful. You get 1 extra gold and you also have the HP going for you. But here comes the carousel and we see a brand, but no
Kevin.
Vex, no Sejuanis here, and there's a tier on the brand as well, which might be very good for him.
It'll be the Shift Slam. You have to worry a little bit less about finding the JG, like I mentioned earlier, with Piercing Lotus, so you have a chance to build Shiv instead, which is better than Spark, obviously, with the backline access from both Ziggs and Brand and Viego later on.
A bit still suboptimal, but like having Brent already when you are angling Street Demons definitely helps. We might see still a pivot, not sure if there were item slams, but there was a BF open, so like you are in the middle way where you have to decide if you are going for the Street Demon Crown or Emblem or the Strategist, which both fits the board pretty well. However, the Street Demon just caps a bit higher because it's essentially a good item, DPS item.
Yeah, and we just got one cheeky roll from Kevin, hitting a
Nico.
Nico right there and just saying, well, that's good enough, let's go level 8 right there. Also citing a Sejuani, but I don't believe we're going to be losing gold over holding that right now.
No Brand in Signature Hex. Instead, it will be the Vayne, who is not a Street Demon, but maybe the positioning here will be a little bit better, looking at Shaco being one of the matchups here. And never mind, Brand has been deleted from existence as a fight commenced right there.
Oh no, how is that holding... oh, there we go, holding the Sejuani for the cost of Econ. Boom, she's locked in
never
there.
This
Hex.
is the highest way to increase your AVP this tournament. I stand by it.
Yeah. We also expect players to be positioned well against Sejuani in general, but she's actually so effective as locking down the tanks and preventing them from casting the shields or the heals that they need to stay alive, especially in combination with Mordekaiser and Varus at the same time.
6 Slayer, stage 3.
And so there is at least 2 players on the Slayer line, which is going to be much more difficult for you to hit there.
Let's take a look at what Solo Gesang is doing. Oh, if he's completely committed. Yeah, he has completely committed to the Twisted Fate. Has slammed the Shoujin that we expect will be going later on onto a Misfortune, but right now it's a very good tempo item. And when you're playing Twisted Fate, you are playing for this full blue stage 3. You need to be winning everything right there because you cannot match up to the other comps scaling. But you are very, very strong right now. TF can also generate extra economy, so you just want to be slamming anything and just sort out your items later on when the game has settled.
This might be the strongest stage 3 board overall. Just TF is so strong, and he starts, even if so, falling off on the stage 4, and not necessarily always, especially if you have a set of combat arguments.
Only going to get stronger now. Shop glitch number 2 coming through for Solo. Has to make space on the bench. Has to be ready to click quickly, not miss any units, and hopefully come out of this very close to TF3. Hopefully somewhat close to the Braum, to the Darius as well. It's still Darius 1 on the board here.
Yeah, you can look at the fact that he has placed Miss Fortune on the board because he does not want to be bench locked and have to end up selling her at all. That's very smart because yes, he's probably going to be placing Rast on the board in the end, but just in case he has to sell something, he does not want to be in a position where selling Miss Fortune is the play because she's very hard to find and she's the key to stabilizing again at the beginning of stage 5 when she's 2-starred and itemized with the Syndicate hat.
And the game plan is very similar to Slayers now. You want to roll on 6, stabilize, find a sizable amount of copies of both TF and sometimes Darius, and then try and push 7 to fit in 5 Syndicates and have a stronger, stable board in stage 4.
One Renekton, no Vex, oh, one Vex, but no blue buff yet. I wonder if we're gonna have to slam Shojin in order to stabilize because we are very low on HP and waiting for the Augment or the Carousel to finish the blue buff is going to be a big ask, and crucially, who's missing on that board?
Sejuani.
I mean, we have the crucial pieces, which is Morda 2 and Varus 2. This board stabilizes of that. 1 Vex, 1 Sejuani, Varus 2, Morda 2. We are just missing one piece from being able to go fast 9.
Yeah, and we tried reforging the sword in order to get a better item and not have to slam the Shojin, which is definitely worse than blue buff, and he needs something pretty perfect in order to come back in this game. So I definitely respect the amount of guts it takes to go. I'm going to reforge that sword, even though it can give me a Shojin that might save 1 or 2 placements. I'm going to go all in and try and get everything perfect because that's what I need to secure an actual top 4 or more.
And it's less risky because he's first pick on the carousel, so he knows there's a pretty good chance that if it misses, he still has a chance to find the second tier and the blue buff. And this is a player we mentioned early on in the very short.
That's pretty good.
That is excellent. So much front lane.
Really good here.
Yeah, and here, there's Sejuani. We also have Vex pair. So the front line is now stabilized, and we are going to be able to cope with the fact that we don't have blue buff yet for Vex using that. We're going to have a lot of time.
I mean, don't you just slam Shiv and TG here and you call it and you go 9?
You need blue buff. You can't slam the Shiv.
I mean,
no.
Vex does as much damage as Varus.
No, but then, no. You need blue buff. Either now or stage 5. And
I mean, fine, it's half anti-heal as well.
At this HP as well, you don't have HP to wait and to just go fast 9.
Sure.
Yeah, no, I definitely dig the idea of just waiting for the blue buff. And we haven't checked on Lele and the Golden Ox board, but it looks like the roll down has not been that successful, but there's at least one Viego, which is the most important, and we have that Piercing Lotus, which is going to enable the entire team to do a lot of damage. We're also at 32 out of 32 for Golden Ox, which is pretty high stacks already. Even though we're going to be losing that round, we're going to be killing a bunch of stuff, so we're making econ, and Lily's going to probably keep rolling a little bit more, find a couple more upgrades before setting his eyes on level 9.
I was trying to figure out what's the best way to play 6 Golden Ox on stage 4, and like, it always seems like it's just taking 12-0 every single time. How do you even play the trade for it not to feel like absolutely poo-poo?
You have to high roll Viego. I think Annie is the better
there was
stabilization.
Viego.
Yeah, but I mean, with a single JG with Piercing Lotus already as your augment. I think Annie is the key unit in terms of stabilizing and having extra front line from Tibbers despite the nerfs, more than Aphelios. But you really have to high roll. Your 4-1 roll-in has to be very strong. You have to hit your 2-star upgrade on Annie or Aphelios, or ideally both, and at least one Viego.
Yeah,
I mean, Xayah too.
Yeah, we have Xayah too. That's going to be very good. Actually, much more reliable character than Aphelios, because Aphelios takes so long to ramp up. So I really like slamming all the items on Xayah, and we're stacked pretty high. And I think right now it looks like we're stable, although we do not have the 2-star J4, which is pretty important. So right now we're going to be lacking a little bit in the frontline department, but the damage might be enough. And we're pretty healthy with 57, so we might be going 9 straight now.
Alright, tier watch on the carousel. Can Lekoko find the final components for the final item for his main carry? Sometimes the carousel loads up without a tier, but no, there will be one on the Echo. And Lekoko will make his way to it, so now has the final completed item onto that Vex. Should be stable. There's also Sejuani here with a chain. Very strong pickup for anyone who's playing into the extra tech line.
Still there on 3rd rotation somehow.
That might be one of the last few ones left in the pool.
Might be. Royce gets his hand on Sejuani as second to last pick, playing Exotech. That must be feeling pretty good for him. Holy.
Let's see how is the Turkish representative doing right now. Playing the, as mentioned, the Exotech. Desert variation due to finding that AIE Rage Blade to pair it with the Hollow Bow. The Giga
Okay.
setup.
The Sage is now on the board. Certainly better than Jax 2. Not sure why she wasn't there before, because there was 2 copies.
One of Jin 3.
Yeah.
One of Gen 3, pretty greedy going for the Jin, but at the same time, the unit actually does so much damage. I expect that if he hits, the items from Varus will be moved over to Jin. And we're also going to be looking for some Renekton items to get that Exotech value in here. I kind of dislike the fact that this Renekton is very exposed with Mordekaiser in the center. That means Renekton is going to be taking a lot more aggro. Will not be ulting a second time, which is pretty bad. But what I do love is the overheal as second augment from Royce. It is so powerful on Zeri. Lets her clutch so many fights.
The
Case in
kite!
point. The kite. So many fights are lost when your carry is just running at.
Yeah, she was like TF was just taking one step at a time, trying to walk in to auto attack, and Zeri just kites it away.
That's the 6 hex range that makes Zeri so scary at the end of those fights. Solo we saw there still had 30 gold to roll with him, level 7. Can still go for that Braum 3, try and stabilize further. He's on 30 HP now. It feels bad with Shop Glitch to roll right before when you're close to the PvE round, because you know you're going to get the upgrade maybe soon anyway. So he is greeting it out here, hoping that Shop Glitch itself will save him. He should be at, you know, at least 2 lives despite a loss here if it's small enough at 4-6. So still in a position to do well, but with this comp you really can't go too low on HP, because once the 5 costs come online in stage 5, you start losing a lot of those fights no matter what you've hit already.
Yeah. The only 5 cost that really helps you in this composition is going to be Aurora, mostly. And as we get another look at Lele on the other side of this board. And when Golden Ox is beating the Twisted Fate on stage 4, you know that you're not in for it. Yeah, it's not looking good for Solo Gizang, but it was looking worse for Enesiak going down to his final 4 HP, so his final life, playing the Slayers.
And for Solo now, 2 lives, and it will really be a positioning check in stage 5. He has to really outposition to try and get placements if he's able to even hit, which I hope he's going to be able to on this final, or could be final Shop Glitch for the German player.
Okay. We're still up for one more augment.
Should be 5-1, right?
Yep.
This one is always 5-1.
I don't think it can go much deeper.
Oh,
one of Braum.
We're also getting a hacked minion here, so we're gonna see what the loot is. And I believe that Solo Gizang is playing for plus 10 HP. That would be really good for him. And we're come on, pick it up.
Blazing Soul.
Blazing Soul's pretty good.
Malicious monetization.
I like healing orbs. Actually, not bad.
Healing orb,
really good in terms of having the chain between your main tank, Braum, and the TF.
I see bad luck protection.
Okay, it's not the Hollow player at least.
I mean, that's like in Slayers, it's
yeah,
good.
it's also very good.
Well, it's much. It's definitely not as good because you already have so much flat AD, and you don't. You also don't have infinite crit chance generation.
You're not bug abusing, basically.
It's not a bug. No, the interaction is perfectly intended.
Yeah, it's just not capped.
Yeah, it's just not capped.
Okay, it's not a bug, but it's also not going to be there next.
I mean, okay. Let me take on that one. Players tend to say things are bugged when they don't understand the interaction. They don't understand the math. Like, and there's, oh yeah, sure, it's a bug. It's broken.
Well, Hollow Bow is bugged.
No.
No.
It's the fact that it can stack several times. It's been working like that, like even before the buff.
Yeah.
It was like that, and it could stack on itself. But people hadn't really noticed because they weren't using it much. But yeah.
But it's not intended. It will be changed next patch.
Nothing in the wording says that it's. And sadly, in the meantime, Enesak gets taken down by the Golden
it's just
Ox
broken.
Yeah, it's just
like,
broken.
We don't know if it's intended or not. It's just the way they designed it, and like clearly it's too strong in a way, and it has to be changed in either one direction or the other one. But there's nothing bugged.
I think we agree on the same thing. It's just the terminology, but
Yeah,
it will not be the same next patch. I almost guarantee you, because I think it's
not.
We've seen Enesak go down with the 6 Slayers. The dummy did not provide.
Zac 2 for Lele, Viego 2 as well for the Golden Ox player. Now we're starting to see on the right side there the snowballing effect of this game plan. If you're able to make it to 9, if you're able to get this win streak going,
and we have Garen as well.
5, Zac will be stacking, the Garen will be snowballing. Everything about this comp and these units on the board now will be a snowballing effect that should be winning the game.
Why is Garen having Golden Ox?
Because he's
Giga Chat.
no, because he's got 57 HP, so he's just playing for the future. That Garen, once he is 2-starred with the Piercing Lotus and the Golden Ox, will be sending out board decimating swords. I can guarantee you it's going to be absolutely
I'll
crazy.
trust you on that one.
Yeah, Garen has the damage to be an assassin. Like
Solo, is he going to survive the fight here? Check really quick.
Yeah, I'm trying.
And
Yes,
he
he
does.
He does.
Too late, Alan. We already saw. You ruined the surprise. And
Despite-
still has not found the Braum.
Yeah, that's
surprisingly enough. Has to
pretty
get a few more rolls
disheartening.
here.
Oh, Coco 9.
Tragic stuff.
5 gold left in the bank.
Aurora.
And the Fury ready to get in.
Oh no, yeah.
Sign me up, Chief.
I'm gonna show. Okay, so we're getting Misfortune here as Sacrificial Lamb will be used as inspiring epitaph fodder, his last augment. But he's lost the last 2 rounds and he's looking like he might go down in 7th place. I hope he faces Solo Gezang so that we can get a decisive fight. But no, it's going to be against the Slayer player. Kazoo with the Radiant BT on the Shaco. Will he be able to out-sustain the single target damage that Vex is so good at? Or he's still moving around, gonna get CC'd, gets blown up, and he's gone.
And
The problem here, and the real factor that enables Vex to do well, is her not taking chip damage. If all of the extra overheal that becomes true damage comes through, this is where your board gets deleted instantly. The moment there's chip damage coming onto the Vex at the start of a fight, from a Brand, from a Ziggs, especially when you can position Ziggs in a way where he targets that Vex, the damage goes down drastically and the fights turn out very different.
Would you look at that beauty? Piercing Lotus into the improved Ziggs that gives 45% extra crit to the entire team. I tried getting another support item to get maybe a second Ziggs, but sadly not hitting, just getting a little bit of extra regen for the Samira. But that board is looking absolutely fantastic, and we're going level 9 without sweating too much.
we talked about Samira carry today before the first game. You guys were looking at me with those eyes like, who?
I'm a believer, but it is so hard to get to the point in a Brand comp that you make it to Samira 2 with items, and so rare that I don't really believe she's a real unit that you can play for in this current meta.
The main issue is that she does the damage over 4 cost while costing as much as a 5 cost when you have so many better options as 5 costs, mainly Viego. But when you don't find a Viego, she's doing pretty fine. And I believe that these items might have been made for a Viego initially, right? Edge of Night, Hand of Justice, and Red Buff all would fit pretty well on the champion. And it's a pretty good adaptation from Kevin Parker, managing to turn that Samira into a potential condition to win, and it's looking like it's going to be too much for Likoko.
That's going to be a bot 4 for the French player. Our bot 4 has now been fully locked in. Both Solo and Likoko, unfortunately, not the greatest start to this game 1 of day 1. But our top 4 looking mighty strong with 2 veteran players in Scapeus and Kevin Parker. And 1 newcomer who's making a big name for himself with Lele, now at 57 HP and still streaking.
Yeah, managing to pull off the Golden Ox comp here in game 1 is a pretty strong statement that you're meaning business, but also pretty surprised that Scapeus managed to pull off that Dynamo board, managed to get to level 9 without bleeding too much. Still has items on that 2-star Elise because she's just that good at taking down the front lines, and we're getting a lot of damage using the Prismatic. He knows who
Missed the Zephyr.
Yeah, missed the Zephyr, missed the Shroud as well, not hitting too much. Pretty unfortunate for him.
Ooh, but the MF ulti actually doing wonders on the back lane.
Yeah, Samira is still up. Can she
And
survive Elise?
Elise?
She
Oh.
cannot, but
Oh,
no, there's too much
This
damage.
Elise!
Yep.
Let's take a quick look at the damage. Okay, business. Do we know why the items are there still?
and Kevin down to 1 life now as well. 2 Auroras in the shop here.
That's Aura.
That's a shop pick.
That's a shot.
And the future sight augment is also just very strong. The dummies have a lot of HP. The effects are very strong. These items were removed
Given
from
you
the
hit
game
them.
for a reason.
Given you hit
Given
with
you hit them, yes. Scapeus, despite the glaring miss the round that we just started watching him, he's a player that I think can make very good use of this augment. It's a player that it's an augment that in the right hands is so much more powerful than in the average diamond player's hands.
Yeah, and also there's one thing that you need to think about is that with these you can, even if you miss the Zephyr and the Shroud, you can constrain where your opponent goes. You can force them into terrible positions, and we have
Zac
2-star
is
Zac, 2-star.
massive.
Scapeus went from a board that was going to go top 4, and now he's definitely a contender for top 1. But I believe Lele is looking for a Aphelios 3, if I'm not mistaken.
Maybe TG, no
Yep.
third item for the MF.
Still far away.
Look at, can we check on the Golden Ox damage jump? Because I believe that's close to 100, right? 90%.
Yeah.
Holy
Not bad.
cow. And look at that Garen.
Oh, you mentioned cow? We got one here.
Yep.
Hello.
This could be it for Scipeus. We'll see how the Golden Ox board fares against this Dynamo. Off meta comp from Scipeus here, but
Gold is
will be a
gone.
gold
Oh my
printed
God.
here. You already know it's over. Lele running over the lobby now. Going to be a 10 win streak. Scipeus taken down in what could be 4th place. Kevin also eliminated, it looks like, or close to it.
Had one final life, and look at the Garen. He knew. I told you. He was aware.
Okay, buddy.
No, that unit is absolutely beastly if you can
With
get it to cast several
redemption
times.
on top of that.
Yeah, it's not even full power. It's just flexing right now.
My god.
Another mod coming through every single unit on this board.
Bruiser Zac.
Golden Ox Bruiser Zac.
Holy.
That Zac bouncing is gonna do some damage, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
We just need an Archangels and we're good to go.
And let's see who is getting the Ghost. Royce is getting Lele Ghost, and Kevin will face Real Lele.
Yeah.
Which should
and
be the end of him.
yeah, because he's really heavily packed, and that Viego is about to decimate the backline in
Yeah, and look at this
mistaken.
clamp with the Zeeks.
Oh.
Look at that. Boom, Viego.
And
But the-
sometimes
Boom! Bot
you
gone.
have no choice. Some Street Demon Hexes really force you to play into Sejuani ults, play into Viego ults, and that was the case here, unfortunately, for Scipeus taken down in 3rd, Roy's, or Scipeus in 4th, Kevin in 3rd, and Roy's in 2nd. Lele, who I believe is Spanish, wins this game number 1. Maybe I'm not 100% correct. There are some new Spanish players coming through the circuits in this
I mean,
set.
if you don't know, you'll just claim them.
But yeah, benefit of the doubt. My Spanish people, they need the love. We're not doing so hot the last few sets. So Lele, you're Spanish now, if you aren't.
Congratulations to him. Playing Golden Ox on game 1 takes some nerves, but he definitely managed to pull it off. Had some incredibly high stacks, which is the hardest point to manage. Getting it through stage 4 while stacking without ruining your ability to go to level 9 is super, super hard, and he definitely pulled it off brilliantly.
I mean, that's exactly how you want to, when you want to pick +1. You had Alistar 2, you had Kindred 2, you had the upgrades, you could actually play it from the tempo spot. You need to have that HP to suck throughout stage 4, which wasn't even necessarily needed because he found the decent upgrades and he won a good chunk of the fights throughout the stage, which allowed him to actually go 9 and cap the board very convincingly with the Garen 2, Zac 2, and the Viego 2 pretty early on.
And a great game to showcase the meta. Starting things off, the top 4 is all about fast 8, 4 costs, all the expected ones as well, except for that Dynamo board replacing what should be the Vex board potentially in the meta, with the Coco unfortunately going bot 4. And then the rerolls not doing so hot. We did see the main ones in Vayne and Sologasang playing a TF reroll, also the Shaco reroll, but all in the bot 4 in this case.
I mean, the shop glitch wasn't really doing well for the solo. He did win out the stage 3 still, but he did hit behind the tempo given how strong Lobby was and how much econ he had.
Yeah, and he didn't even hit any 3-star frontline before going down, which is definitely what you need when you're playing a carry that is stacking. And I believe Ernestiak had the same problem. The Java never got golden. He was never 3-starred, and that is the most important unity in that entire composition. He's the one that's holding everything together, giving the time for Vayne and Senna to do damage, and he's not only giving time, he's also hitting pretty hard as well, so it's not a surprise that when you don't hit it, you go bot 4.
And an asterisk with all the reroll comps because Slayers was contested 2 ways, harder to hit, obviously going to be worse performance. TF we saw, no Braum 3 coming to stage 5 with Chopkage especially, is not really normal in this case. For Augments, we saw of course Exotech uncontested pretty much in terms of the full line. Sejuani obviously being the one more contested unit, but Royce had a very easy time going into the Zeri comp here with just one Hollow player.
Yeah, even getting a 3-star Jin to help him cap things off, that did a lot of damage. Likoko playing from very far behind manages to get a respectable top 5 without finding a 2-star Sejuani.
He did have a premium arguments,
yeah.
to say the least. The Call to Chaos giving him the dummy with the double locket provided so much front lane, but we also have to highlight the how to play Dynamo, because we talked about how bad MF is, but we've seen it wasn't a game about MF, it was about the early Vandalise, and the item stayed her, and she was pulling pretty much her wave, doing 8-9k in middle length kind of fights. They weren't necessarily long. There wasn't much scaling from items like Archangel. It was just a generic good Elise items.
I will say I think Future Sight gave him a lot of agency in terms of Street Demon matchup, very easy to hit the key hexes and have Brand go up in the air. Similar where if you hit the Zeri, for example, that fight is very different against Exotech. Mogul's Mail, a lot of extra golden resources to work with for someone like Scapeus, who is able to know when he's stable on 8 and be able to push 9, find things like Aurora, find things like the Zac, get a lot of extra blobs to make him tanky enough and buying enough time for that Lisa to do her thing.
Yeah, and the ability to pull that kind of game plan off is honestly the mark of the greats, being able to shy away from the meta, find something that's still coherent and that will get you through the game, gets you a respectable top 4 when you don't have a shot at building the balls that will win out the game, is definitely what's going to be making the difference in the long run, because we are going to be having so many games over the weekend, and not every game will you be able to get the Hollow, get the Vex, or get something like the Golden Ox ball that allowed Lele to win.
Usually, to highlight also the Royce's augment selection, usually you don't want to pick Circlet under any circumstance unless you're going for the vertical, given how little power it provides you. Where he showcased, hey, it's good enough for me, and he actually secured second, because that's the most he could have gotten this lobby, given how high cap Golden Ox was.
It really depends also with Exotech, where you have a very cheap board with Kindred usually on level 8. But if you find a certain amount of legendaries, you want to fit them without cutting, marksman, rapid fire. So having the +1 there is also pretty impactful in terms of being able to fit if you have some high rolls level 8 on your roll down and have space for everything.
Yeah, definitely, because the unit that you're cutting, like there is one terrible Exotech unit. Nafiri can shine.
Whoa!
Hey, buddy!
No,
Game 1, the dog is being dogged already.
The dog can shine in some situations, but when by default, when it's just on the board, you cannot afford to itemize Nefiri because Varus is better, Jin is better, Sejuani is better, Mordekaiser is better. So in the end, it's always an itemized dog, and an itemized dog is, well, dog.
We need some Nefiri reroll with some artifacts. That's one thing we haven't seen at all in Game 1, just because of the nature of the counter and the augments. No real artifacts coming into play outside of like Mogul's Mail. I'm waiting for a Zed Anvil to showcase some of the more conditional comps that really require artifacts to Fiddle, for example, I think we'll see at some point today, hopefully. Something like Shaco with range extension. Nefiri could have a time in the spotlight. Rengar, of course, with Silver Mirror Dawn, for example. It's coming, certainly.
You can't wait for some of those rerolls,
Game 3, I'll call it now.
Game 3.
Locking in Zed Anvil.
So game 2 we do the Garen? Garen?
Let's leave it for Game 6. I think.
Just to wrap it up with
to give us some
the
extra
classic.
energy at the end of the day,
Alright, before they throw up more even curses upon those players we'll be watching, we'll jump on a quick break and go into the game 2 shortly.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the EMEA co-stream. I am Petrus Panda, joined by our guest for this first edition, Kenobi, and Alan ZQ, my co-host for all future EMEA co-streams this set, and hopefully for many more sets as well. First game already in the books. We got to see some Golden Ox action from a newcomer to the scene from Spain. Lele performed out of his mind really in that first game, but still a lot more that we expect from this meta, Alan.
Not so much of a newcomer. He's around for the
Newcomer at the elite level, I would say.
Okay, yeah,
of like
fair
winning
enough,
a game, start of a
fair
cup.
enough. He's a chatter and a memer, and he does like a little sniping
Okay,
on the ladder. Yeah, but yeah,
who wouldn't want to snipe Alan ZQ? Just free LP, so.
Bro, just farming of me. That's what you're telling me.
Yeah.
Why don't you farm my LP when you're in my lobby?
I do. But sometimes I do some donations, so you don't notice, you know, that I'm just farming you.
Crazy allegations here in day one. But let's not get bogged down into that. You mentioned the Golden Ox, first game pretty dominant. And Exotech showed with the Holobow how strong it was already. And we have yet to see the reroll compositions perform. And with only gold augments this game, we're going to get some pretty interesting conditions that can activate.
Panda's favorite league character, Annie.
That's true, and also my favorite character in the first patch of the set. But no longer am I open forwarding for the strategist board, and hopefully our players are not as well. Looking at this Game 2 lobby, some big names coming through from a few of the top regions or countries in EMEA. From Poland, we have Zbroysen and Aki, both players that really popped off quite a few sets ago, but have had little shining moments in the last few sets as well. We have players like Elia, who has made it to World before, as well as Salvi from Germany and from France. Also, some OG veterans in Vomendeth and Zyko.
Yeah, and right from the get-go, you could see that everybody got 6 gold from this first PvE, and you could see everybody making the rounds to see who got the important units that would enable them to play some reroll compositions, like the Javans, the Rengars, here we see maybe the Galio for the Cypher or the Draven.
Speaking about the Devil.
And Zyko is a player who won the game 1 in this lobby, so that could be a player to watch in terms of maybe having Cypher come in, Salvi potentially as well, and trying to get a second win already in this game 2.
Yeah, and here's J4. Here's 3 out of 4 Golden Ox.
+1 time.
Deal. Cooking pot. Sign me up.
Wandering Trainer, YOLO.
Cooking Jarvan. Would you like to cook one?
A little cooking never hurt anyone, right? Game 2.
Yeah. Cooking Jarvan is pretty cool because you also get to play Slayer if you want. If you don't find a Reforger to make the Golden Ox spat, it's pretty strong. It gets you just a big tanky Jarvan that fits in both balls and allows you to play both of these game plans. But we're also holding out for maybe a potential Cypher with the Draven and the Vi sitting on the bench here. And so let's take a look. And the host
no scout, no pivot Jarvan.
That might
time.
be a little dangerous. You might want to scout and pivot for that
No.
one.
Nope.
Prep.
We could have seen Hostile Takeover. I don't have that much experience on the augment this set. Do you have, Kenobi?
You need to find Draven items very quickly,
Okay.
and here it's gonna be pretty rough. And we're getting the Epoch. I'm holding my breath to see if we get maybe one cheeky roll to find a LeBlanc or a Galio, since we're level 4. That honestly could be possible.
I kinda like it.
Yeah, it's definitely a small risk, but if you lose a couple of rolls and you don't hit, then it's no big deal. And if you do hit, then it's a huge deal being able to get 3 or 4 Cyphers super early.
Speaking about cooking,
And
we'll
there
have
it is.
some.
It will be cooking pot. Into what is the question?
Into the Mordekaiser.
Yeah.
Fiddlesticks? Anyone?
Could be Fiddle, but I'm not a
those
huge
components.
fan of...
Bow.
Bow is bad for Fiddlesticks, for sure.
Yeah.
Not just that, but I think even with Bruiser Emblem, if you don't have an artifact, I don't think Fiddle is really pulling his weight on this patch. I think it's...
And also, like, you just get absolutely obliterated by Sejuani. You can't bash it with Fiddle.
Talking about bait comps, I think this is one of the bait comps, Alan, you were mentioning at the start of the show. No artifact Fiddle. I'm not a big believer.
Yeah, you need either Blighted Jewel or Sniper Focus to really shine for him. Let's see, we have seen 2 Gallios early on from some of the players. Oh!
Prowler's Claw being locked in here, and that's definitely one of the
Who
powerful
was that?
artifacts that enable a few compositions, and most importantly, well, Rengar would be the one, but 4 Shaco's and Slam and IE, that's not a Rengar game, definitely.
One very important distinction, and really for almost all the Shaco artifact builds, you have to change the way you build the comp and the itemization usually as well. The range ones, you want to have a completely different set of items, and you don't usually want to play Syndicate, the Kingpin bonus, depending on what artifact you have, because with Paladin's Claw, he's already teleporting all over the place. You don't really need him to also have the Kingpin bonus, for example. So you have more flexibility with the way you build your comp.
Excellent point. And also on the important side, you usually don't want to build items like Hodge until very late, due to like the unit kind of wants items like QSS, EON, IE. EON being pretty much a staple, and last item is just being no flex between BT or QSS. Like it needs a bit better type of item, either on the defensive side or to not get stunned non-stop by Sejuani later on.
Yeah, exactly. Sejuani being the biggest threat, but she's definitely not the only one that can bring a stun and incredible single target damage. We're actually in a meta where most compositions are single target damage based, aside maybe from the Street Demon, which is going to be the main offender in just the big AoE splash damage. But most comps are single target damage, and that's a very bad news for Shaco if he doesn't have any defensive resources invested.
We could have seen a swap of that Galio on Aki's board for the Poppy just to try and make 20 if you win. You're looking very strong anyway. Could have maybe scouted. Opts to keep the Galio on the board, staying on 17 gold, and yeah, just not make 20 this round.
Shaco is going to stack this game. That's going to be one very, very powerful Shaco. He's going to be... we're going to be able to keep track of the stacks starting from stage 3, when it's going to be interesting to see how high he can get, because that unit definitely has the potential to reach pretty high ceilings.
And like Golden Ox, it's kind of a snowballing unit in comp where the moment you lose that momentum, things start going very, very poorly. You have to win streak and ideally have a 7 to 10 win streak with Shaco if you can. And then that really will give you the gold injection and the HP lead to then maybe fall off a tiny bit in stage 4 and 5.
This person picking up a tier on the Mordekaiser, a really good pickup.
Draven with a sword now being picked again. What's going on with these carousels? These players are not trying to play Cypher. Thank you, Leonard, finally.
Did they not have an option?
I think he was the Epoch player.
Oh, that's
but he already had
Draven
Draven. Okay, that's why. Could this be? IE?
Oh, Galio in shop?
This could be a Cypher game.
It is. Instantly recognizes.
Okay, we also get 2-star J4 from Zyko at the same time.
That's
and
massive.
We'll be taking a... Oh my god, that's a nasty spot. He's gonna get infinite economy. Usually getting a 2-star J4 this early would be a pretty huge drain on your economy, but seeing that he has a Gambler's Blade on the Vayne, he's gonna be generating money anyway, and his fights are gonna be long. He's playing only 4 Vanguards, which is mostly frontline, even though Draven does.
Yeah, and Vayne is unupgraded, hence
so
lower damage, so more procs. And facing another Gargoyle Enjoyer, so should be a pretty good chunk of the gold. And already proccing it. Let's see how he does so far.
Yeah, Sorry, one of the important things is that each time Vayne casts, it's 3 more chances to proc the Gambler's Blade, which is very different from how most units that have several, like, projectile-based casts, like Jinx, for example, doesn't get it once for every rocket, because that'd be absolutely insane, since he generates more. But Vayne's pretty unique in that regard, and he's going to be generating more money every round, and barely squeaks out a win against Elia.
And for anyone that says there's no mechanics in TFT, you saw Zyko position his little legend exactly where the gold drops to immediately get the bonus when he's under 30 gold. This is what distinguishes the elite players in TFT from the plebs, like me and Alan and our viewers. Kenobi, as you see, I'm respecting your 1k LP on the set.
That's very nice.
Are you 1k now?
I'm 1k, yeah.
Oh, shit.
Panda,
how much LP do you have?
Actually, I don't want to make our viewers feel bad, so I'm not going to say it because they'll think, oh, wow, this guy's so good.
A rare case where Panda is actually lowest LP on the cast.
That's true, but that's a good sign, I would say, for a TFT broadcast. If I'm the lowest LP, we have 2 Gigabrains and 1 Medium Brain, which is a pretty good average.
Yeah, and we haven't touched on Vomendes because we've seen we haven't taken a look at his board, but we've seen him against the players we've been watching, and we see a pretty a specific type of slam. So tell me a little bit about that one, because adaptive helm slam. I know we have salvage bin, but I'm pretty sure that adaptive helm is going to be staying for most of the game, unless something drastic happens, like I don't know, high rolling Vex.
I mean, it's a salvage bin, so we can adjust the items always. However, if we don't have that option to split items later apart, it would be
Ooh.
mostly looking like
It's exactly that. Exactly.
Ah,
I've had a game like
manifesting.
this yesterday, I think, where you just find a brand early. You're angling towards Vex maybe, but then you're like, okay, I'll play brand, and then just everything goes.
And then go 7th.
Yeah.
No, everything goes well when you find a brand in stage 2. I would say, at least from my experience.
Yeah, adaptive helm surprisingly is an item that's regarded very, very highly as a good brand item. But we're gonna be waiting. Like, I'm not surprised Omendef is not selling the Seraphim already to split up the items. He wants to take a look at everything that he has before remaking items.
He wants to save the remover potentially.
Yeah, definitely.
And I think it's obviously going to be much better items on brand already compared to Seraphine. And I like this. I like the idea of you seeing the removers as a resource and saying, I might be a little bit stronger not having a Seraphine 2 on my board, but it's going to be worth it.
Made 40.
And making some extra, yeah.
Holy wait, the items are absolutely insane. We can get Shojin, Spell Crit, Gallbreaker, and still have Sunfire. That's pretty...
One glove that's missing, but yeah.
Oh wait, no, yeah, we're right.
there.
We're missing one glove.
I mean, still
Warmog,
premium
Gargoyle.
spot, like Gargoyle and Warmog and open belt. Hello.
Yeah, that's pretty good. And it looks like we're going to go into the Gargoyle. Maybe
Little
looking
Sunfire.
in the front.
Yeah, we'll utilize the remover later once he gets, but that's a bit stronger slams, given that we get the anti-heal access.
And you mentioned might not be Fiddlesticks, but I'm pretty sure that Molokaiser is holding for a Fiddlesticks. We've got the Bruiser emblem that has been slammed, and so it looks like Broshan is going to be playing the Scarecrow Man and the heavy Bruisers in the front line. We'll see if he can find some conditions that allow the Fiddlestick to shine in the augment coming, because it's a gold augment, still can hit Portable Forge, most importantly, or something else.
Barely making 40 though.
Yeah, it's kind of poor, but he has to start Molokaiser.
Oh, we have 2 options at Portable Forge now with gold augments on the right. This will be the hacked augment choice between a prismatic and 2 golds.
Oh my lord.
That's a decent option when you are poor. Whoa! Actually went for the interesting cow. I was thinking about Lotus with
Lotus
the
Epoch was pretty good.
And you have Salvage Bin as well to redo the JG.
Yeah, exactly. A bit surprising on the...
Redo
I
the
mean,
JG,
okay, it makes sense.
Yeah,
okay.
I mean, the rods are not bad by any mean. You get Rabadons, you get Ionic Spark for the
Yeah.
front
Death
line,
Cap.
and a second Death Cap as well.
it's-
It's pretty good.
So many items for Ziggs and Viego later on as well.
Yeah, exactly. And you play in this comp, you cannot have enough items like Viego, Ziggs, and like those rods
Even
being
Samira, we
enhanced.
saw from Kevin last game.
Yeah, Samira with the hat.
Yeah. Magical Samira.
Magic, Samira, increasing that Omnivamp, but you also can gear Nico and Molokaiser as very, very effective frontline units. And we've got some surprising Prismatic on the other side for the Exotech player, which is not something that we usually see. Cybernetic Uplink would be something for Vex, more likely. But with the items that we have, I don't expect that's what we're going for.
Should likely be Hollowbow, so we'll be game plan similar to what we saw from Roy's in game 1. We'll be going straight into the vertical and hoping that no one else is contesting the key units like the Sejuani. Let's see the other player. That's going to be Salim, right? Yeah, with Exotech. Royson is on Fiddle. Did Royson find any artifacts?
He did, actually. He found the Seeker's Arm Guard, which is pretty good. Not as good as Sniper Focus, but pretty good. It means that the Fiddlesticks at the end of the fight with the Bruiser emblem and the extra HP, plus the armor and MR from the Seeker's Arm Guard, is going to be pretty hard to kill.
The biggest problem is there's no Fiddle yet on this board.
And no frontline items.
And there's no frontline items. One of the hardest things for me when I play Fiddle is trying to make use of bows and swords and...
Red buff sheaf.
Yes?
Red buff shield.
On who?
Senna.
On Urgot.
Okay, Urgot.
Yeah, that's Senna when
on
you're
your
when
level
you're not a
7
god
Roldan,
gamer.
right?
Yeah, but
I mean,
Urgot
yeah,
on
it's
7.
like, okay, you can clearly tell the difference. You are just realistic. I am aiming for higher cap board.
Theoretical.
No,
On
yeah.
7.
No, you're aiming for what you actually need to be able to get a good top out of the game, because if you don't find the Urgot early on, it might be a huge problem. But we haven't taken a look at Salvi, but I believe that's a pretty good Twisted Fate spot. Too much value, absolutely insane reroll augment. Piercing Lotus, which is definitely one of the better augments you could get on Twisted Fate, because you do not have the space to give him a dual gauntlet usually, but you really appreciate his spell being able to crit.
And
And
Bronze
Bronze for Life, which is pretty good because on level 6 you get 6 synergies on this composition.
Yeah, absolutely amazing.
And it helps you dominate the stage in the game that you have to dominate with TF, which is, you know, end of stage 3, start of stage 4, to stay in a healthy position to bleed out into usually a 4.
I would say it even extends nicely into stage 4, where you would slowly fall off, and this should provide enough DPS output to stay relevant on the lobby. Before spiking on like Brown 3, before spiking on Aurora, before getting that 5 Syndicate with all the DiviniCorp units.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if he decides to still go into the 5 Syndicate or if he tries to play a little bit more around the Bronze for Life, trying to get more value out of it and find some different way of playing with that. But right now it's looking pretty good. We're at 50 gold, win streaking for a while right now. The front line is definitely solid. The Twisted Fate items are not looking bad.
I would love to find a offensive component in this carousel, but have to go for the chain in the end. And I'm curious if this is the game where you end up going more for the Kog'Maw Boombot synergy, just for the extra traits for Bronze for Life, over the slightly higher cap with the Draven 3 and both the Rost and the Gragas.
I mean, I believe we're gonna cut Rust due to the DiviniCorp also providing the Burst for Life value, and we're gonna cut Rust for the Gragas, and we're gonna stay on the Skarner given we have already 5 Skarners. So it's an pretty much uncontested two-star to hit, and Skarner 3 is actually a scary unit when you itemize it.
Yeah, he does tank a really whole lot. Actually, in my mind, much more than Darius can.
Yep.
Especially.
Oh yeah.
And but let's shift track a little bit and take a look at what Lena's doing, because we've got a forward-thinking Cypher board on our hands, so that can definitely go absolutely crazy in 4-2. We're very rich. We also have 5 Cypher right now, so I was saying that we're not going to cash too much, but with 52 HP, we might...
Is this ever a 4-3?
Yeah, I think that might be a 4-3, yeah.
Because, I mean, if you cash out 3-7, like, you can't get stronger anyway because you don't have gold to get stronger, so what's the point?
I mean, the 190 cash out is pretty good.
The only thing is it's an APM check where on 4-3, you either do everything right or you die.
I mean, on 4-2 you're all down, and on 4-3 you cash out.
Yeah,
that's perfect.
Yeah, I guess so, yeah. Makes sense.
And if you win, then you get extra stacks. If you lose, then you get extra stacks. Works
Win-win.
out. Yeah, win-win. We have the HP to go through it. I hope he does, and does not end up chickening out, because he has the potential to get something absolutely crazy here in game 2. But he might take the lower risk route. But lower risk route does not mean that
every kill here could be important.
That he's not going to be able to get somewhere. And Vomendev has managed to find a second brand.
42
already.
HP should be fine.
Yeah, definitely fine. Definitely can't die. Might be 2 lives.
No, 42 is like 5 lives.
No, 42. No, I'm talking when you're in 4-3.
At 4-3.
Yeah, because you're not cashing that out. Yeah,
Just
exactly. Saves. Exactly. Awesome. We're going to keep our eyes closely on Leonard, especially on 4-2 when he gets his heaps of gold.
Did we have any shop glitch?
Good items as well. Has the Ice Land, has a glove open, has great tank items already.
Holy wait. Viego on 7. Already Zeri? Wait. This is not looking too bad for Selim, because with the Exotech emblem on Viego, he's going to be so tanky. Going to do so much damage.
Well, you'll have to do a lot of work because we're looking at a 10 loss streak, 26 HP for
Yeah, but
Selim.
look at the gold that we have.
He has to hit everything on this roll down now on 4-1.
I mean, he has most units.
Yeah, he's just needing Sejuani.
He can get ahead of the Cypher roll down, which is really important. Rolling now on 4-1. Can get the first kind of peak at the Exo pool with both the Zeris, the Renekton's, the Sejuani's.
Where's Sejuani?
Is Hollowbo on 7? Yes, it has to be, right? If we're not seeing it now.
I hope.
So
if it's not, then
it means he can't drop out of Exo to 5 Exo if he hits all the legendaries.
Wait, Sejuani? Hello?
There
she is. Okay, Sejuani won. We're capped. Yeah, Hollowbo's there, exactly. And, we're still rolling. I don't know about that one. Might be a little bit too panicky. Here's 2 stars.
Whoa, okay, good APM.
I mean, 26 HP, it's...
Yeah, it's pretty
with
dire.
a Cypher player especially, I think you have to have that tax of like, hey, I might just lose 2 fights in the next 2 stages and I have to win everything else right now.
Yeah, he's very low on HP, but I mean, having rolled that much on 4-1, I don't think most of the players in the lobby have rolled at all at this stage, so maybe went a little bit too deep, paid off. And
Leonard, let's see the gold injection coming through soon.
I mean, that was impressive roll there because he in the millisecond he decided what he needed to sell there.
Yeah.
It didn't take him too long, and even though like you might people tend to do those roll downs, and when they get dizzy, they know what to sell, and they don't buy in time.
It's vertical exo. I think he has enough reps on the comp this patch to.
Definitely not one of the more complex ones, but here we're getting some pretty cool augments. Here's the edge into the night, and we're going to be playing around that Z pretty heavily, apparently.
Doesn't go 9.
Doesn't go 9. I really like that decision,
Yeah, I
because
like it too.
that's usually a pretty big trap, because especially on this competition, your level 9 is not very, very useful. You're going to get some cool legendary like Garen, but it's not going to make your board. And
Okay,
I'd much
enough,
rather
no?
upgrade
Okay, but this is overrolling. You have Galio 2, Z2, Draven 2. What are we rolling for?
Draven
I mean,
3.
he's sitting above. He's gonna stay on 8 until he hits Draven 3. He's not going
Really?
9.
Yeah, look,
I think
already
so.
2 off,
Yeah.
and
I mean, by the when I mentioned it, I was thinking about going 9
No,
here at 4-5.
No, I don't think so.
And here's the thing is, okay, we found one Sejuani. I don't like going 9 without some of the very key units that are going to be out of pool, and maybe rolled a little bit too deep, because depending on what we cash, maybe we didn't need to roll these many Dravens, and we can get some of the caches give Draven to Galio 2. And but here I think we're fine, still 40 gold. Gonna be able to go 9 on stage 5 if he wants to. However, that's gonna be a pretty rough loss, I believe, because that field 6 is...
Oh, this no anti-heal against that Redemption Morde.
Yeah, and that's a
He needs to
cooking
be on
pot.
2 lives. That's a big thing here. We'll see if he did it.
Ah,
right.
he's fine. 3 unit loss. It's pretty good.
Well, like 2 lives, stage 5 depends, right? 16. Okay, that should be good.
That's
for-
like
for
3 lives.
Oh, that's
Stage 5, yes. Stage 6,
such
no.
a bad cash
So
out,
we'll
though.
see where the loss
What the-
happens.
What was that? I
Oh,
missed
it's
it.
only the techies.
Yeah, the AP unit.
Oh, whoops.
The press E 5 times cash out.
Okay,
There it is.
that is pretty important, but I don't know that we need to roll much
Okay, but-
more.
Yeah, I wouldn't roll for Galio 3 here. Okay, well,
I
finds
mean,
it anyway.
okay, that's pretty...
Don't tell me.
What are we rolling for still?
wait, hold on.
What are we rolling?
Chill, man. You've got this. You got it. You hit.
I do really like one thing. He's not selling the fiddle. He's griefing the fiddle
and now
player.
he's sold.
Never
Oh,
mind.
he should have not sold actually.
Yeah,
No,
also
he
the
needs to rebuild it.
rolling.
Yeah, we went a little bit deep here. The rolling for Galio 3 could be questioned, because Draven 3 is actually pretty insane.
Oh,
at this
Shaka.
point.
Uh-oh.
But
Oh.
yeah, he's...
Oh, there.
Oh, no, he's back!
Wait.
Oh, no,
Oh!
wait, the set's still there. He might be able to get it.
Wait.
Galio? Wait, Galio 3 is not...
Yeah,
Senna,
Galio wins
Senna,
that.
you got us? Senna, you got
Yeah,
us?
he's
Okay,
got
yeah,
it.
we're good.
Okay, so he needed that Galio 3 in the end.
He did it.
That's
Heal.
Chaco perfectly moving out of the way of the axes and then
Holy.
immediately coming back.
Challenger Shaka.
Fancy feet.
Alright, let's see how
right
the other players are doing.
I can tell you guys don't play with as much grudges as me. I would have held those fiddles the entirety of this stage. It's like, yeah, you wanna play fiddle artifact? Think again, buddy.
Alright, and Zbrorson just got another pan, meaning he's gonna be able to cook some a little bit more HP for his front line.
The cooking continues.
The cooking continues, however...
Does he burn the dish? That's the big question.
What are we gonna craft with that pan? Are we gonna craft anything with that pan at all, actually?
Probably another bruiser and just cut some Alistar or Bundo, whatever was on the board still, and play a real unit instead.
Okay, that's looking like a pretty good ball. 4 fiddlesticks. That's not looking too good.
Oh,
That's not good.
yep.
Letting the Cypher cash out. Right when he was rolling,
Oh,
immediately.
that does look pretty
Oh,
good.
that is... Oh, yeah, we got 2 duplicators and used that to full effect. We're 5 golden units. The too much value was used. But we actually lost so many fights. Despite saying that we would be pretty fine for the end of stage 3 and the beginning of stage 4, we've lost the 4 previous rounds for Salvi, and it's looking pretty scary for him.
Probably didn't have the upgrades yet, given that we are pretty much at 0 gold now.
Yeah. I think it was a big roll down somewhere in the stage 4 to try and stabilize. It's similar to Solo's game. He ended up losing a lot of the fights in stage 4 and then was down to 1 or 2 lives going to stage 5. But in this case, early stabilization from
5
Salvi.
3-stars there. Yeah.
Yep. And definitely has hit him much earlier than Solo did.
Dude, look at those augments from Elia
yeah, that's
on the
a
Vexotech.
sick-
Pyromaniac, Cyberlink, Spiritlink, and the Bronze Form.
Parafor,
Paraforce.
Yep.
which is absolutely insane
Yes.
too.
Great combo.
Only playing Sejuani and Vex both are gonna use the stats pretty well. Like it's that's it. That setup is mental. we've got Hyper Fangs and no, that's not. That is Repulsor Lantern.
Hit pretty much good amount of the units. Holds the Vex, pair goes 9. Viego already on the bench, chilling, waiting.
That's it.
Has everything.
Yep, he has everything that he needs. Not contested on the Vex, so he's confident that he will find and that he's stable right now.
Not sure if I like splitting items there on the Gragas and Sergio. It might be higher EV
For the uplink.
for the double gargoyle.
Not too sure, but right now he's not having any issues. The Spirit Link combined with the Gunblade from Vex means that the Sejuani is not even feeling the drain from Fiddlesticks, and that's a huge loss. And Zborjan goes down to 1.
Down to 1 HP.
Calculated.
And a dream. Maybe the last Fiddle game we'll see on broadcast today.
Oh, Garen
Vex
and
2
Vex.
is
Oh
found.
my god.
Garen, I never really find he's easy to fit in this board. I think by the time you have a slot for
It's
him...
either Aurora or Garen.
Really?
Yes, you cut Jhin and Jax for Viego and Renekton, and then you have open slot on 9.
Garen is low on my list of 5 costs priority.
I mean, it's
Because by the
either
time you have a
Garen,
good slot
Zac,
for
or
him-
Aurora.
Yeah, I think Zac is... If you're in this position to snowball, I think he's usually more impactful than Garen.
Yeah, but the thing is, you can summon the Zac with the Aurora and still
Exactly,
have the Garen
yeah.
giving you mods.
Yeah.
So like the Bruiser on the Sejuani, for example, to get some extra frontline, or Dynamo on the Vex, which is pretty
No tier,
impactful too.
it's unfortunate, will be Steadfast Land instead on the Sejuani, allowing for the tankiness to come through, which then just comes mana that's being fed, and that just means more casts anyway.
Let's see,
Brunch
final
on
roll
hits,
down. Does hit, in fact.
but it's not going
Is
to be
it
enough.
too
Is
little
it
too
enough?
late? The Cypher cash out
I mean, look at the
player-
augments. Cooking, preparation, sated Spellweaver. Isn't this the spot for a win out?
Level 7,
I don't know.
17 gold,
Can he
Totu?
beat Leonard?
Senate 2.
Like,
I mean, this surely is good enough against Brent, right?
Right, long distance pals,
long distance pals
infinite Raws rather.
might be going down too quickly, but
There's some big boom buzz, concentrated fire onto this clump. I don't know about that one, Chief.
I'm sure we're fine. Suction!
we need just a little bit more suction. It's the
Oh,
best
there you
it's
go!
Okay, we are winning here. Let's take a look if Leonard manages to stay alive, because that fight is going for a long time, and he goes
Against
down
Vayne.
to Vayne.
And that's not even like...
Place. And that comes down maybe to the Cypher cash out, right? It was not really good at all.
Yeah, and
And
that...
that was against Jarvan too. Like, Zyko just hit
Yeah.
Jarvan 3.
And he got, I mean, think about forward thinking, a ton of extra gold, and then your cash out gives you more gold that you don't really need. We saw the overrolls happening even. The cap is diminished with just being able to hit the Draven and Galio, but that's really it.
And I think that kind of game is the main issue for Cypher, is that there are so many, like Draven 3, Galio 3 is a pretty good composition, but there's also so many failure points for Draven because he's not able to aim at the unit that he's hitting, so he's able to leave so many units on low HP. And let's take a look at this matchup, because that's one's going to be interesting. Both are pretty strong right now. Ilya just went level 9. Zyko just hit the 3 stars. So that's definitely going to be one of the important matchups in the late game. So let's take a look at
Oh,
what's in
is this
right
gonna
now.
stun Vayne? It,
Nope.
it does misses
No,
barely.
but this one will. Yep. And the Jarvan goes down without casting while being at full mana. But I mean, like, should Zyko be worried? He still has so many ways to improve his ball.
That's one of them. Z2 is found for Solvi, still fairly
Sejuani
healthy, and we talked about it. The knowers
The defense.
will be defending, will be playing. No Bastion, no Exotech, Sejuani 2 on their boards, and getting very high AVP because of it.
Yeah. Will we? Won't we? I don't. Even if it's Sejuani 2 without Bastion and Exotech, there is a chance that she doesn't cast, so I don't hate it.
Yeah.
However, there is something that I do hate, and it's that Kabuko. A unit does nothing.
It's not very good. I'd
Wait
rather
till
see
next
Renekton on the board over that Kabuka.
Yeah, for sure. The CC is laughable. The tankiness is not there anymore, and the damage for sure is not there.
I mean, CC is nice when he's Cyber Boss.
Yeah.
With no Cyber Boss, it's...
Oh wait, we're targeting the Vayne ahead of time because the front line was on the right, and Zeri snipes the Vayne out. It's a good win for
the
Slim.
Spirit Link diff.
True.
And since that rolled down to 0, went from a 10 loss streak into now an 8 win streak. Emblems coming through on the stage 5 carousel. Nothing too impactful
I
Maybe
mean,
for
could be
the-
Bastion for Bastion.
Yeah, for the Exo player,
Yeah.
4 Bastion with Renekton instead of the Kabuko.
No,
But-
Sproshon gets it. And
Bastion Bruiser comp.
that's an extra spot.
I mean, if he
if he
gets
keeps living
Renekton-
for, if he keeps stays alive for just a little bit, that's gonna be a very hefty extra HP for
Yeah.
his board. And nobody, wait, why didn't, wait, isn't Vomendev playing Street Demons? Why didn't he go for?
He is.
Oh, Takey's. Okay, he went
Yeah.
for Takey's spot. Fair enough. Oh, but we would have got Kabuko and played 7 Street Demon instead. Alright.
I mean, that's another stacking for the
yeah, exactly.
armor there.
And here and Renekton is on the board, so that's
Look at this
pretty good.
HP on Fiddle.
Can
it's
we
massive.
get an HP check on Fiddle?
Absolutely.
Is that you have to keep in mind that the Bruiser spat gives extra damage amp based on HP.
Yup.
So that's gonna be a lot of extra bonus damage coming in from this Fiddle 6, and it's gonna keep increasing as the game goes on.
We'll see the double stacking with the Archangels for the damage and the Seeker's Arm Guard giving him pretty much everything else in terms of stats. Trying to move through the weak side
Ramping.
first. Sejuani ult here will be big. Does it buy enough time for the Vex to do her thing?
No, doesn't look
Ramping.
like it, but
It's
in
fine.
Might.
We're fine!
the Fiddle
Nope.
6
We're fine.
was positioned properly, did dodge the first Sejuani ult, then got ulted again, but was already casting, and the third time as well, so he did not lose any damage, and the spell doesn't get interrupted. Oh, I mean, duh, but because he would be unplayable
The
without
best
that.
thing about this pod is the synchronized jumping at the start of the rounds. Right there, word. Boop, boop. Beautiful stuff.
I mean, we talked about it. Once he hit, with those sort of arguments, that's a win-out spot.
Yeah, gonna have to see if he can beat the Holobow, because in a scaling matchup, the Holobow is going to be giving so much damage to the Zeri, and this one is gonna be might be a little bit rough
this
as
could
well.
be rough, yeah.
But I think we're on the proper side for
Yeah.
the Fiddlesticks to get damage on the backline rather quickly once the weaker frontline units fall down from Zyko, and Zed is gonna be absolutely ignored, and a free component for
I
Zyko.
mean, the true damage from Vayne and
Oh, I don't know about this one.
Oh.
that's not
That
looking
might
too
be
good.
it.
yeah.
Way too much DPS coming out from the
Yup.
main here. Everything 3-starred. Very, very strong setup from Zyko.
50 is okay though. Could have been much worse. We were down to 1 HP in stage 4.
Yeah, but like this only shows me to not play Fiddle.
And
This only shows how strong
there
Phase
were many
Slayer
high
is.
rolls with committing to Fiddle before, finding Portable Forge on 3-2 and finding the right artifact for Fiddle before. You
Yeah.
could have just missed the artifact altogether. So the chances of how many artifacts are in the game.
I would stay away from Fiddle. And they nerfed Chaw in the 6 Bruiser as well.
Yeah, it's pretty rough, and well, Zyko, as we mentioned, early 2-star J4 with the Gambler's Blade has been dominating head and shoulders this game so far. We haven't taken many looks at his board, but it's because it's we're bound to take a long, hard look at him when it's the final 1v1. And Elia just went to level 10, so I'm putting my money on him for the final 1v1. He's gonna be so powerful here.
And a very meta-heavy top 4. Both Exotech variants are here, with Vex from Elia and Salim with a big win streak to make it. With the Holobow variant, with Zeri as his main carry, and then we have 2 rerollers with Zyko playing the Slayer line, uncontested now in this game too, and obviously a really great setup. We saw the Jarvan 2 in stage 2, and Solvi making the top 4 with TF.
Yeah, despite the rough-looking end of stage 3 and the beginning of stage 4, he has managed to stabilize, and the amount of 3-stars that he has mean the Twisted Fate has the time to ramp up. Doesn't even need the Misfortune.
Look
but
at this healing on the Sejuani.
Yeah, that's
With the spear hitting with the gunblade. So much extra HP on her.
Yeah, the Pair 4, Spirit Link, Cyber Uplink, and the Gunblade. That Sejuani is not dying before casting 3 or 4 times.
4 is a bit a stretch.
Is it?
I think 3 is the most you can expect out of her.
I'll be keeping track and make sure if you're, because especially against that Twisted Fate, if he doesn't
I
roll
mean,
the blue
against
cards,
TF doesn't have a good like weight of killing her right away. He has doing a bit of spread out damage.
here's the position. Wait, no, actually,
Oh,
yeah, gonna go
double
left
swap.
side. Yeah,
And this is mostly to have Sejuani's walk up, target the Braum as the first line of defense, and then be able to dodge the ult altogether with the TF.
You'll note that Elia put the Sejuani on the third row instead of front line. In case Salvi ended up switching again, that gives her a chance to walk up all the way to the Twisted Fate.
And this is why Salvi counter-swapped on the other side, just to make sure he can play around that as well. So really high level positioning here to try and buy as much time for TF, but of course, this combo is way too strong, way too capped out. Elia is level 10. That will be a third place for TF.
He beats Salvi's goes to beat Psycho.
I love how you guys give so much agency to Elia there that he was positioning, and I think he just didn't move. He just didn't bother.
If Salvi had his TF in the same corner, the way
Elia
position would have countered.
Yeah, I know.
The counter, basically.
If Salvi fake swap.
And Salvi countered the counter by.
Yeah, but like I'm saying, all I'm saying is Elia just didn't move, didn't care.
No, I'm
you have
sure
to put
he
yourself in
went
a
left,
position
right.
to benefit from your opponent's mistakes, basically.
Uh-huh.
Salvi unfortunately did not make a mistake.
Okay, and here did he move? Yes, the Sejuani is right in the proper place, and that's going to be a disaster for Zyko because that backline is going to stay stunned for a very long time.
One cast.
And the Vex, very healthy, does not get targeted by Zed, which means that he does so much extra damage.
2 casts. There you go.
Okay, that's fine. You got me.
There's a Zed finally now onto the Vex. The Vex doesn't quite clean up, but should be able to win this
One
fight.
more cast? Oh no.
And
See,
the fact that it's this close with Zyko being on the wrong side is scary news for Elia because it's not going to be that hard for Zyko to dodge the Sejuani stun if he just takes the time to figure it out. We're going to be ignoring the Exotech emblem for
that being said,
Elia.
Zyko could go 9 as a free slot now. Maybe the Renekton can come in.
Maybe 3-star.
Can continue capping the board. Doesn't want to stay above 30 gold, obviously, because of the Gambler's Blade, but all in all, we can still see a much higher cap come in here.
Yep. Pair of Renektons. We're looking for something, maybe like a Zac to draw out many casts from the Zeri would be pretty nice. Gonna switch out the Z items. Gonna probably give Last Whisper to Senna, I would suspect. Try to summon an Urgot.
Last second swap Jarvan with Z, I expect.
Yep.
There you go.
Classic. And this time the Vayne should not be able to... Oh, no,
not necessarily. There is Renekton that could pull an aggro.
Yeah, Renekton could walk up. And no, she's
fine.
gonna be okay. The Vayne will be uninterrupted this time, and that means, based on how last round went, that it should go much better for Zyko. We've upgraded ourselves.
Oh, she might walk up into that?
Yep.
She did not. And that should look pretty good.
Yeah, it's looking fine. J4 is still very healthy. Zed is very healthy as well. And Elia is going to be taking down 5-0. Doesn't look close at all. What does he need to do? Is it time to sell something? I don't know, we are out of gold. We are out of gold.
It's really just positioning potentially, but
yeah.
I mean, it's hard if Zyko doesn't make any mistakes to try and get this Vayne in trouble, especially.
Alright, maybe we don't summon Kabuko? Maybe we summon something else. I
some Kabuko haters.
I'm
with you, Kenobi.
He's the most useless 5
he
cost we have right now.
Over nerfed big time.
For sure. He died for any sins.
I mean, like it's a matter of targeting also with Vex and Varus the Jarvan. Like the CC coming on Jarvan, not allowing to cast that many times.
We got the Sejuani positioning this time with the third row. It's going to be able to stun the Vayne, so maybe we have a shot from Elia to win that round. The J4 is dropping very low and he's down this time, so that's very early in the fight, and that doesn't smell like a win for Zyko.
On the right side, killing off the Jarvan very quickly, and completely different fight now. Zyko still has a lot of HP to work with, so now Elia has to do the same thing again. It's a very big loss, though. Both players now on 1 life.
I mean, you can. That's a pretty cool fight to watch. Looking at how big difference is just pure positioning, like completely 2 different outcomes of the fights, due to just pure positioning. And also on the Zyko mistake part is the having Leona here in this hex walk up here before Sejuani walks up, which enabled Sejuani to cast ulti on this hex. Because if it doesn't, if it walks up to this hex, then what happens? Sejuani walks here and casts on this side, allowing Vayne to comfortably DPS.
And because the Jarvan is where he is, the Zed can't access Vex in that backline corner and can't damage her, and she gets so much more damage with the true damage overheal part of her kit.
Yeah, exactly. So they need to be able to solve those 2 puzzles on each side. Elia picking up the 2-star Viego here, which is a huge deal because he's going to be able to get a few extra casts from this, I believe, and that's going to be there's going to be more techie damage reduction, as well as just a ton of damage coming from the unit. And so Zyko, with the Leona on this side, is going to be looking at it. We get a decent... Wait.
The
Left,
triple
right,
fake
right.
swap. And no one knows what's happening.
And he didn't buy it. Vayne is going to get stunned. And Viego is on the proper side as well, so Vayne gets damaged right away.
The thing is, the Varus and the Vex are on the wrong side.
Yeah, Jarvan will be lasting much longer.
Zed died. No anti-heal on the board.
Vex untouched, dealing so much true damage every single cast. Urgot down without really cheesing any executes. Viego now onto Vayne. Sejuani is not doing enough, and that should be a big win for EMEA, showcasing the strength of what is, in my opinion, the strongest comp in the game right now, especially if you're able to cap out to level 10, fit in all your legendaries, and outposition your opponent as well.
I mean, we also have seen, like, if Zed doesn't tag on the Vex, this is such a also much fight diff, because that red buff proccing, disabling her true damage is absolutely massive.
Yep. You can't melt the tanks as easily.
Yeah, because for the viewers who do not know the finer details of Vex, she has innate Omnivamp on her spell, and when she overheals, meaning she's already at full HP and the Omnivamp gets wasted, she instead converts that overheal into true damage, which is absolutely massive to take down units like that Jarvan with 3 items and 3-star. And we could see the difference when the Zed was not getting onto Vex and she was completely overhealing. The front line just melted from Zyko, and that was, I believe, a 7-0 or 8-0 at the final round, which is a pretty huge stomp.
And as players have been ironing out the details of this comp, this is really the factor. You have to keep your Vex safe from chip damage, which comes in from Zed, comes in from Brand and Ziggs. You can change around your Ziggs positioning to try and immediately get the cross shape onto Vex right away at the start of a fight, and that completely changes how much damage comes through.
We've seen how good spot Vomandet has after the Crux with that early brand, and like I was just making joke, oh, now he can go 7th, and he didn't go much farther away, because if he even had natural 2 brands, the comp is not that great if you don't cap it with like Viego 2. It just lacks the damage.
Yeah, it's really hindered by the fact that you play Kobuko and like in this version when you play Kobuko and Samira, you're playing the 2 weakest legendaries basically, who suffered from being nerfed at the first patch and haven't recovered yet. And so yeah, no 2-star Viego means no top 4 basically for this competition. And even then, if you found it, you'd have to contend with someone like EMEA or Zyko, and I don't think you can win that.
That might be the story of this cap. No 2-star Viego, no top 2 for you.
For quite a few comps, that will probably be the case. Some rerolls, of course, are not making use of Viego. Solvi, one of the players who managed to play that TF line, hit a lot of the 3 costs, especially the Skarner we talked about being kind of the secret OP tank in terms of buying enough time. Not really the Darius so much. It's more the Braum and the Skarner in this case. For this specific setup with the too much value, where you have Skarner in and you have the Kog'Maw as well.
And Bronze for life, especially.
Exactly.
A good balance between econ and power combat arguments. Having 2 strong combat arguments and 2 decent econ arguments, where one helps you get there and the other one enables the whole comp.
And Shojin on TF, so you don't need BIS to top 4 with this comp. It's more a tempo comp where you have to stay stable in stage 3, stage 4, preserve a lot of HP, and when these crazy boards come online, you're healthy enough to bleed out to a 3rd or a 4th. You're never really angling to win the game.
Yeah, that's definitely like the canon TF game. You end up 3rd unless you get to 7 Syndicate, which is very easy to do. You just need 2 spats and Misfortune. But without the 7 Syndicate, you're not getting higher than the top 3.
Oh, that's like 10 street demon, 10 anima, just get 2 spots, and boom, get level 10, and just get there.
It's slightly easier, and I'm expecting some players to be able to not abuse that fight, but use that strategy on some specific maps, like the Treasure Armory, where you can basically guarantee an extra spat for yourself.
Unfortunately.
What's the odds there? It's like 40%?
It's if you roll 12 times, you've got a 50% chance to have found 1 spat at least. It's very easy to force.
And with the Reforger, depending on what you need, obviously higher chance because you can guarantee with either the spat or the pot as well. That'll be it for this game 2, though. We'll be going to a very quick break. We'll be coming back with maybe some remnants of the game 2 round, depending on what games are not done yet, or if not, just game 3. And we saw some more artifacts in this game 2. So game 3, Zed Anvil coming through. That's what the script is saying at least. So do not go anywhere. Stay tuned for more TFT action. Hey everyone, welcome back. I am Panda, joined by Kenobi and Alan ZQ once again. We're moving now into game number 3 of day 1 of Cyber City's very first TAC Cup, which you mentioned at the start of the day is incredibly impactful for the careers of all of these players in terms of getting qualifier points for the eventual regional finals, which could lead into some very important things for set 15, especially with the new Tier 1 ecosystem that's been announced at the very start of this set. 2 games in, Kenobi, what have we not seen yet that we are anxious and excited to see?
I don't know about anxious and excited to see, but the two main culprits that are still missing are Rengar reroll with the vertical Street Demon and a bit of the Executioners, and the Vigar composition. But both of these require very specific conditions in order to be enabled, especially in terms of augments that you need. Rengar is mostly enabled by some artifacts, make it very powerful, but also some things that reinforce Street Demons. And Vigar kind of desperately needs the Cyber Boss augments that lets you stack a high score. Yeah, one of the
one
twos.
that disable reduces the HP of the board, and the second one that gives you the cash out Kabuka.
Game 3, Alan's favorite encounter, the most exciting encounter of all time. Vi gives you 2 extra components. This is starting to become the set makes you bigger of normal encounters, basically.
Yeah, pretty much when you hit Vi, you're like, oh, no encounter, cheers.
What can we consider? Easier to get Bis, because you have 2 component anvils. Better to play reroll, because you can itemize or double or triple itemize your carry earlier on in stage 2 and 3.
I think the most important thing is some compositions like Vigar or Vex require the blue buff very early or as early as you can, and the anvils enable that because you cannot get any duplicate components in stage 1 without using something like an anvil or something else, and as well the Rage Blades are much easier to slam with that.
So you're telling me your first thing you are doing when you enter the game, you check your exotic items, and then you go from there.
True. Check that.
Can we check our exotech items for Dasik, Mr. Allen?
Yeah, of course.
He's got the Jax here, and you can check it out here.
And
oh, that's pretty good.
No pulse stabilizer, but it is going to be
a
double defensive hollow bow for Dasik.
Okay, you are not playing 7 from with those items. You're always 5.
Oh, I mean, for a bit,
is okay.
Yeah,
Repulsor is okay.
But you have a chance to go down to 5 costs later in the game. And looking at the lobby, we haven't talked about the players just yet. Some big names coming through here as well. Dasik. We have Jeduzor, of course, who is the most informed player in our region and has been maybe ever since his...
He's overtaking, I think, as the best EMEA player now. After the recent sets and tournaments, he's been on the top so frequently.
And it seems effortless too.
Yeah.
And
he's very clean, very dominant.
And on top of that, the players you work with right now in the top 10, we're going to be talking about the augments right after, but in the top 10, out of the 6 players working with them, 5 of them are there in the top 10 of the region, which is absolutely mental. But let's take a look. We get some traits again, and maybe a potential for a Golden Ox, but I don't think that it's looking as good as it was in the previous game. Although, seems like there is some hesitation.
Let's look at the board. Like, 0 Alistar.
Yeah, no, that's...
I mean, it looks unpickable.
Tough.
Putrick looks like the most obvious choice.
Well,
no,
it's not tough enough, is what he says. He will go down.
Levels instantly as well.
Or she says. I'm not sure. Veronica, this is a player we haven't seen yet in cups. Might be she, her, or the pronouns. But
well, they, for sure.
Or they, also true.
Interesting because that bot does not look too powerful, and going into the level up right away means you're going to be a little bit later for that first threshold of Golden Ox. You could be getting it as 2-5 when you double level to level 5. But seems to pay off for this first round, fencing off against Darkest, who opted to make economy.
Golden Cog is the option for this stage 2.
Ooh. Bruiser Bastion.
Wonder who would benefit from that.
Oh, let's quickly check.
We've got blue buff slammed already. You can...
Okay, hold up. How do I check here without exotech unit?
You have to find the builder on the top of the screen that's hidden behind the overlay. Good luck.
Well then, we'll get back here later on.
The sad thing is, this could obviously lead to the Vex line, but Cho'Gath is not a great unit to add as a 4th Bruiser if you wanted to have 4 Bruiser online with Gragas and
you can just cut the Gragas.
Yeah, you know the Gragas.
He's a good unit, but he's definitely not irreplaceable, and he's more a filler unit. That goes well, and you can replace the Gragas with something like the Renekton straight away on level 8, get 4 Bastions, which would be pretty strong in terms of frontline, because that Sejuani is already pretty tanky. But talking about being tanky, I don't think that Nidalee's got it. Oh, and Vigar's here.
A lot of, because of the trait was the hacked argument, providing you extra econ. We'll see a lot of build around the augment selection on 2-1, which will let players commit at 2-1.
Yeah, and talking about commit at 2-1, so we've committed to playing Cyber Boss Augment, but I'm feeling like this is not going to be a Veigar reroll game. This is looking like standard Street Demons, and we're going to be using the Ziggs later on as a way to proc the reduced max health and just use it, leave it at that, and that's going to be it.
It could be both, but I think Vigar is a comp that you cannot be stuck on level 6. You have to have either Lucky Shop encounters or Starry Night or something that allows you to stay par with the tempo and make it to 8, make it to 9, find the 5 cost, find Kabuko as well.
Guys, what it reads is pretty much when your Ziggs cast, minus 20% HP on the whole board.
Exactly. That's pretty
like
good.
You just don't play, you don't care about the Veigar too much here. It's just all about Ziggs. And then once you get that Kabuko too, hey, it also enables a tank version of the trait. Really, really strong. And allows you to give you on top of that unit, gives you the tempo, like it provides you everything you want.
Yep. Early Veigar to Forge Jizar would be very good, because that unit is so powerful at taking out enemies, especially in the early game when if Veigar is upgraded and the other units against him are not, he's going to be doing so much more true damage to them and taking them down basically instantly. So definitely a good position for him. And he went against Shurikane, who had no scoot, no pivot, I believe, for a Slayer game.
Daysig also picked up a bow there with a Vayne. Oh, Shurikane is looking like he's locked in.
Yep.
You think?
Literally. The Shaco maybe not going to touch this board if you can help it.
Oh no, you don't even want to upgrade
Oh,
that.
no.
You're going to have to sell Shaco. Yeah, he has to sell
3 out
Shaco.
of 4. Classic.
Classic, but that's a pretty good spot.
Shifting momentum on the main stage.
Yeah, but on the lose streak right here, he doesn't mind at all being weaker. He would love to find an early J4 to get him to start stacking, because that's definitely the most important unit. But he doesn't hate being weaker while lose streaking here. And meanwhile, Daisy keeping his options open. But I mean, he's slammed the IE with the All-Bow, so I don't know.
I don't know what's going on.
Yeah,
here.
we know what's going on.
While facing Bensak with Pilfer, we'll be able to get
All-Bow as well for Bensak.
Jax.
I love Pilfer, especially in metas where there are some units that are so contested.
Sejuani
Sejuani
too, baby.
You can't just Pilfer the Sejuani over and over again if you sweat it out, and that's definitely in these kind of players' wheelhouse. So I'm super excited to see how well he uses it. That augment has some wild variations in power depending on how well you can use it.
And you can position so that if your opponent gets a good Sejuani ult, you pilfer it, and if they don't, you win the round because they're in a bad position. Genius mode.
Win-win.
Surely you screw your positioning just not to give opponent Sejuani.
Of course.
Mm-hmm.
You have to play defense at all times, Alan. You never know when the offensive player is around the corner.
I'll keep that. Oh, we see pretty much the same combo of the items as from Daisy. However,
this one's going to 7. This one's not going to 7.
Oh,
the CyberCall
that's certainly not.
Yeah. Lantern's okay. Repulsor, Cybercoil is garbage.
On this board, you'd rather have Chazis first, with already having slammed Spark for the Mordekaiser. It would be certainly a stronger version of the board than the All-Bow first.
So there will be a contest on the Slayer line. Omen Death picks up the Slayer +1. We saw, of course, Shurikane cannot pivot off of his comp with no scout, no pivot. So at least 2 players will be committing to the same key units, the Vayne and the Jarvan.
I mean, there is a good chance Omen Death will just play tempo and play around Senna Z.
Yeah.
Lower JVP, though, not having access to a potential Jarvan 3 in stage 4.
Yeah, but finding an early 2-star Z and with the Slayer emblem enabling some very, very powerful legendary combinations like the Garen or the Renekton definitely opens up some avenues of play. So don't count him out just yet. If he finds the Z2 early enough to stabilize and go 9, he definitely has a shot. And oh my.
That's also a good combination of items.
Oh yeah, with the Bruiser Bastion, yeah. That one's pretty sick, sorry.
It could be, the respect from the Slayer players of one player having Vayne as their main carry, then we can see more tempo and maybe Senna 3 being a way to carry the damage to get to Renekton from Vomandeth.
And the Regius from the Krags. 6 gold already. Let's see if we get more.
Do we see
12
a
gold.
6 Bruiser Vex game? Are you guys believers?
It's
6
pretty-
what?
6 bruisers.
Vex?
It's not that bad actually. With the gunblade from
I saw
Vex.
I saw a little bit on ladder the last few days in my very high elo games. Alan is pressing X to doubt.
How did it do?
Oh, I wasn't playing it.
Oh, how did the players do?
I don't remember, so probably not very good.
No,
They didn't make it to the final fight that I'm usually in, so.
Surely you are.
The problem with the 6 bruisers is that the units that you have to still have around this, even with an emblem, are pretty bad. So the 4 bruiser is definitely a possibility, especially with the +1. You keep Shogath, Kobulko, and Gragas, and that's really decent. But going up to 6 has some heavy drawbacks as well. Could be really good for tempo though.
Yep.
In the meantime, Jiduzor has taken his first few losses, but his econ is well on the way, and with Krugs giving 12 gold here.
Roll down for Chicane gonna be very interesting. With no scout, no pivot especially.
Definitely will be. And
Reroll Alan.
taking a look, and
Jarvan 2 for Chicane.
yeah, that's pretty good. I mean, he already had the 2-star Vayne, so with the 2-star J4, he should be waiting, but looks like
Vomandeth
Vomandeth is rolling
also
as
hitting.
well. And we're still going. Oh yeah, we need to find the extra units to stack. Or else.
Oh, there is an issue
Uh-oh.
here.
Oh wait, we've skipped Ras. We?
Oh, we should put probably
No.
second Sylas and second Rust on the board
Yeah.
before upgrading them.
Oh,
and
there's a
stop rolling.
Senna.
Yeah, I think we're gonna be stuck with
Oh.
Connor.
Yeah.
It's not ideal, but that's
Just-
still okay.
Yeah, I guess the Jarvan will be stuck there for so long.
I mean, don't you just put Shaco in and ignore that?
Ideally not. I mean, you're missing on Leona. Not that important.
Yeah, I
Who is
think
less important, Leona or Zed?
I think
Leona.
Leona. I mean, depends on the animal weapon maybe, but
I would say Leona, and especially at this stage of the game, you'd rather have the full Vanguard because the Vayne has infinite damage as
Yeah,
long as
yeah.
the front line holds on.
Yeah, but missing count on Anima, that's also damage jump for the free item Vayne.
It's 5%. It's small deal. I appreciate the difficulty, but the big issue here is that we are down to 8 gold. So if we do not completely streak for stage 3, we're in big trouble and we're not gonna have the economy. And so Vomandeth rolled a little bit to stabilize and then stopped.
I mean, who is in a better spot for out of the two?
It's hard to say. I think both spots look pretty dicey.
Look doomed.
You're putting strong words. It's not definitely not over yet. They both have good items, and
I mean, I'm sorry, I'm looking at those two boards and I'm looking at 7 friends.
tends to happen when you're contesting a
Maybe
line
7-6
so heavily.
friends.
I think this is maybe the case where Chicane, the classic, no scout, no pivot. You say, surely no one will contest me, knowing that I can't pivot off of this, and yet someone contests you.
And you know what's even funnier?
That
That
there's Golden
there's a
Ox.
Golden Ox player who's
They are
gonna
not
be
getting
ruining their
Jarvan
game.
free.
They're never hitting Jarvan 3, that's true.
Save by addition at least for Vomandeth here, 3 win streak now. This is really the key point. The roll down on 6, you're trying to roll as little as possible while also trying to guarantee a win streak to make it to 7 safely.
In the meantime, Daisy gets his first win, I believe, meaning he has stabilized a little bit with that exotic line. No decisive forecast. The Ziggs is going to be pretty nice for Jedusor if he gets him. But it gets picked up right away by Chicane, the bow being pretty desirable, and the other forecasts are not too impactful. The Nico being picked up for
Wait,
the
Shirkane had already freed the DPS items.
Yes.
No,
Titans,
you are not
Titan
taking...
Slayer J4.
I mean,
here
I'm
it
sorry,
comes.
you are not taking another offensive items.
He's gonna spam Titans.
No, he's not. He's
He
gonna
will.
make Last Whisper.
Watch me.
No.
Could be Last Whisper.
Watch me. Could
I'm
Last Whisper.
watching.
It could be Last Whisper, but oh come on. Okay, that makes it look pretty bad, because that's another offensive item, and you're definitely needing some defensive items on
Now
that
you
J4.
drop BF, and then what? Ion Jarvan, cheers.
Your Senna will be eating good. for
BT
for the
Sterax.
5-second duration of the fight while Jarvan gets destroyed.
What belt? What cloak? BT Sterax.
BT Sterax.
Sorry, what?
Have some faith, okay? They will be there.
In what? 2 components only dropping from creeps.
We'll see if the item economy will pan out in favor of Shurikane, and we'll see if he will win the mirror match here against Vomendeth. Both Slayer players now getting a good benchmark of where their comp is at coming into stage almost 4.
Yeah, and it's a key matchup because both players are down to 20 HP, 20 gold, sorry, and not yet 20 HP, sorry, 20 gold, and losing their streak is going to be disastrous for either one, and Shurikane is the one that gets beaten out by the 6th
Vomendeth
Slayer.
pushed 7, enabling 7 for Slayers, which is a big spike.
Yeah, definitely is. And so Shurikane is in a terrible spot right here.
I don't envy this at all. Idajor gets the Veigar 2 upgrade. Not sure if it's the initial Veigar he had on his board or if it's 6 Veigars at this point in time.
We are not playing reroll Veigar there, relax.
If you get it for free,
If you read or not.
There is no such thing as Veigar for free.
Yeah, that's pretty expensive to hold when you're playing
on
one of the most expensive
on some
comps.
encounters, on some, free duplicator.
Sure.
Stage 4 carousels, it can happen.
But you mentioned how does he get the cloaks for the J4 hacked minion? Obviously,
Exactly.
Obviously.
you're not thinking in set 14. Just think you get all the resources you need all the time.
Just manifest them.
Yes, just manifest them exactly. But speaking of manifesting, Daisik has a very strong board right now. He's gotten the Exotech Augment that is usually not that great, but with 2 good defensive items in his Exotech items, it's going to be pretty good. It's going to add a pretty beefy frontline, I believe.
Trial run.
Yeah, trial run. Thank you for the.
And yeah, exactly that. If you have, it's okay if you're playing into Exotech anyway, cause especially stage 2, because it's an extra body on the board. You can win streak off of it. But especially if you have 2 defensive components, obviously it just gets that much better.
I mean, sports position is looking pretty nice. We've got open tier. We're going to be level 8, 50, maybe 60 next round. And going to start rolling ahead of everyone. Stabilized pretty hard without rolling on stage 3, which is fortunate. That means he has a lot of HP to play with. That is unusual when you're playing it this way.
Yep. As you mentioned, with the Exotech line in general, you have to be trying to roll either on creeps or on 4-1 at the latest, because if not, all units will be gone if you're waiting until 4-2. So, prioing Econ Augment stage 2-1 is incredibly important.
Offensive items. Okay, there we
There's
go.
a Reforge.
How many components was that? 4?
4?
5?
Or
I know that was 5.
Let's
We
see
only
Shurikane
had
forward.
open tier.
Yeah, 5 components.
So, see, just manifest and let's take a look at what Shurikane.
Alright. level.
50 to roll.
50. Okay, alright. Cool. Garen?
Garen, Varus 2. 0 Sejuani,
What?
0
Oh,
Zeri.
that's looking bad.
Oh.
This looks like my classic roll.
Oh,
Where did all the
no.
gold go?
Oh no,
Well,
that's
cheers.
a disaster.
Oh. That's
One
a shot
Zeri.
pick.
Raining
2
gold,
Oh, 2 Zeri.
enjoy.
Oh my god, it's such a disaster.
Now what?
Now what?
And we lost. GG.
Let's see how is the Jedusor doing. Did he also roll already? Wait. What happened here?
Wait, we're 630 gold and 3 Veigar?
Wait a second.
What? Hello? Oh no, forward thinking. We're fine, we're fine.
Oh, okay.
Hold
you
on,
got us,
oh
you
my
got us.
god.
I'm like.
Oh my god, I was like, what the? Look at that on this bench, by the way. He was also holding a Zeri.
Of course. That's the money.
No, he had a Zeri just
both.
seconds
Okay,
prior.
okay. I mean, you should. On your forward,
Yeah,
if you're rolling down at all, you should be holding and...
And now we're going to... Oh, double augment. Oh, teaming up Cyber Arplink. It's insane. Yep. Instantly gets picked up. Hopefully it's a support item that does not get griefed by the positioning from Street Demons, but that's...
Ignores irrelevant units, doesn't
Yep.
bite them, wants to roll fast.
Very-
Eco
pretty good.
concise board when it comes to Street Demon. There's not really spots for flexible 5 costs. There's too many traits you have to activate.
2 stars
Oh,
Sejuani.
almost
two.
made it.
Oh. I would buy it. It's -1.
Nah, that's...
You just said it. Like,
Oh, there it is anyway.
oh.
Oh, it's such a disaster for all the
Already
Exotech
sold.
players. No, it's on the board.
It's on the board.
Oh, it's on the board.
Yeah, of course. Oh, Shuriken just hit Vein 3. Probably got duplicators, right?
Maybe hero
Yep,
hero
there
grab
it is.
bag.
Ooh.
And
Oh
hey,
my god, unending
Undying
despair.
double Sterak unending despair. There
Very
you go.
strong
Told you.
Suboptimal, but sure.
It is Jarvan too.
I told you about
unfortunately.
double DF drop.
Well,
Has
he
the
got double
Vow
BF
as
and he still
well.
managed.
On the Leona. He's now locked into Leona, so it's going to be forced to play into Maybe 6 Vanguard instead.
Yeah.
Not have the Zed. Makes sense with the artifact on the Jarvan 4 and the fact you're not gonna have the tankness of the Jarvan 3-star.
Isn't he gonna stop rolling here? Level,
Yeah, you just
add
go
the
you
Force
push
Layer?
levels, yeah.
You add Force Layer and then 6 Vanguard on 9?
Let's see how's Golden Ox
Yeah,
player.
could be.
Depending on who you find first, honestly, it's gonna vary.
Oh, there's a lot of rods.
Oh, that's bad. Wait,
Where is Annie?
8 out of 28? Only 28 right here is...
Not very strong.
Oh, hello.
Hi.
Oh.
Handsome.
Gonna have to wait till next round, it looks like, and gonna have to slam some of these rods, reforge
Nope,
something
selling
as well.
the Garen. Wait,
Oh.
was that a Garen?
Wait,
Oh.
I would
Wait.
just sell Leona here, no?
You can't.
Wait, where's Aphelios? Hello? Anyone? Oh, that's...
Where is
There's
Annie?
AP
Where's-
Aphelios.
Oh, that's so bad. Holy
Okay,
moly.
Death Cup Slam.
He's playing Brand to slam some of these rods on him, that's why.
Oh, we're getting Morello, Death Cap. Yep. Makes
That's it.
sense.
Out of AP.
Yeah, but slam Aurelia, but yeah, no Aphelios to build around.
The huge problem is that we don't have... like, if you compare to the game that Lily was playing, at this point I believe he was already 32 or 40.
32.
And,
yeah.
okay, we're winning this, which is a big deal.
No,
But not enough to buy the
1G.
Viego. But no worries. Viego... Oh, wait, no, we're lost all
Okay,
priority.
we're just hiding Viego to... Ay.
There's a spat.
There's a spatula.
Open for any of our vertical players. It will be Daysik into the Exo.
Exotech.
Yeah. Exo plus
Did he
1.
find
You can drop the
Sejuani?
Fury.
He did.
And we mentioned it before, you have now a free slot for Legendary, which he didn't really hit on his roll down, was kind of poor, that we saw earlier, but
I mean...
Oh, this spot is looking...
you have the
really
option
rough.
for
Just say
Exo Garen,
Doomed.
for example.
Don't be afraid. It's okay to say doomed.
No, because I've seen Exotech bolts come back from this position. So I'm not going to say it's doomed.
Oh my god.
thoughts
Train
on
Oh, the
this
train
spot?
tracker!
Cyber. How did we miss that one? Who is the camera operator here?
It's you!
And that would also make it a little bit harder for Veronica to hit.
Exoteki, Bruiser, Golden D... Wait, aren't those like Giga Premium? Hello?
Yeah, but we're
And it's a
playing
7,
Golden Ox
premium
from,
loss streak as well.
Yeah, that's... Items are not premium, however. Gonna get
Annie
that
1.
Annie 1.
Help!
Gunblade Annie 1. I believe we've had a pivot that was unexpected because these are Vex items. And we're gonna get absolutely destroyed here.
So this is how you tell me the Exotech boards are winning, when you're facing those type of boards.
No, but come on, you're being... No, I believe that Daisy is definitely not out of this yet, for sure. And I believe that Darkest is going to be having a rough time because he's so far behind on the Golden Ox and also hasn't found the Viego. And
Zeri clutches up, it looks like, yes, and Darkest, they go down to 7 HP, 1 life now, having to pivot their entire game plan.
We're safe, we're fine.
Yeah,
Everybody
roll.
calm down.
Roll.
Rapid fire Gragas, I am very calm, yes.
Oh,
We need a Renekton.
okay, Zeri on board.
We need so much to make this
Okay,
work.
but we need to roll. Hello?
He's pretty sure he's dizzy and trying to
Sell Aurora.
sell something. Sell J4? Hello? What? Oh my. But we didn't even find 2-star Mordekaiser.
Aren't we weaker?
No, it's just it's
We
over.
just...
There's an Alistair 1 on your board, yes.
This one I can say it's doomed.
This is looking at a very strong board from Motif. Has the Vex 2, perfect items. Has the Sejuani, wrong side. That is the case at the very least, but we'll see if that'll be enough. Hullable on the Varus in this case. The Vex has not been damaged most of this fight, but lots to chew through here. But yeah, it will be a problem. Vex now onto Aphelios, and that should be it for Darkest. Unfortunately, they went for a risky game plan. They went for a game plan that if it works out, you can win the entire lobby, but it did not work out in this case. 8th place.
Trade tracker being very powerful, especially when you want to play Exotech, which
Yeah.
definitely was the plan, but I'm pretty sure they just completely missed on the roll down based on how many Sejuanis were already out, and it didn't get any luck on the Vex apparently. But that's a pretty sick set of arguments if I've ever seen one to play Slayer 6.
Yeah, I mean...
That's a lot of extra stats.
And that is, as you guys mentioned, the
And he's on 7
tempo game
veins.
plan instead. Yeah.
No, I don't. He's still level 7, so I think he's rolled quite a bit actually. Oh wait, that's 5 veins. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he's pushing 8.
Ooh, sick.
Renekton here would be huge if you can find it.
But I think the best unit that you can slot in on this board on level 8 is just a second upgraded set.
Okay. With
Yeah.
Slayer Emblem?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Zed with Slayer emblem.
No, but he meant with having the Slayer emblem. Come on.
Yes, thank you, Kenobi.
But with the 2 Zeds, you can harass the backline
a
so
sliver
much.
of respect, unlike my co-caster here. I'm not coming back for cup number 2, Alan.
This is oh cool. Here, so get out of the sit. I'm taking your place. Sorry. No, but with the 2 Zeds, you can definitely threaten the backlines much earlier, and the combined damage that they can do is absolutely massive. But you need to find a second Zed and have some items for him. But with the set of arguments that we have here, it's definitely a possibility. And SuperBrawl is not looking half bad, honestly. But it's looking pretty close. The Ziggs is gonna miss.
Ziggs missed!
Yeah, as
And
always.
then the... Oh
And
my
the brand
god.
loads up the alley-oop.
Bro, LeBron is trying to shoot for
Unfortunately,
free!
the ref has whistled already. The game is over 7 days ago, and the alley-oop did not go through.
Definitely. But here Vomendev gets a pretty good win, and honestly, Ziggs always misses. But Motive here has managed to stabilize, but misses the 2-star Vayne, the 2-star Vex, sorry, on stage 5. It's gonna be a little bit late, even though we have found the Renekton and we are on 4 Bastions here. The front line is definitely pretty good, but the Vex is not upgraded, and that's gonna be
I'm not
a
fan
big
of
deal.
those items on the Sejuani. Those items would be so much better on the Mordekaiser
Yeah.
here.
I'm a big fan of, I mean, if you have a tier tank components, having like 1 item on Sejuani, maybe 2, just to make sure she casts once or twice. But generally, I think more just tanks for longer.
Definitely, Mod is the more, you know, stats tank.
Yeah,
And
works best with all the-
Sejuani just wants tier items.
Yeah, exactly.
We
1 or
can
2.
see the power of the Cyberboss argument on the Jedusa board, just playing fast 8 instead with 4 Cyberboss. Really shines here with the combination with 1 econ arguments and 2 combats.
Yeah, definitely a
Oh.
very
Ooh,
that's
hello!
huge.
Massive upgrade. We'll see if we see some item swaps here.
But definitely
Must be.
You have the treasure chest, so maybe you're okay with not having too many items on Viego.
yeah, and he's tucked in the corner, meaning that the Kobuko might die before Viego takes enough damage and gets extra items. Because now it's not proximity based; it's a percent HP based, meaning that he has a decent shot at getting items here.
Can Zach fit this board with treasure chest? Is it worth?
I mean, of course.
On 10, I mean, you don't have much to roll for anymore.
I mean,
so, yeah.
just drop Cyberboss. Just drop Poppy.
The thing,
Drop Veigar.
Poppy's a beast.
No.
you're lying. But the thing with the 4 cyber boss is that everyone having their improved spells means everyone applies the
it's meaningful.
debuff, making it
I mean,
very
Ziggs
reliable.
throws 1 bomb and that's good enough, no?
I don't know. I will defer to
Okay,
Jedusa's
tell
knowledge.
me guys, because I keep thinking and chat keeps trolling me always. Is that final buff 40% HP and AP additional to the basic one?
No.
It just all the units get the buff.
It's
Only one.
Only they all get the upgraded spell
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
does AOE, but only the
Strongest Cyber boss.
strongest
Yeah, so
gets
4 is
40%.
bad. You want to play 2?
I mean, having all these spells upgraded is
It's meaningful.
pretty
Yeah.
pretty
Depends on.
big
Bro, on
deal.
Veigar Poppy itemless?
It's mostly for Kabuko.
Yeah. To have both Kobuko and Ziggs.
I'm not playing Veigar and Poppy on my board.
Sure, buddy.
We'll see.
In
if we
the
find
in the
Zach.
I will. So for some players, we could have some doubts, but I'm pretty sure he has it figured out, and that he's in a pretty terrific spot, and will.
Yeah, because he didn't find Zac yet.
When Zach is shown in the chops, we'll see what decision is made. Unending Despair, Jarvan 4 is here, up into the air, and we'll see if this Jarvan can buy enough time for the Vayne. If both Vomandeth and Shurikane can top 4, contesting each other on the Slayer line with Shurikane on no scout, no pivot, it will be a loss for Vomandeth here,
That is Shurikane.
or Shurikane rather.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody are losing to this board, sorry.
Yeah. 11 HP.
Veigar, I mean, we talked about last game.
Really
Viego
tight
too?
bot for both Golden Ox players, 7th and 8th.
Oh, okay. Here's the Zac, and unfortunately, both
Okay,
Two-
hold up.
two players playing Golden Ox at this stage. It makes it pretty hard for any one of them to get any kind of top 4 because they need to stabilize so quickly on stage 4, and with each other making their odds worse, well, they both end up taking each other down, sadly.
I mean, can you really say Darkest played Golden Ox? They had the
Yeah,
trade
sure.
tracker. It's just like they got
Yeah,
served
they
the
had to.
Golden Ox.
I mean, he had a 2-star Aphelios, which was relevant to Veronica.
Dasic in trouble, facing off against the Cyberboss board, facing off against Jeduzor, down to 1 life, despite having a very strong stage 2 and 3. And on the premium 4-cost line with Holobo, Zarya, but she's been taken down. The entire board has
Jhin
evaporated.
single-handedly trying to stop the board, but fails to do so, and Daisy will go down eventually.
Hurricane should still finish above Dasic even if he loses here. Hurricane's
And
down
will
as
go down to
well.
Vomendev.
That's it. Hurricane 5th, Dasic 6th, Vomendev stays alive, the Vex player stays alive, Cyberboss player stays alive, and
And
Bensack,
finds that vein of the
Well,
Shuriken's corpse.
they all just went into the pool.
It's just see Shuriken, you don't need to roll on 6 or on 7, just roll on 8
On 8.
and just find it anyway. And now with still 54 HP left in the tank for Vomendev, he has a shot at finding the 3-star J4 being uncontested and maybe getting that Zac to incredible amounts of HP and AP.
Bensack was on Brand as well. No, he was
Vexotech.
Vex as well. So 2 Vex players.
Goes to 9, the board is...
I think this is a fair display of the meta in top 4. 2 Vex players, 1 Vayne.
Veigar
Wow.
augments, just steamrolling.
Yep.
Oh, now that Viego is looking scary.
Yeah.
Gets some...
I think you just steadfast the Viego because he will lose the HP.
Yeah, it's a little bit optimistic from Jeduzor here, not giving the 3rd item to Viego, saying he won't... He's got enough to regen with the Soul Killer and the BT. Or saying that the Kobuko is gonna die too quickly
Yeah.
because he's so frail, but it's not looking like it. More likely that we're getting items in the backline, but here it goes, and the item goes onto the
Boom!
Viego, and
Just
that's the
in time.
Jewel Gauntlet slams down, and Motive is going to be out of this one.
Wait, I missed this. There's actually perfect basketball synergy between Brand and Viego. It's the alley-oop and the dunk. just usually the Viego dunk, he's no longer there. That's why Brand loses all these fights. He's missing the dunker. We need triple edge of Night Viego to keep him alive until the end of the game.
Viego just catches the ball and dunks it
Wait.
at the back.
I
That's how it
guarantee
works.
you, at least one TFT player this set has had a perfect fight RNG where Brand throws the ult, dies, and Viego comes in, and at the same time dunks and kills everything.
All right, guys, this is now the alley-oop comp,
This
and
is the special creator program challenge. Send us a clip of this exact. Actually, with the any strategist meta, I saw some insane like visual fight RNG with Samira. I want to see more of that with Viego and
Oh, you're missing some Samira meta. Alright, maybe
with her ult like barely winning a 1v1. That was chef's kiss.
yeah, and now Vomendev has a pretty huge challenge in front of him, but you can see he's starting to collect the Zeds. So maybe let's take a look at his POV, because Jeduzor is going to be going level 10, but
or
let's take a
playing
look.
defense.
Let's take a look at... yeah, we're rolling on 8, trying to find a 3-star, 3 cost, as well as
Makes sense. The Zac
another
buff.
Zed.
I think Jedusor is not playing defense. Let's quickly take a look. He
Only
does have
one.
one Zed. And he does have a Jarvan.
Yeah, but we're looking for the final J4. There's plenty left in the pool, but we're level 8, so it's a little bit harder. Here comes the second Zed, as I mentioned. We have some items
Remakes.
for him. We're going to
Yeah,
move the
makes sense.
QSS, which is...
We can put a Slayer emblem on him, as we mentioned.
And the Stoneplate, right?
Yeah.
BISZ, as far as I know.
The Stoneblade might go on the Zed. Yeah,
I
there
mean,
it is.
it has to, right?
It has to. We have 6 layer, meaning plenty of Omnivamp to value that HP, but the
You
second
have all the
Zed...
damage from the augments.
exactly, and the second Zed sadly dies, but with the carousel coming up, we might be getting a 3rd item for him.
Okay, what if Viego gets the clone of Zed, he takes 3 out of the pool?
That would be pretty sick. But
Because we just seen the Viego on
Oh,
the
Slayer?
Jedusor board.
8 Slayer.
Another Street Demon emblem as well. So the Slayer emblems definitely doesn't work out too well for
No
Vomendev.
Zeds.
Might be Blue Buff Zed, might be Hodge, might be BT. Many possibilities.
Blue buff Zed.
Blue Buff Zed, trying to get the mark on as many enemies as possible.
And looking at stats, I
we-
believe I believe it's True Biz Zed, right? QSS don't play blue buff.
Definitely is.
Yep.
But Jedusor just made himself weaker by upgrading Kobuko, delaying his items.
Remove her on the Echo.
Yeah, or just put it on the Renekton, honestly.
Jarvan 3 has been found.
Isn't it that
Will that swing?
Jarvan 4?
Jarvan 4-3.
Jarvan 4-3. Pretty easy to say. And True Beast said, being showcased here by Vomenda. He needs to find a way to assassinate the Ziggs, sorry, especially.
Oh, those are not the hexes to jump on Ziggs.
Yeah, and that's the big problem.
For
For him, but the brand looks like he's going to be going down rather quickly. One more cast from the properly itemized Z will do it, but
There you
there's
go down as well.
not much left. The J4 is still standing actually, and the Vayne is full HP.
Yeah. Very different outcome it looks like.
The thing with the two Zs is that they drop aggro so much that they can definitely mess up the targeting for the casters and sometimes make the spells disappear. And the blue buff Z is just such a nuisance for the unit's aggro that it's pretty hard and makes
Okay,
it...
but surely we are not playing Poppy on stage 6 on the board.
No, don't worry, we'll be playing her on stage 7.
Not only are we playing her, she got upgraded. She is now the treasure chest holder, the treasure of the entire composition. She handles all the finances, where the treasure is going as this fight starts off.
Making sure the Poppy is positioned up in front of the Vayne.
Yep, very good.
Like she's a Sejuani or something.
And we didn't hit Veigar 3, but it's still golden. Veigar here trying his best to win this fight. We'll see where the Viego goes, especially. Triple items, GS on the Viego, dunking onto the Vayne. This could be huge if the Vayne is going to be taken down, but no, too much Omni Vamp here. There's so much to go through, though.
Vayne is alive.
No.
Vayne's alive.
No
and
way,
the 6th layer,
no way.
the lethal routing and the climb the ladder and the spirit
So much
link.
Omni Vamp.
Like there's so much regen.
There is one issue. With Zed jumping in the corner, like Jedusor, like the treasure chest was supposed to give the item to Brand, but because of Zed jumping to that Brand, he's not receiving one. So like we need to move a bit the Brand to be safer. Perhaps utilizing the HP on the Ziggs to tank Zed.
That's a very good point, yes. With the 40% extra HP as well as the Bastion given by the Renekton and the Poppy, Ziggs should be able to tank the Zed for a pretty long while. And but maybe we're just gonna get a third item for Brand here.
Yeah, exactly.
And something that's actually pretty slick when you're playing against a Z player is just getting an Edge of Night here if you get the chance to reset the Shuriken and make sure that the Brand gets left alone. Not gonna happen. We get the JG. It's gonna go on there. Probably notice the issue. Oh,
and the Giga.
And now we are getting weaker. Moving the items from Nico to Kobuko.
Has Jedusor not been getting weaker since stage 5? He just continue weak.
Nah, no. I'm just.
Did we reforge? Where is the treasure?
Oh, it's on Poppy
still. It's on Poppy.
And so now we want the items to go on Kobuko and Nico, so we're not actually weaker. We just made slots.
Zed targeting and Vayne staying alive are the two keys to this fight here. Zed is now onto Brand. So much more damage from the Brand with the JG. A second cast is coming through here.
The Zed died.
Zed is dead. Viego's onto Vayne. Completely healthy with the BT.
Surely Vayne does not clutch this one. No, it's looking like...
Vayne, I think Viego's bought enough time here.
Hold?
No,
wait.
No,
not again.
I don't believe it. Still alive though. Moment has 2 HP now. Jedusor.
I mean, okay, this is... The problem is those units are not getting items because they are not percentage-wise HP high enough to receive the item.
Okay, hold Kobuko in the back corner, lock him, so that he gets the items deal. So he receives the Z clone.
We have 5 Zeds now. Edgy? Where are the Z players now?
Okay, we're moving the items one final time. And I'd like Vomendev to have the Jarvan maybe somewhere else and the Zeds trying to be moved. But the Ziggs is now in the corner, which is good news, I believe, for Vomendev, because he now gets a shot to send one Z here. Yep, gets marked by the Gunblade one. And the Brand also gets marked, so if the Z with the IE Hodge can stay alive...
Vayne already.
And Brand goes down, and the Z is still alive. He also marked the Ziggs, so he's going pretty low. It's looking like this fight is going much better for Vomendev, and yeah, that definitely is going to be a win.
Yeah, and Jedusor will go second.
No item for Viego there in the end as well. Couldn't do enough damage to Vayne. Vayne was untouched yet again, and we just saw a perfect performance from the Slayer comp, despite being contested by Shurikane. Managed to stay on, very healthy amount of HP. save a lot of that gold. The moment your king was taken down, he rolled a lot of that gold, hit the Jarvan 3, hit the Vayne 3 a little bit earlier as well, and very dominant performance.
Yeah, and recognizing that the double Z with the extra items was the way to screw with the targeting from the casters and just manage to reach the backline and kill the Ziggs and the Brand early enough. Really worked out in his favor. But I think what did not work out in Jedizor's favor is trying to optimize for that treasure chest.
I mean, I like how you cannot be glazed yourself. Oh, like casters recognize we should play double Z on this board. Well, meanwhile, Kenobi 15 minutes ago, oh, the way you cap this board is just playing double Z.
So we talked about
Was I
the Bran and Viego alley-oop. This is the Kenobi alley-oop, where he throws it to himself, and he's always dunking, no matter what. You have the height as well, Kenobi, so it makes sense to me lore-wise. But looking at the final results here, the final comps being played, any surprises? I mean, Darkest, they couldn't make Trade Tracker work. It was a good attempt, but unfortunately, the board did not look stable at all after that roll down. And similar case for Veronica. The Golden Ox game plan did not pan out.
I mean, at 2-1, we've seen there was 0 Golden Ox wins. Picking it was a bit too optimistic. At the end, just one upgraded cog, slamming Shojin, Rageblade, as far as I remember, for stage 3. Definitely not the way there. However, we've seen contested Vayne, contested Slayers win out lobby against Giga Capped Viego board. Meanwhile, it was contested by the No Scout, No Pivot.
That being said, augments were pretty insane for Woman then.
Yeah, they were pretty good for Shaken as well. He while being contested, he still managed to go 5th. So first and 5th for being two-way contested on a comp that usually only supports one player is pretty good.
Shows me the power of the comp.
And also the fact that Shurikane's spot at 3-2 looked pretty doomed. We saw him, because of no scout, no pivot, had to roll deep to try and find a coherent board, and then was on 8 gold at 3-2 while contested and losing his win streak as well. So it was really tough overall.
Yeah, and what really sealed the deal for Daisy to not come back in this game despite him playing excellent economy was just a disastrous roll down on 4-1.
Yeah,
not
0
seeing...
Sedge, 2 Zeri in literally last roll, couldn't afford them.
Yep.
It was 50 gold roll down, like hello.
Yeah, a little bit more than
That being said, it was double Vex players we saw in the top 4, so this is one of the more, I think minimum you're going to have 3 Sejuani players per lobby, and that's, sometimes there'll be 4, and I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest.
Definitely will be, and you have to keep in mind that some players were holding, like someone, Jedizor has had the 2-star Sejuani on stage 4. We're not
He has seen 4.
I would not be surprised if a lot of the, reason for day 6 place is directly Jedizor holding a Sejuani for those key rounds where you're rolling to 0 every turn and you're not finding these copies in the shops. And then you can sell them later, no problem, but it just becomes that much harder.
I mean, at that point, like, Daisy was already broke, so, like, rolling twice per round doesn't change it that much.
Exactly.
And when, meanwhile, Jedizor rolled after him and has seen 3+1 from the teaming cup at the end. While Daisy crawled ahead of the lobby, and, like, that's just a classic TFT. Sometimes you just don't hit, and you are taking humble 6th.
It's a sad thing with Exotech because no matter what kind of high tempo start you have, no matter what lead you have, you obviously cannot fast 9. You have to roll on 8 very, very, very deep because you have to hit the key units. And you can have a massive lead if you whiff on you can roll 100 gold on level 8 and not hit. You're going to start bleeding out every single fight basically and end up bot 4 because of it.
Alright, we'll be hopping into the next game number 4. We have a Treasure Armory, which has a pretty significant strat you can play around us.
Yeah, and mostly the important strat is that you're going to be getting an extra augment, but you also can have access, as we mentioned earlier, to spatulas and pans rather easily. So it's going to be interesting to see if the players play around that. But Clickon has a pretty interesting start in the golden duplicator, meaning that he lost, in quotation mark, 3 gold in exchange for that duplicator, and it's going to be interesting to see how he decides to use it. Doesn't duplicate the Senna to get his gold back, because that would be a break-even play.
Yeah.
You have 2 Sennas, and means you didn't lose any gold value against your opponents, but usually players like to hold it for a while longer and try to get some extra value on top of that.
Absolutely. So we have a lobby with the Klikornen, Odesha, with jungler, Elia. My eyes are, I can't see.
Yamato, past TFT, Broken, and Gobo. So 2 players from the High Rollers team, from Kevin Parker's team with Aaliyah and Broken. Gobo, of course, one of the rising stars from the French scene the last 2 or 3 sets. Very, very talented French player who has been very consistent across the last few sets. Past TFT, Yamato, this is not Yamato Kanen, the coach from League. It's just a normal TFT player like us, trying his best to make a big splash in what I think is his first ever cup. And what jungler? Big name from the German scene who had maybe some of the highest highs in all of EMEA history when it comes to the international stage.
Yeah, and it's going to be instant
Goes for it, yeah.
Just check the Jin 2 and Morg 2, and we have a pair of Rasts, so that's going to be a pretty sick game for a pretty sick early game. One key thing to note is that with this augment, having access to an early Shojin can make the Aurora acquisition much faster. It's definitely not necessary by any means, but with these items, I think we might be going into some kind of Vex game.
Slam QSS maybe for faster more casts?
Is that worth it?
Probably not.
I think it's going to be a Spark angle.
Can we get the Exotech Scout on his items? And there... That's acceptable.
Yeah.
The Cyber Call is not great, but that means we can drop down easier from 5 to just playing 3 and feed the Aura
Yeah, just
in.
Zeri.
Yeah. No, just Vex. And play give the Holobo to
mean,
Varus is what I was meaning. Especially because we have the memory bank that will give us access to the Aurora quite early in the game, especially with how strong we're going to be. If he finds the 2-star Rast, that allows him to get some very long fights and stack quickly.
Kind of like a Gambler's Blade equivalent or Mogul's Mail, where you want these stage 2 fights to be very long, because that really changes the outcome of your game and how much value you can get from this augment.
Yeah, but there will be a lot of upgraded 2 constraints early on that would kill his econ in a pretty significant way if he doesn't manage to streak. Meanwhile, we have a BRB for Elia, looking with the Golden Ox opener, perhaps getting a gold or 2 here and there against weaker boards.
And he won first round.
Yep.
Pretty significant in terms of HP saving. Usually not something that can happen. Not usually something that happens, but when you're facing someone else that's staying on level 3 with boards such as this one, it's definitely possible when you're playing a unit that's as strong as Graves in stage 2.
What are we prepping here?
Oh, the Jhin? The classic, just Jhin, the Jugs prep.
Okay,
it was that worse the way Zyra, just checking on the previous board. Here for wet jungler, I believe it is, yes. Yes, it is.
This is not a very good one. We're losing to Oh, never mind.
No, we're not. We're fine.
Zyra never loses.
Yep.
Main issue here is the items, but okay, here we find the Mundo, we get the Street Demons online. Oh, suddenly the board's looking much stable, much more stable for jungler. The main issue is not having any tiers right now.
Let's see. Raining gold, nothing too crazy, just a Kindred type of Nitro opener.
Exotech check? Because that seems relevant
Yeah,
for
could lean
his
into
gameplay.
Vex as well.
Sorry about that.
Never
That's
mind.
I
absolute
think
garbage.
that's the worst exotic
Yeah.
items I've seen in my life.
Yeah, these are
Is this the worst combo?
probably.
think so,
Cyber
yeah.
Coil first definitely comes for worst, and then Flux Capacitor. and
Yeah.
then- No, it's not good.
Especially for Vex with these items with the gunplay.
I mean,
and
for
the-
anything, is just
Yeah.
you can't even tempo well with it.
Could this be the Nitro Flex Fast 9 that was promised?
Fast 8th. I mean,
Yeah, the conditions required for getting a good Nitro.
Elise maybe? Early Elise?
Early
We saw
2-star Elise.
Scapeus hop
Early-
off with it.
Early 2-star Elise might be good. The thing is, the Nitro was nerfed so many times, and right now the little robot is so weak, doesn't get any HP anymore.
What?
Looks like Vex.
So
looks like Vex, Gunblade tier.
and drop out of Exotech from 5 to
Just
0.
Play 0
No, you
Exotech.
just play Cyber Coil.
Yeah,
it's fine.
I think its average is okay.
Yeah, you play
It's
3.
actually, you're right. It's actually not that bad when you're playing Vex because she does AoE damage, which Zeri does not. So Zeri does not really work well with it. But when Sejuani stuns the entire board and Vex then AoEs, the healing becomes not significant. That would be a too strong a word, but it becomes present. Let's say.
And yeah, perfect items already. I mean, it's raining gold as well. You're gonna have the econ that hopefully hits and not follow in Day6 footsteps from last game.
Slam's not coming through though, so I don't know.
Any other
Okay.
players we're missing? Memory bank we saw broken.
Trade sector.
Okay.
Holding onto the rolls. Holy. Trade sector not rolling.
Great sector, not rolling, slams, jeweled gauntlet.
This could be a Veigar game plan. Without any tears.
And then just Hyros matchmaking.
Yeah, and win streaking also, like, most importantly,
Huh?
win streaking.
Who allowed this?
Classic.
I mean, these are some growing Shyvanas.
Interesting. So that could be a Veigar reroll game, but that's
We
gonna
really
be...
need tears though. I mean,
Yeah, Veigar would need 2 tiers really quickly. It could just transition into a regular Street Demon game with got dual gauntlet and an extra glove to
Yeah.
get the guard breaker, which is also something that Veigar wants, but he needs the...
It really
the
comes
blue
down to the 3-2 augment, what you get, and then you kind of decide between both directions. Ooh, Cypher pivot.
Slayer pivot.
Holy. Shopping.
That's a
Now
pretty-
what?
But, I mean,
Now what?
look,
I mean, you
you're-
pivot this
we
now.
have to start Twisted Fate.
Yeah, maybe
I mean,
not.
hold up. We can think about it. There is like a Morello slam, and just pivot into the some cipher board. That is a great Morello user.
Yes, Zed is great at applying Morello, actually. But I don't see Yamato pivoting out of this pretty sweet Syndicate spot. We mentioned that it's a tempo composition. He got a tempo augment that gave him the 2-star Twisted Fate, meaning he's going to be stable without having to roll for stage 3. If the items are good, I expect him to commit to playing the 3-star Twisted Fate, get a safe top 3-4.
And Aaliyah not popping the item anvils from BRB, so just waiting until PV round, seeing what his components are, and seeing what combi's gonna play.
Okay,
From what's
So
finally.
this is what we call justice.
Yeah.
5 streaking with this board would not be allowed. I think he faced every single weak player he could have.
He faced Glicon, Elia,
Zyra
Odessa.
3 for White Jungler. Already.
I mean, it's worth the wait. Relax.
Was it worth the wait? That's the question.
No.
She's actually okay.
No.
It's you're just mean to her. She's gonna be fine.
Yeah,
like-
if
it's
you
like a
don't put
normal-
items on her.
So it's a normal... exactly, yeah, you don't. I mean, you carry her now, and then stage 4 you don't.
And you use the augments.
Honestly,
This is just raining gold now.
Yeah.
I would put items on Veigar to over her.
Yo.
Nah.
Nah.
Trust.
Okay,
Oh,
the items
Trojan
the items
JG.
have absolutely been fantastic for White
Yep.
Jungler here.
Very
That's
important.
gonna
Oh.
help him. And we also got a 2-star Mundo. Huge frontline upgrade.
I
Huge
mean,
upgrade.
yeah, that's a pretty good spot.
Yeah, that's looking pretty nice now. We're gonna be stable, lots of HP.
Okay, I know what the best argument now for the jungler is recomp.
Would it be that good? Like,
Yeah.
how many bad 2 costs could you be getting here?
I mean, he just gets Veigar.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. Yeah, that makes sense. No, that would do.
Worst case LeBlanc.
Worst case. Oh, that would be pretty sick, actually.
No, that's worst case. It won't be sick, it will be worst case.
I don't know. But Yamato facing off against White Jungler. So here, the 2 players battling for the win streak, and Yamato got a Winzus. However, we're only playing a second Twisted Fate on the board. But I was about to say might be
mean,
enough, but the
yeah.
Alistar, despite the Dragon Claw, gets deleted, and Yamato is gonna get a piece of the strength of Zyra reroll. of
Aha,
Zyra.
that's how you call it, Zyra reroll.
It will
I
be
already see Barry putting into the stats, but Zyra reroll.
a big roll-down for Yamato coming up, though. But we'll see the builder round.
Oh,
hack
pivot!
augments come
Oh,
through.
climb ladders.
Hold
It
up, hold
will
up.
be Climb the Ladder Street Demon. Gonna be the name of the game for this game for White Jungler. Darius 2 for Yamato, so he is rolling heavily. Global as well with a Slayer board, hits the vein too.
Okay, a bulky bodies with 3 extra gold is not bad at all, and that's not the forecast you want, however.
It's a little bit scary though when you play into Street Demon, depending what the hexes are later on.
Also,
with
the
Veigar.
items,
Yeah.
no tier,
No
pretty
tier.
scary. Oh, that's a pretty good augment for Twisted Fate. That's a lot of extra stats for him, and helps the frontline as well.
Keep your friends close, yeah.
Keep your friends close. Gonna give him extra attack speed as well as HP, and the 2 units close to him get extra HP on top of that, so that's pretty good for tempo.
I
despite
know the
losing draw.
Cog. Cog doesn't seem friendly.
What?
Cog
Oh,
doesn't
keep your because it keeps your friends close.
Yeah, he's sneaky.
Veigar 2 for Broken. We'll see if this will be enough. Has to... If this lobby is well aware, they will do their absolute best to take any tiers in the stage 3 carousel and pretty much doom Broken spot.
Wait, you think still broken is a reroll?
No.
It's
But
just
he
tempo.
still needs tiers.
No matter what.
I mean, there might be one in his eye after he sees the carousel.
that I don't doubt.
True. Well, okay. The big issue for Yamato is that Twisted Fate losing both the first round in stage 3, despite being upgraded, is not a good sign at all. And Paz is gonna be playing. Oh,
Really good spot for Aurora with the cloning. What's the full-
Facility.
Summoning facility.
cloning facility.
Alan goes ahead and corrects me with the wrong, completely wrong term. Thank you, Alan,
Classic
for.
chat.
Because I was trying to bait you, so you repeat it and then I correct you.
Oh, you should have said, "Oh no, the Polish client is different because."
No. It was just a classic bait.
Perfect items on the soon-to-be Vex, hopefully. Kindred for
Wait,
now.
do they Oh no, they don't. I was about to say about Nitro, but like it's not. It's duplicate.
No, it's unique. It would be pretty sick otherwise.
Yeah.
Well, it has worked like that for many summoning threats in the past, so it wouldn't actually be that surprising. But Yamato looking at another defeat here makes a couple of bucks of the gold card, but that's not what you want to be seeing in this stage 3, and the HPs are also pretty high. And
I mean that's the downside when you are streaking throughout stage 2. You don't have the item prio on the carousel, and when your Krax is more defensive components.
Golden Ox Emblem from EMEA. He was not sure what he was playing, it looked like, with the unpopped anvils after BRB in stage 2. Curious if he's committed to anything yet, and if maybe he's still open to, yeah.
oh, that's Rengar.
Yeah, it's Rengar. But he has a spat at least, so.
Yeah, that's pretty good. He gets to
Street Demon
have
or
the
Strategist?
Street Demon, or if he gets a Reforger, the Executioner emblem
Also,
for the
yeah.
Jinx, which makes her an absolute terror. But that emblem was onto a Rengar, so it's pretty good for him. He just needs to stabilize here on the least amount of rolls possible. And that's sometimes a little bit tricky.
Z
Good.
pivot.
Ziggs pivot. And we're not only calling it for forecast. Okay, here, that's
That's pretty big.
I mean, he
Really
rolled
sick.
twice.
skill
Huh?
issue.
Okay, but
Okay, and so his spot is now pretty good. We have the double duplicator to be able to hit early. It's just the rest of the board not being upgraded is a little bit scary, especially while we're facing someone like this Vayne, who's going to be stacking a lot and also has overheal and gets dragged the other side of the board by the Rengar.
and do you agree Reforger for the Executioners?
I mean, the Street Demon, I think the Street Demon spat is pretty good as well.
Yeah, just makes your level 7 that much better.
I mean, so is Executioners.
Yeah, but both are fine. I think it's
What's a better unit? The Street Demon you're cutting or Vex?
I mean, it's better to put it on Jinx.
yeah,
That's
I
true.
Executioners.
It does enable it more. Yeah, it's closer,
Executioner Jinx does do more, but if seeing as we have already found the brand, might just be a Street Demon one and save the Reforger for later. Well, we don't have the one, so you know.
Save
That's
the
okay.
eventual Reforger for the future.
Yeah.
For game 5.
And oh wow!
I
Wow,
mean,
now
that
we're
is-
level 6 or what? Hello?
Okay.
See, that's what Daisy didn't think about. Just
True.
find them stage 3.
I mean, that the FX does not look very prepped.
Does it matter? It's
She's always prepped, Alan. With these items, she comes in prepped.
I'm sure he'll find a way. He also has a duplicator, enabling him to hit decently early, despite his gold not being too high. He's gonna be able to only 4-2 it.
Bro,
And
this Vex unit. Hello? The fact that
Slowly
Odesha is solo in OHP on this opener is actually crazy to me. How are we looking on the memory bank so far? Only 3.4. That's not too good.
I mean,
Yeah.
Look at the items.
Never found any upgraded frontline to be able to have some long fights, so that's
Yeah.
pretty rough. Something that he should
Didn't
do
roll.
here is that he should be playing the 2 extra Jins, I believe, because it stacks during PvE.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, that's a mistake.
Mistake.
Because that can add up quickly when you play them on both PvEs. You can easily shave at least one round off of obtaining the Aurora.
You
and
cut the DP, you cut DPS gene, you cut this, and you play
Yeah.
extra.
Yep, for sure.
It's going to be a bloodbath with some of the units that players will all be going for on the 4-1 or maybe 4-2 in some cases. Extra Tech is the name of the game for Klekonin, for Odessa, for Paz, and I'm not sure there's a 4th player as well.
Oh wow, the Rengars are just coming in so quickly for
Ooh, Jinx
for
is-
Elia.
Oh.
We're gonna. I think we're gonna go and try to hit on this round already. And
Oh!
hello, and we have the Street Demon
And
emblem.
this really messes with both Paz and Klekonin
That's
in
true.
terms of them hitting their
Wait. Okay.
X2s.
Okay, we're duplicating now, which I respect
Makes
because
sense. So much more tempo.
Yeah, it gives us a lot of time. I would have liked if we removed some of the items from Jinx to put them on Vex already.
Yeah, that's what we will do probably.
I mean, we're just making up the Shojin, that works as well.
Gobo hits the Vayne 3 as well, so another strong reroll player in this lobby.
Oh no, we were playing
This
reroll
is so
Veigar
bad for the
Broken.
lobby to see
I
that
told
he
you it was reroll.
Ah.
And we did find the blue buff at least.
Yep.
Something, but we faced Rengar 3 on 4-1. Loss for Broken.
This lobby is looking very, very different
not
from the
reroll.
Yeah,
previous
very
one.
reroll heavy.
It's not reroll.
Is he? Wait, what do you mean? Oh, he's banking, but
He's
he has
going for
5.
Oh, okay, he didn't pump. Sorry, I didn't
He's
account for
he's
90
going
gold in his coffers. The real treasure.
He's not
Mana
rerolling.
flow.
He just holds extra copies of the units.
But he slammed blue off.
So
What is?
it's Vex.
Oh, it's a Vex game.
Oh, so you mean he's doomed?
Yes.
Okay,
like,
cool.
There you go.
The Rengar player has 3 Vexes. Yeah, I'm gonna play Vex as well.
Oh, no, he
It is reroll.
he is rerolling now.
Alan,
He's
you're
realized
not-
that he can't hit Vex.
You're
so,
not a believer.
Oh.
so but that means I mean, I was about to say he's sacrificed a lot of tempo, but he's still pretty damn healthy. So
OG
Why
Vex.
didn't he send it last turn then?
because he was still probably believing in the Vex game plan.
There it
Oh
is.
wow!
Hits everything, levels to 7,
Finds the Ziggs
the
as well.
Ziggs, 3 Cyber Bosses, now the race to find Kabuko, the race to 9. And we'll see if he fits in Street Demon or just go vertical techie considering bulky bodies, but I imagine it has to be the more traditional Street Demon line.
Honestly, I think what's most important is that he finds a 4-cost carry to have alongside the Veigar because otherwise he's just too slow at dealing with things. And it doesn't really matter if it's 2-star Ziggs or 2-star Brand, it just has to be any one of the two because the Veigar otherwise gets stuck onto the units like this. It's pretty rough, hitting all 3 stars and just getting absolutely slammed by his opponent.
Even the Veigar where he ults the units like low health and then Brand cleans it up, then you can retarget and get way more DPS that way on a new unit. So
I mean, he
it's
didn't
really
move the items in time. If he moved the items to Shyvana, moved the Shojin to the Ziggs, the fight would have been looking a lot better. Let's look at the other boards. We have
Sweet. The
the...
Aurora's online.
nice pivot.
This looks like a whole pile of nothing.
No Vex, gonna be Annie instead. Roll to 0, has not hit anything due to potentially Elia being the Grim Reaper in this lobby, holding so many Vexes playing Rengar.
Yeah, and one important thing is that we have a pair of Renekton's here, and the carousel is coming up, so might be a way for Paz to find some success out of here. He's found a Viego, and playing the Annie is a way to try and stabilize himself without finding the Vex, because I believe that she will be nowhere to be found from a lot of players, thanks to Elia, who just lost a round, actually.
Pretty even HP all throughout. There's no one that's really
Wait, who did
free-falling.
Elia lose to? Odesha.
Zac and Kabuko on the carousel. Broken his second pick.
Well, Elia lost to Vex.
Is it a free Kabuko for the Veigar player? It is.
It is,
so
yes, that's pretty big.
That's really big in terms of not having to go all the way to 9 to have a good chance of finding at least one copy.
I believe it's also a good item for him because he was holding on to Bow and Glove, so that's either Guardbreaker or Nashor's Tooth, whichever he prefers for the Ziggs, which is going to be very important, and hitting the Kabuko now is going to be giving his Veigar a lot of extra power. And
Wait, he lost to this?
wait,
okay.
that's 2-star miss.
Elia lost to this board.
Even the Vex players are not playing Vex. What's going on?
Hello? What? How that?
Is he a genius?
Hello?
I
He
don't
doesn't even have
understand.
Aurora yet.
I guess
I'm
We're
so
holding Vex. Hold up. We're playing defense.
I mean,
No, he
you want
wants
the Dynamo procs.
he wants to proc the
Yeah,
Dynamo
that's
as
why.
well.
No, we are, what do you mean? We are playing MF main carry.
Well, you have to. I mean, you don't have to, but you can with memory rank, obviously. You'll
And,
proc it faster.
Oh, also, Wedge Jungler is keeping the Zyras. He's going for Zyra 4. He has the second Zyra 3 on bench.
I mean, he's a known memer.
And she's still itemized.
She's still itemized. He has Cyber Uplink, climb the ladder. It's looking pretty good. And
Looking
it's
pretty
looking
good.
like this is going to be the round where Odessa procs. Might be. Hello? Yes,
Unless
okay.
Zyra stops. Oh, the clutch.
I told you. Even MF beats her.
What do you
It
mean?
Doesn't
He beat
it,
Elia.
Isn't it a sign that
Listen,
Zyra is turbo
The Zyra
bad?
got. She's so good. She got Zephyred. There's Prio on Zephyr'ing her at the start of the round. That's why she lost the fight. If she was
Wait, don't tell me you sell that MF now. She did you so much.
She gets sold.
No. There you go. Let's have some respect for her.
I mean, the moment Vex is upgraded, she gets sold.
Nah. Not allowed.
Not allowed. I believe
Meanwhile.
it's going to happen still, but... Alright. So, jungler...
Oh! Broken... Is that Kobuko from Carousel?
Yes,
Yes,
it is.
yes.
It was the Kobuko from Carousel.
I see you're not paying attention now to what we're saying.
I mean, sometimes you just talk nonsense, sorry.
Ah,
That the
classic.
Veigar player
Class-
getting a Kabuko on Carousel, that's nonsense. I think it's a pretty relevant point.
Pretty relevant point.
As we're
and,
seeing,
and
as these fights
jungler
pan
is
out.
getting destroyed here.
The battle of the true carries. Veigar versus Zyra.
Actually close. One cast of
No-
the Zyra would have taken the...
No effort to shield
It's okay.
Zyra from Alan's criticisms.
Jungler is scaling. Jungler is scaling. 6 more rounds. No, 5 actually. We have a duplicator.
Okay, who are we looking for the +1 the most? I think Broken? Yeah, no, not Broken. Who needs help? Alia needs help.
Does he? He found the 3-star Jinx now.
Oh, that's stinky.
Clockwork?
Argument, yeah.
Yeah, not the greatest, but he found a
Bulk
infinite-
for the Slayers.
That
That's
is
pretty good.
That is pretty good, but only 4 Javans.
Yeah, not ideal.
Not
And
ideal.
not much gold.
It's gonna be pretty rough with such a weak front line.
Wait, there is TG on Mundo. Hello?
This is my classic level 7 roll downs where I don't find a single Zed and then I begrudgingly buy a Mundo from the shop. I'm like, okay.
Ooh, bulky here. With the summoning facility.
Yeah, the thing is that Annie is still unupgraded despite obviously no one else playing her, which is unfortunate. But we are on Aurora pair, Renekton pair, Zac pair on level 8. So here we're just waiting to find 2-star legendaries on 8 to bail ourselves out for sure.
As always, tip for viewers at home with Treasure Dragon, the round finishes when the very long and slow timer runs out. Don't roll beforehand, wait for the econ to come through and then roll on 5-1.
Everybody's playing Vex this game. Is the
I
exec
think there is 0 Vex left in the pool.
pretty sure, yeah. Click on also
2, 5.
Eight.
This is no, this is 5, right?
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
one.
this is 5. This is 8.
I think there's 2 more.
For now.
For now, for
Yeah.
sure. And so Paz found the 2-star and he gets Zephyred instantly, and Ilya, as Rengar,
Oh, Rengar's
Just-
in trouble.
got obliterated within 10 seconds of the fight. But the backline is still alive, and that Jinx is not to be trifled with. She will end
Veigar.
up going through the front line. The Jinx will
Oh,
take out the
Jinx
entire
was
backline.
a millisecond away from coming through and blowing up the Jinx, but she did the blowing up instead, unfortunately.
Yeah, and Elia is looking very, very stable going into the rest of the game with the climb the ladder, helping the Jinx clean up the late stages of the fight. This fight was horrendous for Elia. The Rengar got cut out early by the Kobuko, lost all of his HP before he could even stack the Titan's Resolve and got one shot. And despite that, he still managed to win the fight, which is a very good sign for him.
Can we go to Yamato's board? Raven 3.
Draven 3.
TF, max cap.
Oh my, those arguments. Noble sacrifice the glass cannon. Also, why is glass cannon at 18% gold and silver is at 15? Any explainers?
Oh, that was the gold augment, combat augments revamp starter set that, yeah.
Nice.
There's some interesting choices.
Hold on, it's the dreaded matchup against the Zyra.
Isn't
that-
Draven doing more damage than this TF?
It's
Well,
the real friend
close.
Draven, you know?
Okay.
Keep your friends close. The utility Draven.
Here's the thing, when you compare Draven to any other carry, especially a carry like Zeri or TF, you have to remember that Draven hits the backline, which is meaningless damage for a long time. It's just
Why?
feeding, because
He-
it's just
he
feeding
can kill
mana
them.
and it's hitting units that don't have armor and MR.
What if he kills them?
Well, this one's not killing much.
Wait, he got an upgrade. Runan's Guardbreaker
Yeah.
Morello now. A little bit strong. He's slowly going to get stronger and
Yeah.
stronger.
If it's a Cypher, a Draven with Cypher, with IE, sure.
After
definitely has
after
the
this
threat.
carousel, watch the IE pickup.
We still have a 1 remover, so
You'll
that's
see.
definitely
You'll see.
possible. Yeah.
The upgrade.
I believe in Draven.
No, wait, he does do a lot of damage.
Watch this brand.
Brand
Watch this
one-
brand.
one-
Oh, I'm watching,
one
I'm watching.
Holy, he survived!
Look, he's burning, hold
Wait,
up. Look,
wait, MF missed.
MF!
MF killed the friend.
Oh,
The
boom!
combo here,
boom!
and boom, he's done. One shot.
And
GG.
Veigar's coming in.
No?
No.
Draven finished him off.
Broken is truly broken after losing this fight. Down to what could be just 1 life for Broken. Yeah, 9 HP. Gobo on 6. A very close lobby at the bottom end here. And then Leah and Clickhornin streaking their way up.
And Wet Jungler is looking poised to go ace. I
wonder
don't
why.
understand.
I don't get
What
it.
happened? Cannot run us down.
Is it possible
What happened
that,
this game?
that
I don't
Zyra was not worth the wait? No.
I
The
don't-
augment wouldn't lie like that, no?
I don't understand. We had one of the strongest units in the game. What could go wrong? No, he went with the very greedy path of trying to get to the 4-star Zyra instead of using her for tempo and then trying to go level 9 and just keep a 3-star Zyra on board.
So what's the
Or what?
difference if he was making the econ intervals anyway?
Probably he'd be 9 and have 2-star Viego by now.
Ah, so you're telling me that you can exchange Zyra for Viego too?
No, they are 4. Oh wait, he didn't end up selling in the end. Oh, well, no.
So what happened?
He realized the error of his ways, I believe.
Nico 2 upgrade coming through. Will it be enough?
No?
No, it's weird.
Cyber uplink.
The setup is good, but we're
Zyra
one
bow.
stage too late. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, this is not even good for stage 4 without
And
Viego.
there's some
That's the
scary opponents.
I
Yeah,
mean,
but
this is death.
the HP though is very, very close. If we get
Who does he face?
one good fight, we could be in top
I-
4, honestly. But
Oh,
that's
it's
not going to be
Leah.
enough.
The
That's gonna
battle of the Germans here. Rengar versus Brand and company. Rengar can out-heal all of the splash damage. And just in case at the very end, you have Jinx ready to climb the ladder. This last cast should
And
be able to do it, and that's
cheers.
the case. Whether
Cheers.
taken down in what could be 8th place. Paz also on 1 life.
Oh, Ani.
Come on, wait, the
Oh,
Zac, wait, we
Zac?
got 2-star Zac actually, so... it's
The
not good
great counter to...
enough. Wait.
Wait.
Oh,
Oh
he lives!
my god!
He pulls it off. Saves his game.
Ani AP Flex Gamer. Going 5th.
And Veigar broken, also taken down in 6th place. So Paz, great comeback. Misses the Vex entirely, pivots his game plan,
Okay,
1 unit at least, and still finds a way to
How many
almost
blobs?
top 4.
don't we put Zac here in the cloning facility?
25.
25. I don't believe the clone has the blobs, does he?
I mean, still Zac too. It's better than pulling Varus too, I think.
Finds a Johnny upgrade.
Pulling two units is still a lot of extra, bodies to.
All right, the battle
to
for
get
top
with.
4. Gobo potentially versus Paz.
No, it's Elia.
Nope, it will be the Rengar player. It will be Elia, and it will be Jinx. Maybe trying to close things out once again. And
Well,
Paz
Diplo, which is
looking
not
at this
ideal.
Vex and just having a big grudge against Elia here.
Yeah, and we get huge stun from the Sejuani here, getting every important unit, and the Zac is still live, still bouncing around, but I don't know that we can find the DPS to kill the Rengar, as there's just no way he...
I'm sorry, this board deals no damage. Like, there is no unit doing damage on this board.
You were forced to play Annie instead of the Vex. I think it's not his fault. Faith, I think, is commendable from this position.
It definitely
The game
is a
plan
good
was
fifth.
good, but just everyone contesting the same unit. Even Elia. Elia was that wildcard player that all of a sudden hits a Vex 2 by accident while rolling for Rengar. That makes it that much harder for everyone else.
Yeah, definitely really increased his own AVP by griefing all the other Vex players out of their
I'm
units.
sensing a pattern here. If you hold Sejuani's and Vexes, your AVP goes up.
Well,
So you're telling me if you hit Vex 2 Rengar 3 on 4-1, you're in a good spot?
Irregardless of your comp, Alan. If you hold Sejuani's and Vexes, your AVP will go up in this tournament.
I see.
but you need to do that without ruining your own
Yes, it's a
economy,
fine
which
line.
is the...
Oh, Zyra 2?
No one said playing defense was easy, Kenobi. Only the true world-class defenders know.
And Yamato gets third
Alright, where's
place.
IE for Draven? Hello? Oh?
Edge of Night. Okay, playing defense, we mentioned.
I mean, I'm curious on the item distribution here.
Yeah, it's okay. We got third. We're playing TF. We got third. Deal done.
Edge
Yeah.
of Night on Shaco, maybe? He looks like he has a lot of stacks.
Wait a second.
We are
Isn't
moving
this
more.
weaker? This looks weaker.
Wait, why is there 2-star Zaya on the board for Elia here? What? Oh, we're giving Maxman and getting the climb the ladder procced for the Jinx.
Genius mode.
I don't know about sacrificing a 2-star Zaya, but
Wait.
okay.
Edge of Night?
Oh!
Oh, so close. Surely that ult will kill everything.
Almost.
Oh my god, he's still so rich.
Wait, is this Vex prepped?
Yes.
Yes.
But we're rolling with Zach off the board. Hello?
Oh.
That can be right.
That is a mistake.
Yeah. So.
Our players are not perfect with Cornin. Trying his absolute best to cap out this board.
So
I mean, maybe. I don't know.
I don't know. We're still gonna be pulling.
Let's hope
him.
it's not a blob diff.
For his sake, we will hope that is.
You already know it's gonna be a blob diff.
Against this
Viego
one.
wrong
maybe not.
side. Sejuani
Wait,
correct
maybe he
side,
doesn't
though.
know. There is a lot of players thinking that the blobs don't work on the pulled Zac from the Aurora.
That's because they half work. The HP works, but not the AP
Yeah.
for some reason.
Oh, intentional way of a TFT working.
Viego's
Yeah.
still alive. This should
Yeah,
be a
doesn't
cleanup
matter.
here. TF kind of tanky though.
Wait, Edge of Night?
No, surely not.
Oh?
Surely not.
Trying to say wait Age of Night every round in hope
Yeah.
that one time.
As Vex comes in, full HP, about to decimate you.
Oh, and there it is.
Oh, he remembers now.
Yeah, he's listening to the stream.
Oh,
Surely.
Surely.
Getting called the text
Oh,
at least
and
on day one.
He's getting all the blobs right now. That he's getting so many. He could have 20 more and have a truly massive Zac.
No worry, no diff.
And as the meta was predicted, Vex first and second in this lobby. Definitely not Jinx and Rengar. Carrying the weight for the Street Demon comp. I'm the ladder, just a great pickup for Leah there. And the very early Rengar 3, let's be honest.
I mean, there is
yes.
Viego 2 on board, remember?
Yeah. Yeah, and also there's a lot of CC that can definitely lock down the Rengar. If he gets comboed by the Sejuani, then
Even the Zac as well.
the Varus, the Zac, the
Rengar
Mordekaiser.
is
Rengar
down.
stays
Who?
there for a while. Jinx gets
Jinx
stunned.
could not scale.
Yep, and it's gonna be a win for Click On
Well, not yet. Oh, a round
for
win.
this round.
Strategist
Exotech
and
plus
Street
one?
Demon +1 and Exotech +1.
But we already have an Exotech +1, so I don't know that we want that one. It's not really not one.
Yeah,
you
third
want to
item
cut.
for Viego.
Wait,
probably.
surely we can go 10, no, for Leo?
No, he didn't. Wait, no.
No, you
No,
just
fuck.
need to go 10, but yeah, he already has one emblem on the back.
Yes, indeed.
I'm not sure if you guys also do the same thing. I would never replace Vex with a Zac when I'm rolling. I've replaced
I've sold
the
by
weakest
accident.
unit always.
Why? It makes no diff.
I mean, just in case, you know.
Because I've sold by
Oh,
accident.
you don't trust yourself?
Oh,
Exact-
absolutely not.
That's
Hell
what
no.
TFT is for me. I just never trust myself.
Ah.
Everything can go wrong.
You're just saying you can screw up in every possible way.
Exactly.
Yes.
You have to put the handbrakes anywhere possible. The
Mm.
training wheels, you know. I ride the tricycle in TFT.
Well, that explains a lot.
All right, moving on.
All right,
before
moving
Alan,
on to the fight. The Rengar stays a little bit more healthy this time around, but it's gonna get hit by the second round of Sejuani stun. Gets caught by the Varus.
He's
Still
alive!
but gets
Oh.
finally taken down. That's looking
Jinx
a
Climb
lot
the ladder,
weaker.
climb the
Jinx
ladder.
cast?
Climb the ladder.
Oh
She's
my
climbing.
god!
Oh, she's climbing all the way up the
Holy.
ladder.
She's locked in.
And that's a fight win for Aaliyah when he needed it most. 18 HP. If we go into stage 7, that could be 1 life.
I mean, that was blob diff.
That was Blob Diff. Every single fight lost from now on will be Blob Diff, of
Yeah.
course. Those 3 blobs you missed.
Oh, you mean like 10?
Yeah. Yeah, probably the more
That
closer
was
to
so
10. That
many
was
rolls.
many rolls, honestly.
Only 50% HP increase.
Full item Viego now as well. Positioning has stayed the same pretty much.
Okay, we're moving the Vex to the corner now, trying to stay a little bit safer, a
Yeah.
little bit further away, not hitting the Nico first, and trying to get onto that that Rengar before, which is a very good idea, honestly, because he can
Yeah.
get nuked pretty quickly. Gets
Full HP, 2
here,
damage coming in.
will go down. Gets
Oh,
CC'd
Rengar is dead.
That
Yeah,
should be
Rengar
it.
is dead. Viego is still up. This is looking
Oh
much
my
rougher.
god, Zac cast even on the backline Jinx.
Still
and
alive,
Delia stays
though.
on YHP.
Yep, but we're still holding on. Let's move to Elia. He still has a lot of econ to spend. Well,
Yeah.
here we are on 7 gold. And
Oh. We're
We're
finally able to go 9.
gonna go
potentially.
9. Add an extra body. Might make a difference because
Like
the fights,
strategies, perhaps?
the fights are pretty close. Any unit that adds extra body to the fight would make a pretty significant difference, I think. Maybe cut. I don't know. Cut
Rengar?
cut the Zaya and add 2 executioners as well to try and add more damage. But I don't know. I don't think that's a solution since he spends so much time stunned.
Yeah.
It's just one strategist extra.
When in doubt, just add Viego to the board, I guess.
Of course.
Two-star
Yuumi just
Aurora.
in case.
Yep. Add an extra. We don't have much gold to roll, so Yuumi is already
Roll.
pretty good.
Dude, roll.
It's fine. It's got 10 seconds left. 13 gold. That's not a lot. Garen is not going to do anything. Neither is Kobuko.
Scout.
Samira. What? Is he going to move? He's not going to move.
Yeah, Gordon has not moved for the entirety of the last
He's
5
playing on
rounds.
3 Demon Hexes. What do you want from him?
I mean, move Rengar, something. Do something.
Why?
Just do anything. Just start moving all your units around. All right, Vex once again, full HP, true damage onto the Rengar, but Rengar moves away. She has to retarget.
Oh!
He's stunned, but still alive, buying time for Jinx to
Slaughter.
climb the ladder, but the ladder has fallen apart. It is no longer there. It was made out of wood, and that was the end of the road for Aaliyah. Still second place, and without artifacts, made Rengar work. That being said, he did hit the Rengar
Oh,
two
and we
very
jump
early.
quickly for the another game that's going.
Right? Wait. Sappho is one of Shoga 3, I believe. Wait, one hit.
Oh!
And
No.
Wait, we're gonna sell some stuff. There we goes. There we
There
goes.
is a defense. There is. Is this one Cho'Gath only?
Yeah.
There's only one Cho'Gath.
There it
There it
is.
is.
Oh!
Movie
Items?
Okay, we have
Remover.
removers. So that was a Garen game. And
Now-
Wait, there's Zeri free!
This is the We might be-
oh wait, right.
Yeah.
Oh, he's just flexing.
He's just
He lost 2 fights with Zeri free!
Wait, is that 10? Oh, that's 10 anima. That's why.
Oh!
my
And we
the
weren't casting
craziest
that
fight.
one. Holy.
Wait, we're in long lobby.
Spain versus Germany. Sappho versus Dark Hydra. The trains are here.
Can he do it? He's got the Hand of Justice on Zeri to try and survive and stay.
The Cho'Gath is not doing much yet, but finally he's
Oh,
coming
hold
to life.
up.
He's
It's
going
working.
towards
Hold
the
up.
units, and he's
He-
done it. But Dark Hydra has 40 HP.
Oh, okay, it's gonna take a while.
No, one more fight. It's
We were
7.
thinking, why is he playing so hard for Cho'Gath 3? It was like, oh wait, he needs it.
Two units would not be enough. It's still a couple of fights, I think. If it's.
Wait, when does the train pushes units of the map?
I have no
when-
clue.
I think it's when I don't know if it's the last unit alive, or I think it's the direction the train's moving. I'm not sure.
When it doesn't hit multiple units
yeah,
at the
yeah,
same
exactly.
time?
When it only hits one unit, it'll be pushed off the map.
Okay, so it needs to lock in and hit
The train has to really lock in. I've had my main carry be dragged off the map at the beginning of the fight. Like, I'm like, what's going on?
This is
Alright, train.
such
Is
a
it time?
mental board
The
state.
pain train coming through.
Choo-choo!
The Zeri has to dash out of the way of the train every time perfectly. Uh-oh,
Uh-oh!
No, she's.
Zeri. Oh, she dodged it!
Oh, look at the plane!
No,
look at the
Zeri
move!
is so
Actually
insane.
winning! One more fight!
She dodged 3 trains.
7-4 carousel!
I think
Holy.
Zeri 3 gets like an AI buff as well, no?
Uh-huh.
Ah,
She gets a challenger
She gets
buff.
smarter?
Yeah, she gets smarter. The
Just-
stat says like all these stat increases and she gets smarter.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, because historically, when units said they dash to a smart position, it's worked out very well.
Exactly.
For
Recon
sure.
Kaisa.
Oh,
Very
my-
smart unit for sure.
Vayne dashes rolls to safety.
Okay, if I would put one thing on the bingo board, it wouldn't be Cho'Gath free.
Yeah, true. And not 10
Zeri free!
Imagine Cho'Gath 3 finally like getting some becoming famous in this patch, and then it's just Zeri instead, getting all the spotlight.
Oh,
Unlucky.
What?
Reroll Zeri Cho.
All right, Zeri positioning. She has to once again dodge the trains. Imagine at the start of the fight, she gets immediately hit by a train and knocked off. That'd be tragic.
I don't know if that's possible. I don't think
It is. Trust me.
That would be.
It would be hard though with this many units, but
Oh no.
uh-oh.
She gets.
Oh,
stuck.
no.
Uh-oh.
Move!
She's
That train
moving.
was so close. Oh, she dodged it again.
And the hand
And that's
of
it.
justice just pulls the weight, the regen here, allowing the Zeri to tank the train. Absolutely incredible showing here against the I don't have
Bench?
the against the 10 anima. No, but he got it off of the random emblem on 2-1.
Branching out.
Branching out. Thank you. I had the French
Famous
thing in mind.
4v4 team from France.
From
last
the
time.
EWC from last year, yeah.
The name they had. You say Hodge, I say Challenger AI buff because the Hodge was not even needed. She was dodging, dipping, diving out of the way of those trains, which is an important skill to
main-
have in life.
Question. Was this justice?
We have to see the rest of the game to see how Sappho benched his way into Zeri 3 and Shogar 3 while not being French. That's pretty big skill to have.
Fair. Well, we are coming back to the lobby that we just seen before that absolutely abomination of the game. Zeri top 3 against the Anima. Clickorden managed to pull a win with the, again on the back of who? Viego! Once again.
Exotech spat Viego is going to be an absolute menace whenever you can afford to put that spat on him, because the extra HP is going to synergize so well with his unique trait, giving him regen every time a unit dies, based on his max HP. So that would explain why. And but Elia gets a very honorable mention, pulls out the first Rengar we've seen so far.
No artifacts as well, still worked out. TF once again from the right spots, performing at a high level despite Sologasang's small slip up in that very first game. Everything else has been really good. Vayne again in the top 4, and the rest of the players really were the ones that lost the Vex lottery and lost the Worth the Wait lottery in the case of White Jungler. Unfortunate bot 4 for these players, but they still have 2 more games to try and finish in the top 4 in the standings. That is going to be the cutoff for today. So top 4, or half of the table and above, top 64 basically, you make it to day 2 and have a chance to continue collecting those qualifier points for the eventual regional finals at the end of the set.
We have 2 more games to go. Guys, stay tuned. We're going to hop on a short break. Don't go anywhere. Bring some good popcorn because there will be absolutely cinema. 2 games left. See you after short break.
There's only embers left in what was a fire, and all the loneliness got me feeling tired. It's aching in my chest, it's like a live wire, and the only way it's gonna end is when I can see you again. And down, I need something better to do than spending hours thinking of you. Pour another, I've had a few. Don't like who I am on my own. And why is it feeling times moving slow? No, this won't last forever, I know. But lately it's been hitting me. There's only embers left, all the moments we lost. I'm sick of feeling stuck, all alone with my thoughts. 'Cause I don't like who I am on my own. And why does it feel like time's moving slow? No, this won't last forever, I know. Yeah, I know. I don't like who I am on my own. And why does it feel like time's moving slow? No, this won't last forever, I know.
Make it timeless. Never let it fade. Make it timeless. Never let it fade. Timeless. Make it timeless. Never let it fade. 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 Timeless. Make it timeless. Timeless. Make it timeless. Timeless.
Four games down, 2 games to go. We're locked in. Hopefully our players are as well, because these could be, in some ways, the 2 most important games of this set for the players that are trying to make regional finals. They have to make day 2 and then day 3 to get the ever so important qualifier points that this tournament gives.
Yeah, absolutely. With having not only the regionals on the line, but as well as the Pro League that starts next set, it's absolutely pivotal to make it to the regionals. But let's look at the leaderboards. We see some players are very on the line.
Yeah, Solo was in that very first page, not a good sign. Solvi there as well. Some of the big names. Blasted Moon, Kubi as well, a player who had very strong set a few sets ago, but now is having mixed results in his competitive career.
Yeah, but 15 points is not out yet. He's not. He could get first, second, and or even
28 points is the average.
Guaranteed 27 maybe.
Yeah.
Times.
Yeah, so something. So 13 points is enough for him. So second, third would be would be good. And you can see all the starting from here, everybody's playing for the qualification, so that's gonna be some pretty intense games, and we're looking at some.
Yeah, Hypno, Broken, Shirkane, Parkers, Broyson, Lardelli, Zoro, a lot of like known players, like long-term play.
Hypno, the first champion of the set, winning the Project PvE before the set even started, basically. So someone who is maybe trying to carry forward that momentum coming to this first cup. Moving to the next page, we'll see what players are in a more realistic chance of actually making it through, where they're looking at something like 17 to 20 points, where you don't need to go first. You just have to play consistent and maybe do what you've been doing up till now. And that's where we're seeing names like Sasa, Oinid, Roba, Volta, Lele, who we saw dominating that very first game, but then hasn't really had that same success going forward.
Oinid, after having rough start, we see coming back with the second and third. We'll see if he keeps up the momentum.
Yeah, we see also.
Oh, look at Zyko. It was a first into a second into
double
2-8. Tragic result.
Absolutely a reverse of Oinid's performance.
You don't like that.
But now it's back to double first for him, so he's going to be absolutely fine. And here we see the players that are right now in the cut. They need to get at least 10. If they get 10 points from this spot, so double fourth, they should be definitely in. And so that's what they will be looking at. And it's going to be very interesting to see the different strategies that the players will implement in these last few games, because for those that need first and for those that need fourth, the games will have very different meaning, and the positions are going to be so interesting.
Very France dominant
Exactly.
pages. So many French players, but also players like HoroX, players like Stormy, What Jungler, who we saw recently here. Very little French, but
yeah,
a
bit
lot
more
of Turkish
Turkish
players actually
yeah.
popping off. We talked about, there's always been talked about the Turkish server maybe not being considered as high caliber as the US. A lot of the best Turkish players, like the Cornin, for example, Darkish in the past, have now moved on to playing in the US to get better practice and just become better players overall. But no shade being thrown at the Turkish server, because
absolutely.
some of these players always end up popping off in the first cup.
Keeping up the pace.
Yeah, mostly Shinar, Venri have had pretty strong results in the past few sets, and once again, so here was second to first page actually. We're seeing another batch of French players here with a mix of other regions with very famous names: Cambis, Lires, Enzo, and Opal, all very, very close to having them locked into day 2. And let's take a look at who's currently leading the competition and who are the ones that are in first place. And oh, hey, that's something that we've seen actually a lot. A couple of Greek players at the very top of the standings. This is not even unusual.
Not just that, but the tier 2 regions are coming out and swinging: Greece and Spain. Also surprising for Spain, because there's only 8 players from Spain in this entire cup. 3 of them are in the top 8. 2 of them we saw in that last page at 22 points with Sundibu and Giosko. So overall, a really good showing, and also some OG names like Ying coming back and really having good results in this day 1. It's fantastic to see. He's almost qualified basically at 25 points. And just a really stacked. And the only really big surprise I would say here is Ella, the Egyptian player. That's a surprising top 16, but other than that, really, really stacked roster of players.
We see
from Momordai as well.
We see that Og, Travis, that are in the one team for the EWC qualifiers doing pretty well. We see that they have the prep that they have for in the scrims. Also, is putting up work for the cup itself.
Lelouch, I will say, I think has only been playing Slayers the first 4 games, and he's in that top 10. So not a bad game plan, it seems like. And Alan, your favorite encounter once again. How does it feel?
More Vi, let's go. More
Butterflies
fierce
in your stomach
yeah.
from how exciting this is.
Yeah, like every time I see Vi, I'm looking for some tears.
Isn't it crazy how much economy inflation there is in the game, that we're now saying like Vi is just the baseline, you know,
Yeah.
2 extra components is just the baseline that you get. And you mentioned Lelouch only playing Slayers. We're gonna take a look at this and see if he goes for a 5th game. But if he does, and the players for tomorrow realize that if Lelouch is in the lobby, he will be playing Slayer, that will be a huge advantage for him actually, because people will not want to contest, and that will make open a wild boulevard for him to play uncontested, one of the best comps in the game.
I'm remembering the Honeymancy Vagar line contest. Do you remember, Alan, with Lelouch? Who was it? Lelouch and someone else, a Polish player, no?
Kubikson.
Yeah, and they just
That
held
was
hands.
Vagar.
It was a very tight handover.
Yes,
let's say.
that was Vagar.
And it was not from
7-8.
friendship, I think.
Oh, that was
it stemmed from
certainly
somewhere
not.
else.
Oh.
One player to highlight, though, I was mentioning before, surprise, I would say, Yakumo Morai, the only player from Kyrgyzstan in our tournament. Not a region or a country that we see much of in TFT and EMEA, but he's in the top 8 right now, and there's something he's doing right. So hope to see what he pulls off in this Game 5, and hopefully he can prove why he's made it this far in Day 1.
Yeah, definitely a huge performance for him. And we're going to be taking a close look at his game. And yeah, we can tell he has a couple of Morganas and a tier. Might be looking at the first Vexotech commit coming in soon. It's going to be depending, and we get another trait.
Oh, that's not that's wrong trade, buddy.
We can
Roll.
board of directors.
Roll.
It's okay. It's the third one.
That's it. Nice.
Golden
It's
Hawk.
time. One Alistar, say no more.
Nope, nope.
Not even.
Wait.
Wait, he did. Hold.
Oh.
This is where the real analysis comes out.
Damn.
I mean,
Is this-
Nashor. Hold up. We have any items?
True.
Nashor, tier.
So this
It's
is
time.
it's going to be like the game from Paz last game, but
Yeah.
instead of missing on Vex, he's
Intentional.
actually going for any.
Yeah.
No,
Beautiful.
but I think the huge difference here is that he's going to be playing from an open position, and he's gonna hopefully find one golden ox before 2-5. Maybe not
Hopefully.
even.
Wait,
push
this
on
doesn't
2-5.
give you even Alistar?
No, it doesn't give it. No, it
Oh
doesn't.
my god.
One little cow, man. The cows, they're just out of control in this meta.
No. No cows. We're gonna be probably selling next round, making 20. Well, here we see the freestyling, the Sweet Demon augment that requires you to manually paint the entire board and then gives you a bunch of gold.
It's a lot of work. And Lelouch says, you know what? Yeah, I am not a forcing player. I'm going to freestyle my way into Street Demon instead of playing Slayers again.
Smooth.
I like it.
Poetic naming the argument that hard for
It was
Seal.
like an enlightening moment for him. His eyes open. He's like, oh, I can play a different comp. I'm going to freestyle.
Yeah. Oh, we're upgrading Morgana, which is kind of surprising.
There is a plan. Don't doubt the.
I'm not doubting that, like, upgrading, trying to save HP instead of making 20, definitely a viable plan. But if he comes across somebody who's opened their board, that might come to bite him pretty hard.
There is a Jarvan.
Exo check. Or
I mean,
yeah, we have an Naafiri on bench.
Wow, the dog is so invisible to Alan. That's crazy.
listen.
Come on.
Oh.
Yeah, you see? So that I think I know where we're going.
Yes.
I've got a feeling.
All right, let's see other players.
Help
More
Slayer.
econ. Was here. And ooh, first two. Thanks.
two are good.
It's
Not
a 5 classic Vex game. Thanks is Giga Biso, Rubis on the Vax.
Nice. Definitely. And Sappho is going to be playing Slayers, which is maybe why Lelouch opted out of trying to force it, because when somebody else has that kind of augment, well, they're not going to be pivoting, even if they know.
Mm.
And they're just saying, we'll hold hands if you want to contest. And oh,
That certainly helps.
yeah, that is sweet.
Veigar pair, Shyvana too. Well, why not?
Capacitor. So that augment gives a shield to the lowest HP techie based on the mana cost of the unit that casts. So getting an early 2-star Shyvana is pretty important, because in that board, the Poppy is not going to be able to tank, and it's either going to be Shyvana or Mordekaiser.
Yep.
And the items are also fantastic, honestly.
I have my eyes in such a bad shape. I thought it's you have my wand.
Oh my god, what? Hello?
Right, maybe we have to
Everything's
get a
fine?
check up on this before day 2 starts.
Yeah, I think it's time to change.
Quick LASIK tonight for you, my friend.
And the Astral Base Morgana items have been slammed.
Wait, what?
Rage Blade, Golden
Hold
Ox,
up,
and
we
Blood
had
Morgana.
what happened there with Anya items? Why we slam Aphelios out of?
We still have one anvil for
Not a believer.
Yakumo.
He was watching Paz's game. In game 4, and he's like, nah, this Annie is not real.
I mean, there was
In
no
the
Aphelios. It wasn't either real
This
there.
Annie's not real in the Exotech shell. I'm not sold.
Yeah, he did not pop the anvil before
Oh,
the
Jarvan,
carousel.
it's time for every single player in this lobby in stage 2.
True.
Yakumo Murai running
gunning for it,
away, and he
obviously.
does pick up a Golden Ox unit, and very important for Golden Ox as a trait.
Certainly will help.
Yes, because it will allow him to start stacking. I suspect he will stay level 4 right now and wait until 3-1 to start slowly pumping every
Maximize,
round,
yep.
maximize, get 8, then 12 as quickly as possible.
32 at 4-2. That's the check we're looking at.
Yes, something along those lines would be perfect for him. Oh,
Wonder what are we playing here?
for a 2-star Jin.
Let's check some more boards. Locket. Support Cache. Do you guys see this augment picked very often at 2-1? See it very rarely nowadays.
Yeah.
I guess there must have just not really been great
I mean,
options.
there are some techs. If it's econ opener, you're more likely to take like a treasure into
Mhm,
Zac.
mhm.
It's just so
Yeah,
strong.
yeah, I guess so.
And it's good on to one. Like this is the one time we finally have an item that's amazing on to one that has some insane scaling if you hit the
Yeah.
5 cost.
Yeah, because that has always been the problem with the treasure chest. It's really good early and then falls off a cliff. But with the interaction of Zac allowing you to get 12 items in total, it's a completely different story.
We're not making 10. Help!
Help! We're not making 10, the ball's too expensive. That's because we have 2 Nafiris on board.
I mean, what
Should've
if no
downgraded.
Regius on the cracks?
And we didn't win our second fight, which doomed the entire spot by picking a support cache augment.
Support
Support cache.
Cache,
Yeah,
yeah.
I think cache.
Wait, do you
My question is, and this is a serious question, when you
FF
guys
after cracks if no gold?
No, it's a different question,
Yes.
but maybe equally as unserious. When you guys pick freestyling, if you guys have picked it this set, I hope so, at least once.
Not yet.
No?
Of course.
Nope.
What's your pattern? How do you draw?
Ah!
Not like this.
Not like this?
No,
Oh,
yeah,
I'll show you. Like
I do like one line, right? Like,
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
To
You go
maximize focus fire.
pillar wise, so you
And you kill units more often.
yeah, exactly. You
okay,
focus
okay.
fire.
Good. So we're on the same page. 2 big brain, 1 KLP challenger players, wink wink. Not including Kenobi, of course. Because he's 2 KLP already. So viewers at home, if you need to freestyle, do so in a coherent way. Vertical lines.
Vertical lines.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's
Vertical
the way to do
lines
it.
help
So
focus fire.
freestyling is not really real, right? The augment name is just fake. You
Yes.
shouldn't be freestyling.
Yes.
Yeah,
should
that's
be-
kind of actually
you should
that's
be
a very
following a
rare
plan.
one. Yeah,
That's how Lelouch picked it. Now it makes sense.
like it should be like stencil.
Now
or
what?
something.
Like
Okay, it's creep round, but still. Now, imagine this was a real fight.
yeah.
It would be so doomed. Your Mundo's almost trapped.
Actually true. But Lelouch is in a
No.
Oh,
Wait, that's
way.
actually smart. No,
No.
that's actually
It is, it is.
you can make bonus like you
Yeah.
get stronger next round.
What you lose here, you gain next round.
Yeah.
In Econ threshold.
Yeah, yeah. You're gonna lose the 2 gold,
that word.
but you
I
get
mean,
to
he
be
won the
stronger.
previous round, so if he manages to get into a win streak because
Yeah.
of that, then it is worth it. Right.
Giga Brain.
And
No
extra
Regius.
components. Yes. So 18 components by 3-1. What are we doing now?
Nice.
Aha.
Solid. We're freestyling, of course. Great signature hexes.
Aha.
Sejuani's gonna love these hexes, especially.
Yes.
Any players who were not playing Exotech were like, you know what? Yeah, this is an Exotech game. Let me 6-way contest a Sejuani unit.
Now what for when it comes
I
to
mean
items?
TG. It's an
We still have the 2 anvils, so we could pop, get spell crit, guard breaker, adaptive hand, boom boom. Yes.
aha.
Uh-huh. Triple guard breaker. There it is.
Spell crits. Blue
Unlock
buff.
all of the
Pivot Vex.
potential.
Adaptive is pretty good.
Yeah?
Yeah, no,
Alright.
the adaptive is definitely very good. Lets him craft a static shiv with the additional gear bow.
I mean, don't you make Sunfire Shiv here?
yeah, I like that a lot.
Not sure why we're not making items.
Oh,
Ah,
because we
that's
don't
why.
need it.
Because if
Hello?
you're a good player, Alan,
I mean, the belt will rotate.
calculated.
Oh, never mind.
Just, are you even
Holy.
focused, man?
Ah, I'm
guy
sorry,
even
I'm
an
sorry. I have to lock
analyst?
in. I have to lock in.
Yes, please. Oh, rare misconnection. Yes, gets. Ooh,
It's actually time.
hello?
The Giga Spike.
No, but what is this shop? Hello? I'd probably commit a minor offense to get that shop in 3-2.
I mean, this is how you stop Sejuani from ulting your entire board later on. You start holding early.
Oh,
You
my.
raise them young. You gotta
No, but
play
no,
defense.
honestly, right here, he could just push, play the Sejuani, gives him Bastion, and makes him very, very strong for the rest of the stage.
and sends a message to every other Sejuani player like, hey, maybe reconsider, guys.
Oh, going for the Shojin Slam, which is...
I don't like it over Shiv.
yeah, I think having the utility there, here he comes, still 40 gold, level 7, pretty
Yeah.
insane spot for him. The reason I don't like it over the Shiv is obviously it's going to be a great Ziggs item, but it's more important that the brand gets to do a maximum amount of damage with the static Shiv, the MR Shred. That's pretty
Og
cheap.
with 5 Syndicate already, rolling for days, found the early MF, has the Dravens waiting. No rapid fire for now, but maybe doesn't need it.
And we have wrong side on Seraphine, so we're not getting to the back line, and that's
Also,
How do you
on
guys
the
like
note of the
middle positioning, Seraphine?
it's Seraphine still.
Okay.
It's just Seraphine. On the note of the slamming Shojin here, like you can make an argument, yeah, he can still make Shiv, but when you delay the frontline items even farther, and like the brand comp really needs to
I
have
mean,
a free
adaptive
item.
can be frontline later.
I don't think it will be. It's still one of the better items for Brand
It's not
and
terrible.
and the Shojin. No, it's
It
not.
just, it just makes it awkward where you have like a single item Zyra,
Yes.
and it's Zyra especially, Alan, right? And then you have the adaptive stuck on the Seraphine, you don't want to waste remover, so...
I mean, you just Shiv Zyra, you rotate the BF, and like and
get
you
the
just
tank item.
sell Zyra for the sell Seraphine for the brand.
Yep.
That's in the second you get it.
Yep, exactly. I think I like that idea a little bit more. And here we see, Sappho with
Oh,
an early 3-star
I forgot
Shaco.
to scout a bit.
Yeah,
Oh,
you're.
how you-
I have been chilling.
By the
sleeping
way,
on the
I'm
job.
gonna be observing tomorrow, I think.
Listen, we can rotate. See
We'll
who
do
is,
some-
and then we make a poll. Who was the best observer?
The bar is very low right now, I would say.
I'm sorry, I forgot I am the
Shots
observer.
fired.
Let's see what Aoki is doing.
Well,
Oh,
yeah, we just seen him. He's in an incredible spot, honestly, for a TF game. Well, incredible spot to end up top 2 or 3, but that's what TF is all about.
Spats on
Spats
Jarvan.
and
Oh.
the brand.
For the Golden Ox player who was rewarded with a
Oh.
second
Oh
Jarvan
my
from
God.
Carousel.
That is sick.
And this time with a spatula. We were asking ourselves, this player from Kyrgyzstan, what is he doing to make it into the top 8? Maybe now we know.
Well, he's not saved yet. Definitely not saved yet.
Do we
no,
have-
Wait,
he can rotate.
Cypher Golden Ox. Everybody, hold on.
It's Giga Draven yet again.
We're
The Draven from the TF game is back. Rageblade Morello Golden Ox emblem.
making maximum amount. But, no, but in all seriousness,
Surely you level here.
no, because
No.
you pump
Okay,
next
no,
turn.
yeah, you
it's
pump
Cypher,
20 next turn.
Yeah.
no, honestly, very good spot. Playing from behind carries a heavy amount of risk, but I like having the Cypher in here. You get that extra little bit of resources for beginning the stage 4 and stabilizing yourself.
Yep.
And you're not going to be winning rounds anyway, so, might as well have a few extra resources as well.
The true snowball.
What would be sick would be Marksman.
That would
emblem,
be sick.
Belt
For
to get
another Golden Ox.
another Golden Ox.
8 Golden Ox.
Yeah, the secret
No,
trait.
yeah,
You guys know about the secret trait?
Oh, it's 9. It's 9.
The cows start falling on the... Alistar transforms into a secret formation. I'm not gonna go deeper into this analogy because it could get dangerous, but
That would be honestly that would be sick.
it's like the family secret trait from last set, but just with cows and less family members.
Just all right. Focusing back, we're gonna see here Yakumo getting probably the pumping for 20. Like definitely worth it to lose that one into the threshold
Yeah,
to get
absolutely.
the 20
Especially
here.
with Cypher, yeah.
And we're gonna be getting should be hitting the 32 by 4-2 as we mentioned with 2 spats. Definitely a good position. We just have to not miss when
Correct.
we roll for the uncontested unit.
Vex, 5 Exotech waiting for the Vex.
Yep.
Brand.
Well, that's Exotech as well. You
Yeah.
can see holding the bench.
Yeah. And double range play on Senna.
Vex.
Good tell.
Yep, and has the Vex.
Slayers.
Chaco Slayers.
Reroll. TF.
Yeah, can we get a check on Sappho's stacks for the Shaco as he
Yes.
completes his win streak? We're gonna take a look, because that is not looking...
What's your bet? What's your bet?
I think he has
You
25
have to wait
kills.
for us to answer before you right click.
I mean, I didn't look. You just see the ID.
25 kills.
Not even close.
What do you mean? 30 kills.
Yeah, that's not even close.
Close enough. I'll give it to you, Kenobi.
Okay, let's see. Do we see a roll down?
No,
With the cash out. Okay, we have another Golden Ox. And the Rage Blade.
and
which
24.
we don't make.
And no Annie. I think this is the blue buff. And open bow. You have to hold the bow.
Do you?
I mean, no,
Oh,
you
no,
need
you
to
need
start
frontline,
making
yeah,
frontline
yeah, you need
items.
frontline. yeah.
Maybe that's better, yeah.
Bro is making it 3 set of DPS items.
Well, actually, you don't need any frontline if you just one-shot the enemy board, for sure.
We have healing orbs, guys.
True.
Don't worry. We
Yeah,
don't
we
need
have
tank
healing
items.
orbs.
The healing orbs.
Another Jarvan.
Another
We'll
Jarvan
clutch up.
dropped.
Wait, this is the Jarvan Whisper. 3 Jarvans randomly without buying it from shops? No.
Oh?
Okay, here's the Philios.
All right, we're back in Cypher.
Open cell. And we have to roll a little bit
Urgad?
deeper.
And we
Oh!
There he is!
Hello!
And
Still not enough. That's
Z2? Yeah, we buy this.
Yeah, we buy
Yeah,
this.
yeah,
We buy
we
this.
make it.
Blue buff Z.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
actually a great setup.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually.
Jarvan.
Sick.
I mean, we're missing the Annie, but yeah, no problem.
Doesn't
For
matter.
now.
We have 6.
Yeah.
We have
That
7
means
actually.
we have Z for blue buff.
Yeah, exactly. Blue buff more low
Holy,
Z.
he planned it all along.
Alright,
More
there
low.
it is.
It's
There
time.
Oh,
Genius move.
yellow
The transition was too good.
I mean,
honestly, that was
that
pretty
was
good.
clean.
That was clean.
I wouldn't have done it better.
Are
No,
we
I
are we
would have done it
seeing
worse.
the rise of a new top tier player in EMEA?
Yeah.
Day 1 from Kyrgyzstan comes online.
Yeah, and while the technical issue gets fixed and the player reconnects, we're going to take a look at another lobby that's going on with the Prismatic on 4-2, with the black market on top of that, so we might be seeing some crazy stuff here. The whole of mirrors is being held, so might be picked. Nope,
Am I-
share the spotlight. Oh, that's terrible.
Am I seeing
Sherry is terrible?
Yeah,
Warpath?
Sejuani is on half the balls. Why you want to clump up?
Am I seeing a Warpath first?
I like
augment from
Sherry.
Salim?
I think Sherry is good still.
Salim,
Salim
top
has
HP,
Warpath.
Warpath first augment.
Let's take a look at.
I mean, I can't look here.
Oh.
Sorry.
Alan, this is why Alan wants to go to this lobby, because now we can't target him for not observing.
And we also had a Think Fast from Odessa going on.
Oh,
right
was there
now.
Zac?
Is this what
Oh,
jungler's
I
board?
hope.
Oh, oh.
No, it wasn't Think Fast. It's a future side.
Because Tyra has items again.
Bro.
Oh, wait, she kept items. Wait, hello?
What jungler is here in spirit?
Wait, hello? Surely Brand 1 is better than Zyra 2?
Bro, brand 1 is better than Zyra 4.
Paz has to log in.
True.
If he was Spanish, he would have transitioned those items right away.
Uh-huh.
In the meantime, Zeri with pretty good
Sedge cast
setup.
again, and yeah, that's not going to matter. Zyra taken down. We need to see a swap here. Pandora's bench.
Gonna
Could be
be
very important here for Paz.
Diego 2.
Oh.
Not even
Oh?
close.
Oh, it's a Nico.
Split. Slight FN.
Nico pair.
No player
Remover.
split. Just watch.
The remover is available.
Eh.
I repeat, the remover is available. This brand.
Yeah. Where's... Wait, is Brand off the ball?
Is
Oh no, he's frontline right now.
Oh.
Hello?
We're going in the wrong direction.
Hello? No.
He needs items and he needs to be in the hex the Zyra's in.
Alright, give him time. He's the last time to figure it out. The choice from the split gives a little bit more time. Surely.
There we
Okay,
go.
the items are removed. Now he's looking for the brand. He's like, where the hell is it?
Oh.
Oh no, he put 2. He put 2
He
brands
thinks
in.
that Nico's on the board. Oh,
Oh,
no.
because his friend, he thinks he's transformed into brand to play
Oh
a
no,
little
he
trick.
put the brand instead of the Nico.
Oh, that's a tragedy.
And now the brand is in the front line. He's like, why do I have 4 Street Demon?
Street Demon bottom right.
A demon
Oh,
on the
no.
streets and also everywhere else it seems
Oh,
like.
that's-
But
Oh, it
wait,
looks like a
but
Div.
wait,
Oh, it is.
Wait, he's winning. Wait.
No!
It's the
Oh
diff.
my god.
It's the frontline brand diff.
Oh.
It's not future sight. It's just the opposite.
That's a blind side.
Oh, that's so unlucky for him because we weren't
can
even
see-
spectating this lobby and now we're seeing.
You can see every parallel universe except for this one. The future sight did not pan out.
Oh, what
Not
a-
even a brand or Nico 2 on the carousel. Unlucky.
Yeah, I felt that pain in my bones. Like that's.
And we could see exactly what. I mean, this happened to me before as well.
Yeah, it
It's
definitely
misplace a
has-
unit, and then you're like, wait, surely I had 2 brands. Where'd it go? Did I sell it?
Yeah. It gets funnier because Nico, transforms into other units.
That's
so
true.
you can.
He thought he had already transformed.
Yeah. Oh, there she is, 2-star Nico. Oh, there she was.
Wait, because of the upgrade, he realized. If not, he might have
No,
played
I'm
brand.
pretty sure he had it figured out.
Right.
That's wow. That's a sick ball.
Share the spotlight,
Wow.
Vex, and
Everybody's upgrading.
Morgana, unfortunately, left out of the circle. He's not.
Ah,
he's
sure.
not,
Oh
Surely
my
he's gonna
god.
Stay right side, right?
he's
This
not
is
tricking
so-
anyone.
Bro, like, what? How? Like, no.
Holy! He caught me. He caught me. Hands up.
Nah.
Like, how can you possibly think it's gonna work
Oh,
out?
I know what happened. He was trying to bait the
Sejuani
future
swap?
sight player, and he saw the brand in the front line. He's like, this guy's gonna fall for it for sure.
Oh, and there goes the Sejuani, stunning the entire board. Does she cast again? Yes, she
Oh
does.
my god.
It's pretty bad, but I mean, the entire board is upgraded, so we might be able to still pull off a win despite that, and it's looking pretty good, honestly.
Olabo Zeri, can she do it
She's
all
only
by
one
herself?
star?
No. Taken down.
2-star Zeri wins this.
4 win streak now for Vigo, off to share the spotlight. Paz gets a win. Important win there. To stabilize both his economy, his HP, and his mental coming into the potential stage 5.
Definitely important because this is lobby 6, so these players are definitely playing for qualification for tomorrow. They are on the line and need to be getting at least a top 4 here to be close enough to qualification. Getting a hard bottom here is going to be devastating, and so that small mistake must have hurt Paz when he realized.
An update on the previous lobby we were watching. One of the players' internets died, DC'd, so we'll be going back to that lobby once everything is resumed. For now, we'll be continuing to watch, hopefully, a clean game from all the competitors in this lobby after the few rounds that we saw after we moved in there.
And I don't know what to make of the board. I believe that is Padball's little legend, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, it is. Yeah, I can see it on top.
I like that Vigos is playing the tank Mordekaiser and then not move items to the Sejuani too.
I think it's correct play.
So, and we're getting to 18 HP on this Exotech board. Having his shield for the stage, rebuild his economy despite not having 2-star Zeri. Trying to go level 9 maybe, but not working out too well. Losing most of the rounds on stage 4. It's looking pretty bad.
Someone does not like the fact that there is a 4th Sejuani on. He's going for Sejuani 3. I think it's a good win condition for most of our Exotech players. Very realistic. He's playing defense for his own team. Insane.
Ends up
Should the
stealing
roll
her.
for Zer? Yeah.
Yeah, he has to.
I don't like that he didn't roll before. Wait,
What? Wait, hello?
what are we rolling for?
Jax 2? Dog.
No, oh, there we go. Now we can stop. Fury 2.
Well, I don't know.
I'm confused.
I think he just wants to not go 8th. But I think that's a little bit... yeah, no, that's like nerves. I think that's looks like nerves to me.
3 lost streak, 18 HP.
I mean, you have full upgraded board.
Yeah.
Like,
There's nothing else
I
to roll
know.
for, really.
But you have to realize that he has 20 points. So if he goes like 6th, he's okay, just needs 4th, and he's in.
yeah, but still, you are rolling cosmetically.
Yes.
It doesn't do anything.
The rare 4 marksman game. Thoughts?
Well,
Well, the fight will speak for. Oh, wait.
oh, Xayah is still
Oh,
alive.
wait.
She casts once more. Nope.
Oh.
Jax to div?
Actually might be Jax 2 Nafury 2 diff.
There's a
Because he has the
reason-
Randuins, so the HP is actually kind of relevant.
There's a reason these players are here, competing, fighting for their lives, and Alan, sitting on a couch, doing a poor job of observing.
Buddy, I can't move.
I know. That's why I mentioned it. You have no. You've been
Alan
stripped of your
just catching
powers.
strays left and right.
Listen, I'm usually the stray catcher, so we need to
Wait, what
share.
is
Balanced out.
Wait,
Exactly.
hold on, guys.
We're sharing the
What?
spotlight.
What is going on here?
What do you mean? It's just Jinx free carry.
With Annie side?
The potable special.
Yeah. Normal standard board.
What standard ball?
Yeah, that was supposed to be 6
This is
golden
a-
ox,
this
but
is-
he hits Jinx free.
Yeah.
Ah,
This is PBE Jinx 3.
just I'm confused, and it's not looking like it's been working out too well for the last few rounds, as he's been dropping in HP. He's down to 15, and the Jinx is ramping up. The rockets are stacking, but can this work against such a strong Zeri with
Last
the
cast.
hollow bow?
Yeah,
Once
should
more,
be-
and takes down
Oh!
the Zeri.
Wait. Oh, there it is.
Holy!
Potable saw that Exotech line was very contested, and he went deep in the trenches. He went into his playbook. He looked at the most obscure comp he had, and he pulled it out.
Oh wait,
Aha!
well, see, it doesn't matter if you put Brand frontline one round.
Exactly.
You have 3
Rewarded.
From where?
So, do you guys know
Pandora's bench.
there's some RNG games where if you do specific sequence of actions, it changes the RNG in the game, like the coding. This is what happened. You have to play Brand in that hex on that round to then get Ziggs 3.
Seed manipulation in
later.
TFT.
How are you
Exactly.
not having 1500 LP yet?
Because I don't abuse those kind of things. I keep this knowledge to myself, but I don't share it. But I also don't, it would be very obvious if I'm just hitting Ziggs 3 every game.
Holy, oh my god. Gets the Zephyr, gets the Shroud on top of the Zig 3. No mercy here for Vigoj. He's gonna get absolutely slammed by this board.
Yeah, Ziggs looks like a good counter with the against Share the Spotlight. Ziggs 3 particularly.
I think Zig 3 makes it, yeah.
And Salim's also in a dangerous spot. 7 loss streak, now down to 7 HP. If Salim faces this Ziggs 3 next rounds, it would be the second 3-star he loses through today.
Oh, the HP is looking very, very, very close for everybody in this lobby.
Street Demon Emblem.
Padball was last in the previous round, and he's now in 3rd position after the the last couple of wins that he managed to get. Only Odessa is just Odessa and Fazu are sitting, being fancy, high on HP, 30 and 40.
I wonder why. Think fast into Slayers. Could it be?
Yeah, so here we're gonna see the next couple of rounds before moving back, because this is going to be a very, very important couple of rounds, and then we'll move back to the previous game and see what is going on since the pause has been triggered. The issues have been resolved.
We'll see how the bot 4 pans out, and then we'll move on to the game we were at before, which I already forgot everything that was happening in that game because so much has happened here. I think
like we know who wins out, so we're just gonna see how the bottom placements goes, since they are so important for the players, and then move on.
Exactly. Here the Zed is gonna be going onto the Jin, which is actually pretty significant, but he's gonna end up stunned by the
Look at the
6-1 hit.
sustain on the Jin.
Yeah, the Gunblade and the Hyperfangs combined means he's just getting fed mana actually by the Zed, and it's just gonna be completely ignored, which is a little bit rude. But Slim Shady gets taken down. He will not be standing up here.
Judah as well, so terrible round for Turkey as a whole. Both of the players in this Game 5 lobby have been taken down in 7th and 8th.
Padball manages to survive one more round, and
if he top 4s with this board, I will be very impressed.
yeah, for sure. But it's
Padball special.
all going to depend on who faces the Grim Reaper. Also, he's going for Brand 3 because, you know, why not just rub it in while we're at it? And
then you can actually frontline the Brand because he gets more mana.
It's another time that Padball is missing 1 tap from the Golden Ox 3.
Yeah. 24 out of 28 facing off against Biawi, who rolled so deep to try and stabilize on this Exotech board.
Look at it. This is really good positioning to lure away the Sedge to the middle.
So good for the Jinx to cast non-stop of this entire fight to scale her ult.
Yep, she will be pretty fine, and we have the, even though it's silver, pumping up, pulling weight, but it's Jinx steps at the last second, and it's going to be pretty rough, but
and
one more
the
cast should be doing it. The Zeri goes down, and that's such a huge win for Padball. Bialy goes down. Padball is now locked in at least 5th place, which is 4 points. Meaning
that's a very impressive board.
Yeah, pumping up is one of the ways to go into actual marksman line, but going into this Jinx line
it's a silver pumping. Like,
at this point, it's getting close to 20%.
No,
it's close to 20% attack speed. It's decent.
On Jinx especially, she gets scaling from marksman and her own ults.
But in the meantime, the top 4 is going to be very close because Fazu has lost the last 3 rounds despite being pretty healthy. It's going to be very, very important for him to not come across the Ziggs here and maybe come across Padball and win his round.
He's in the matchmaking with Odessa and Padball, so he already took the Zig stacks apparently.
Yeah.
But he does not look very strong. He has only 1 real... Now he has a 2nd itemized carry, but it's still just Varus. Skipping Viego.
Oh, summoning Kabuko. No, my nightmare.
I'm not sure if I like the Aurora over Viego. Viego looks so much better on this board.
I agree, and we're facing off against Odessa, who has an incredibly strong board with the golem, with the dummy in the middle.
Bane not getting stunned as well. Sejuani's down. No second. Oh no, second ult does come through and does stun the Vayne.
But it's not going to be enough because there's still so much frontline on Odessa's board. the dummy just absorbs all that's needed, and that's definitely a dummy diff. And Padball wins his round, meaning he locks himself into top 4.
Very impressive.
Wait.
No.
Yes.
Mind.
Yeah. Nope.
Nope.
No.
Ah, so close.
Kenobi Frenches or Frenches jinxes the French. Unlucky,
Who am
I've
I
been there
Frenching
before,
what?
but here the Spanish player gets blessed as always when I'm on the cast.
And
All right, we've seen this outcome.
Yeah, we can go back to
We
the
know the winner here. Brand 3 is being
previous
sought
lobby.
after from Paz, but we'll go back to where we started this game 5.
Yeah, that means Paz is going to be at 28 points, locking himself into day 2 with
Yeah.
that very, very narrow win. But
With that
pretty-
manipulation.
Masterclass.
Yeah.
Triggering Ziggs-free with Brand
From
frontline
now on,
for a round.
in all future lobbies of TFT, they'll know. 4-2,
Holy
Brand in the front.
Wall's gone.
Didn't even bother moving items to Ziggs. It's just he plays
Nah.
utility Ziggs.
I mean, saving energy for tomorrow.
Close.
He's saving removers, just in case.
And for the style points, there
Oh!
it is.
There it is.
That's why he didn't move items.
He
Of
knew.
course, he knew it was coming.
So is it
Future sight.
Brand frontline now? Back to where he started?
I think so, because you'll get more mana regen
Yeah, yeah.
quicker. First cast is all you need with the setup with JG and Guardbreaker. I know from experience. I hit Brand
It's time
3
to lock
today
in,
as well.
buddy. Brand frontline. Where we see it?
And
In the celebration.
back-to-back rounds of this co-stream. Not one, but 2 3-star forecasts, and that just means it's a co-stream diff.
Of the French bench.
The French bench
Coming out
without
from
any
the
French
French
players. Spanish and Polish.
People have learned.
True?
They've gone to the school of Paris,
They've
like
adapted.
painters back in the day,
Exactly.
and now they've come out and they know the tech and gets lobbed into first place. Congratulations to Paz for this win. Not losing his nerve despite the small mistakes that he made it's actually an important skill to
Yeah.
be able
Nah.
to stay on your feet.
It was all intentional. We're
Go.
coming back to the... Oh, unfortunate.
no.
Golden Ox player is out from the Cypher cash out.
And he didn't have
Oh,
Yeah, you have control.
this.
that's not my fault!
I mean, no God.
Leluk went also bottom with the freestyling. Freestyling 7th. Okay. Respectable.
Maybe back to Slayers for game 6.
Yeah, just where it pays for him. Just stay its roots. Vex, nothing out of ordinary.
Vex.
More Vex.
Oh, bulky bodies with the locket.
Locket.
Hmm.
Classic.
That's
Vagar from Thunder King.
so
Spain is
healthy.
currently 1-2-3 in this lobby. Coincidence? I think not. It's time. Set 14, Cyber City. We're going to Worlds.
Surely, buddy. Yeah.
And I'm going to be...
What are you gonna be? Casting them?
No, I'm going to be the one to do...
Leading the charge.
I'm going to take the
Buddy.
Scooby-Doo. I'm going to take my mask off.
Oh!
Oh.
It's been
So,
me all the time.
I was Lele all along. That's why I couldn't observe game
Okay,
1.
sit down, buddy. Sit down. The dream is over.
Here's the 2-star Sejuani. for
Alright, can we
tomato-
maybe see the rest of
tomato.
the Spanish board down? Thank you.
No, we are not quite there yet.
Oh,
Let's.
another 3-star Drake.
Oh,
We're-
yeah, that's the.
We're climbing the ladder.
No, there is no climbing ladder here.
Keeping your friends close. This Draven looks a little bit more upgraded, though, to the last one we saw.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
I
also with Eon.
Yeah.
I would trade the 3-star Draven for any 3-star frontline because right now that definitely looks like what we're missing. And
Wait, this
hold.
positioning...
Oh, my
Oh
god,
my.
the genius mode?
We're
Og is
living
locked
in
in.
What if
Bullhorn.
Sejuani just goes to the backline?
Yeah, that's what would happen.
Wait, look at this perfect Draven ult as well. This is actually fantastic.
Look at. Oh my.
Like, the focus fire is insane.
And he
from all 3 units.
completely
It's
whiffed.
perfect.
Bro, like this guy is full HP, Dashivana. Hello?
Oh, it's Draven 3 looks
This is,
like...
I mean, the positioning was good. Just the units that you have to kill are very strong. But
Very unfortunate.
I like the style point from Og.
Alright, safe with the Slayer board. The Shaco. Oh, stack check?
My guess
45.
58. 58. And boom.
Naked, Jarvan 3.
53.
You're
Close
Can't
enough.
be right.
You were closer. Good job.
Does this Hodge and this Guardbreaker go on Jarvan? Let's be
Of
real.
course.
No, he's gonna get items next round.
Like this is just like a normal exotech board.
Hack Carousel, double item, right? Kenobi?
Yeah, for sure. And here's the Exotech versus the 3-star Vigar. Vigar is going to be barely on the edge of Sejuani's
No,
ult. No,
Fury
he's inside,
Almost tanked
which
2
is
hits.
terrible news because he's gonna need the time to cast. And I'm not sure why he's center of the board like this. Maybe
To get the
he's-
maximum value out of the Cyber Boss bonus. AoE damage.
Yeah, but was that worse, getting 2 Sejuani ultimates in the
I
face?
mean, don't worry about it, buddy.
Okay, sorry.
Level 8, 50 gold. We're in a spot to go 9 soon. Tap on the board. Golden Ox. If only Yakumo Murai was here, he would be able to hit
The 9.
the 9 and have the cows.
Cows!
The cow rain would have
Ay,
been
ay, ay,
here,
caramba.
but unlucky.
Mordog listening to the stream right now saying, write that down, write that
Get this guy into the meetings right away. I have more dog. I'm here for you.
Holy
You
cows.
just load up with some raining pandas.
That's the
True.
next set.
All right, let's move back to Og, maybe see if he manages to get into
Every
the top
time
4.
Kenobi stops us and immediately moves back into the game,
Okay,
he's
here's
not letting us have fun.
here's I want to know. Here's the 3-star Brome finally, but it's a little bit late and it's going to be pretty rough because the balls that we have to face will not have any kind of mercy on
The
us.
question is, do we see another full swap to the left?
Yes, I don't. I just want to mention I didn't like the positioning of the Braum because of the how Augra works.
locked in.
Like there's too much greed for the Syndicate friends. It should be on the just 1 unit value, because like he can get trapped here too easily.
This is
Yeah, but
actually a really good positioning every
like
time,
this,
no?
yeah, the
Look at his
line
Raven
is
ult.
fantastic. Just gonna cast any second now, and it's still with the back line.
And Shaco's here.
Yeah.
Wait,
and
Edge of Night?
Shaco is gone.
Okay.
Shirley? Wait.
Oh, cut!
Wait, wait!
Oh my God!
This is a positioning diff.
Absolute masterclass. Getting
I
him.
mean, for sure.
It has to be, no?
Yeah.
It can't be anything else.
Oh,
Safo is stunned. Look at him wondering.
he literally, the little legend is looking around. Like,
Yeah, what
that's
happened?
The Travolta meme?
and that was enough to get top 4 for Og. Yellow Tomato goes down.
Yeah.
In the
Every
reverse line.
single decision Og has made this game led to that fight win.
Oh, you Sherlock.
Truly.
I mean, for sure.
No, that was pretty sick, honestly. And now he's facing off against Thunder King, which is going to be pretty rough. I believe we're going to get another full side swap, right?
No, surely not. He can't
It-
hit
it
him.
isn't
The
exact-
third in a row. Wait, and Shaco bottom right corner, seed manipulation. It's time.
Oh, okay. So we're facing off against the Vigar. Is the line going to be that good? I don't believe he's doing that for the line. It's like definitely not. It doesn't allow Draven to. Well, actually, this time it was a
Not
lot
bad.
better.
And also, the TF cards have a higher chance, you know, of spreading to the backline sooner, I think.
Might be
Wait.
this might be the reason. The Edge of Night. Wait,
Wait.
hold on. Oh,
Oh my
No,
god, it's
so
so
close.
close. Okay, a round of applause for Og. Silent one, because of the mics. But it's fantastic performance.
honestly, pretty sick.
And the positioning was really, I mean, high-key interesting.
Yeah, honestly, pretty
And
pretty
impactful, I
cool.
would say.
Yeah, definitely impactful. Helped him get to that top 4. And now Safo lost both of the previous round. And Tebi is just absolutely chilling over there with the Exotech classic setup. Gets the anti-healing from the silver augment. And oh, the T's are crossed and the dots are on the J's. That ball has everything. A 2-star Zac. It's just clean. Oh my god, the blobs are...
Oh, it's just the start.
Oh no, it's 1-star Zac actually. Wait. Oh no, we got
Wait.
weaker.
Oh no, the Kabuko bait. He fell for it.
I genuinely think this is weaker.
Let's see. Let's do a strong
Nah.
emphasis on watching Kabuko's performance this fight, and nothing.
I mean,
else.
you don't put items at Kabuko.
Yeah, but like Zac with that protector vow actually gets
Uplink,
a lot of
Vow,
casts.
Kabuko. How many casts does he get off?
I mean,
One.
one.
just one. There's no doubt in my mind.
And like he also stuns the same time as Sedge. Like it absolutely does nothing on the
Yeah,
board.
no, it's
It just
Wait, second cast. Wait,
hold on. He's
Wait!
gonna stun Vigar.
Oh,
actually-
disappointment.
it wouldn't have mattered.
Actually, so close, but
Pure
So close
disappointment.
to almost slam dunk
no,
the
we
Vagar.
sold Zac. Oh, but honestly,
He's also playing defense at the same time. Have you guys considered this?
true. It's denying the
Playing
2-star
defense
Kabuko.
while playing
Offense.
side offense.
Side offense,
Side
Kabuko offense.
Kabuko's playing offense from the bench.
Alright, just rework him already.
Yeah, please. But I'm genuinely surprised by Thunder King's positioning here, leaving the Vigar in the middle. And
I will once again highlight Spain 1-2-3. Something that these players have figured out with the meta. Maybe Kabuko is the meta. 2 players with Kabuko in the top 3
Aha.
can't be a coincidence.
but like, do we just like getting Vigar stunned or what?
I mean, maybe he likes it.
I don't.
He doesn't like easy games.
The brand ult comes through, makes everything squishier. Is there enough time for the Veigar to cast
Ah,
and win the
doesn't-
fight? The
Doesn't have
targeting
time
is
to-
not quite there. The stun is too
literally sets
impactful.
deep.
It's literally stage stunning Vigar twice diff, yeah.
Maybe no. I was gonna say just shifting momentum between Spanish players, but I don't think that makes sense.
No, that doesn't make any sense. Oh, we're getting another Kabuko thanks to Viego. That's pretty cool. Because the Ghost also gets the Cyber Boss upgraded ability, I believe, right? So that's gonna be a
Really?
huge. Yeah, look at this. That's gonna be a huge amount of stun.
Yeah, he has the glowing.
I'm looking at its HP and
No,
it does. Oh, because it's
no,
Viego 1. Okay,
He has
yeah,
the-
it does have
the
the.
disco headliner.
Yeah, but it might be just visual. Like, you know, in TFT there is a lot of visual things that don't necessarily doesn't matter. Oh, we moved Veigar.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Hold up.
At the
But
wrong
we're not.
time.
But we're not against Sejuani.
I mean, we did
yeah,
proc Keon. That's
Taco-
good.
The
Taco's
second
dead.
Second Kabuko also had the upgraded ability, so definitely works, which is kind of insane, and it's not
The
gonna
brand
matter.
cleans. Can the Viego clean as well, or the Veigar rather?
Oh.
Oh, the brand alley-oop.
And boom.
And it
baby.
actually did matter a
It
lot.
did matter a lot. Chico being killed in two ults from the Veigar was really, really impactful there.
Viego.
Yeah, that's 2-star Viego for him. He's just
Pretending he doesn't want it.
And the
Classic.
defense.
No, just the classic.
Oh!
No defense to be found. I'm not gonna say it, but the momentum
Has been shifted?
slid in a different direction. It's seed manipulation. Because he doesn't pick up the Viego there, he hits brand 3 this next turn.
aha.
In game 6, rather. I mean, sorry.
You're right.
Ah.
The thing is, these players are locked in for tomorrow, I believe. Like these 3, especially, since this is lobby 1.
Yeah.
Right. So
It's a firm handshakes all around.
Yeah.
From the Spanish players.
And they're just trying to pad out their tiebreaker for day 2 and 3, because that is based on the total points in the competition. And Safo looks like he's gonna go down, and this Vigar is still.
So once again, reroll, and Exotech.
Yep. Typical.
We'll see what this Shaco can do. If he can sneak in next to the Veigar without being targeted. He has done so. Can he kill off the Veigar?
Oh, sends him a ball to the face.
He's dead.
And
Oh!
that's still
All
gonna
of
be
a
enough.
sudden, the
Hurricane?
Ziggs does not clutch up. And that's
Holy, that looked like a loss for the Safo.
last
Yep.
knife now for Thunder King.
Definitely did look like a loss, but
And Tebby is meanwhile like, what are these guys fighting over? I'm sitting here at 50 HP.
50 gold as well. Going to level.
Kabuko diff.
Going to level.
Kabuko now on 2 items.
Oh, he's scaling up.
Scaling up. Maybe we'll reach that second cast.
Next game, buddy. So wait, is the Veigar's gonna move? Are we taking bets?
Alright.
No, dead center.
He's baiting the Sejuani ult in the
Yeah,
center.
he's just debating. Watch.
Okay.
He's making him lose value on Sejuani and Kabuko.
Doesn't move.
All right, does we're taking
He
our-
doesn't.
does Kabuko make it to Veigar?
Oh my god. He doesn't care. He doesn't even care, and it's looking like you know, I don't want to say it, but
Wait,
I'm gonna say it. You know?
wait. No, it's not Zyra diff, that's for sure. All right, the important thing is that Spain is 1-2-3.
Yeah, Spain is 1-2-3. That's still a very
Regardless
good
of
top
the
for
order,
him.
Thunder King.
I
knew
mean,
this as
okay,
well.
listen. This is all planned out. He just wanted to get out faster.
Exactly.
Want to hop on a break.
Exactly.
They've been a long time in the game.
It's around dinner time in Spain now, so he's trying to go for the high efficiency dinner with family before game 6.
Yeah, quick siesta.
There's not so much time for that, but the dinner could maybe come through.
Okay, what's the shortest time what's the shortest amount of time you need to have for siesta?
Minimum 30 minutes. Minimum.
30 minutes. We don't have that much.
I think that would not be gold assist, though, I would say.
Not optimal.
I think it is optimal, because any longer you get groggy if you sleep too long, like nap for too long. There's a science behind it.
Okay.
Everybody knows that the actual nap meta is 7 minutes and not one more, but we can leave this debate for later and just watch the stage 7 as Sappho, who has been streaking now, is going to go against Tebi, getting to level 10, adding an extra unit, and maybe if it's going to be a... Oh, Zach is back.
Zach is back, but Kabuko's still here.
Tebi should be out capping because he can actually cap out, like while Sappho is stuck on level 8 and he can't really do much else.
Please, let's play Garen instead of Kabuko. Please.
I don't think it's better. I think Kabuko is better than Garen without mods at this point. I don't
But
think
we're going to get 2 rounds at the very least, so Garen will be giving a mod, and at this stage, still relevant.
Chaco on Zeri. Can he find her before Sejuani ult comes through?
Nope.
He's getting closer,
Nope,
and he's dead.
Look at that cast!
Kabuko diff, no?
Kabuko diff.
Like, it's pretty clear.
Yeah. Clears out.
Kabuko diff, Spanish players teaching you how to cap your boards. And wait until Kabuko gets his rework. Absolute menace on the conversions. Big win for Tebi, an OG Spanish player who hasn't really had consistent results across the last few sets. Did come to compete at a high level again in the recent sets and is now looking like he's in pretty good form. And Thunder King, not considered an S-tier Spanish player, but he's been there in Challenger, fighting to get slots in the cups, and really great showing in this day 1.
Very good spot recognition, went for it, and paid off, while other players trying to go 8 is just unsuccessful, settling at bottom 4.
Yeah, and I believe that is the graphic from previous game.
Yeah.
But in this one, Tebi goes first. Sappho gets a very early 3-star Shaco, gets him stacked up, and manages to also find a 3-star J4 and the 3-star Vayne. So he was playing, in fact, a premium version of the Slayer board with one extra early 3-star that helps him move into the mid game. 3rd place, the Veigar.
Yeah.
4th place was
Good memory.
Og.
With the positioning
Yeah,
masterclass that we got to see.
The TF and 3-star Draven.
This is, I think, something for viewers, the easiest thing they can take away. The meta, I think, if you're playing TFT a lot, you should know, kind of, you're not surprised by seeing Vex and, all these meta comps, but the positioning has been very relevant for so many different fights across the day. I think we've seen, with Sejuani and stuff like this, it's important. We've seen so many different out positions and unique ways to position your board to find small diffs.
All right, we'll hop on a 2-minute break, guys, and we'll have a next game going. This is that was
Final
the
game.
last
Lobby,
and
will be coming up.
Yeah, and the last one will be coming up shortly.
And we are ready for game 6, final game of this day, number 1. For cup number 1 for set 14 in TFT's Cyber City. A lot on the line in terms of making day 2, continuing this tournament, getting more qualifier points, and making regional finals for some of our big favorite players. Players like Lekoko, players like Travis, players like Dark Hydra and Ging. Huge favorites in the EMEA scene.
Yeah, Lekoko last set had been so dominant, especially in Tactician's Cup, getting, I believe, 2 second places, if I'm not mistaken.
He won one?
Yeah, you're right. He won one and then barely won.
I think it was like top 8. I'm not
top
sure
8 another one,
with
yeah.
the place.
Yes.
Exactly, but he had a pretty strong run overall.
And here he is again, lobby 2 for game 6 here, meaning he's got a lot of points. Looking to make 10 here in case there is extra econ to be dropped. Prioritizing his economy.
I mean, it's guaranteed to be 2 more gold. It's 1-4.
Depends on what dropped on 1-1 and we weren't there, so.
I mean, there is no Nico, so it's guaranteed to be 10 gold here.
Oh yeah, you're right. No, you are correct. Sorry.
The Nidalee tech that everyone learned in the, at least I definitely learned, and abused in the first batch of the set is back. Lekoko trying to maximize his golds.
Oh?
It really pays off as well with now having more augments that benefit from having no units bought, like BRB and AFK, for example.
Missed free Cypher
Missed 3 Cypher.
with Aisla. Oh, patient study.
Duplicator for Nidalee.
Interesting. Nidalee free?
Nidalee 3. Boom.
Nidalee 2 solo unit she clears for sure.
No, but with these items, I'm sort of expecting a Street Demon Rengar game. Rengar and Jinx would make
Yeah.
the most
Oh, with
sense.
duplicators? Yeah. Yeah, it would.
It's definitely not the only one that's possible. He's still open, but especially on what he finds on Carousel here, the what 3 cost will be available to heal, what is going to be contested in the lobby, if we could take a look around. And
Sorry.
Whose job is it to...
I mean, sorry.
strategist
I
marksman.
got
Alan was
used
thinking,
to
yeah, we
the-
should take a look around. Let's see if they
Yeah.
get to it.
Alright, we have some marksman strategist
That's
dummy.
Jinx carry spot.
Oh,
Yep,
Potable loaded up. He's watching the VOD now from Potable's game.
true.
Like, wait, what items did he slam? Oh, no pumping up? No, sorry, I can't do this.
Cyber high score.
Is this high score
Yep.
or is that the... Oh, yeah.
New high score.
New high score, so Travis is going to be playing that Veigar reroll. Doesn't slam the Jewel Gauntlet, but it didn't seem like it was needed at all since he perfect won the previous round, but we'll definitely get around to it.
Shakori roll.
It's time.
Again, no patience study.
Problem is... Okay, yeah, patient study. Never
How
mind.
patient are we?
Never mind. No, the problem I would say would be the moment you slam something like a BT here, you're locked in. It's pretty much like as if you pick
Not necessarily. You can play Fast 9 Vega.
Yeah.
from
sure.
here to Fast 9. I wonder how Dark Hydra makes it.
I mean, just put items on Jarvan and then on Vega.
You find a Jarvan naturally.
Natural 2-star J4. Noted.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, look at the board. It's synergizes with Shaco too. It's
Yeah. No.
synergizes
Of
with
course.
the
Of course.
Vaitu.
Of course. It would be great.
Yeah, most boards
Yeah.
could fit a Jarvan or two.
Yeah. But
Double
The
trouble
i-
Jarvan without double trouble.
issue would be finding
sold.
the J4 on tempo to be able to go 9 here, and we're going to be losing the round against a little bit of anima from
Patiently.
Attila.
Do we want to make gold here?
Oh, Vex.
No.
Nope.
Wait, for Dark Hydra, let's check out the exotic items. I have a feeling that there's a holobo somewhere. Oh, nope, never mind. We sold the 2-star jacks.
Can we go back to the board we were just on?
It's debating me. Relax.
Are you guys ready for double blue buff Vex?
Holy.
It's time.
No, it's actually optimal because now you get double Protector's Vow.
Exactly.
So it's actually sick. Or a Static Shiv, which is actually really nuts. And stacking a Shaco.
Oh.
Here's a Shaco with Rod.
Wait,
Armor
what?
Cloak. Hello?
What are we cooking here?
Oh. Do you remember Kenobi?
Is this a Rage Blade RFC Psycho?
Do you remember the start of the sets?
Yeah, I do.
The game we played together?
Yeah.
It might be a Bruiser Shaco game. Trust.
I
Trust
do
Alan.
not.
Do not trust.
That sounds like...
I top forward.
Yes, you did. I don't remember what kind of shenanigans happened so that you top 4, but
It was a beautiful game.
something
TFT.
fishy happened. I do
My
remember.
Shaco
Sounds
was
like a
huge.
complete Disneyland.
He was the tallest Shaco you've ever seen.
I remember sending him a DM after the game, being like, "Congrats."
It was so
didn't
good.
see
He
you
sent
top
me a
4."
personal letter in the mail, telling me, "Congrats on that game we played 2 weeks ago. It was fantastic." By a carrier pigeon.
All right. And wait, hold on. No, we're just playing Fiddlesticks for Stazor. But why are we giving the HP to Shaco then?
Because the rest of the board is getting
Just in
sold.
case.
But
I think
no, we had
I
like
know.
Mundo.
Stagzer
Oh,
was
wait.
also in this lobby. So just in case, he says, "You know what?
He's just getting into the mind of players.
Oh, Lucky Shops.
We missed this important part of the game."
That is pretty lucky shot.
And maybe now we understand why Travis is playing, or why he was so happy to pick the Veigar augment.
Yep.
Much
And why
better.
Lekoko was playing Vayne J4, because that is...
And why he
nasty.
picked Open Duplicator without any units or any game plan. It's because he knew.
Like, he was open to also having maybe Executioners, because if you only play like Graves, a very high chance that you find the Rengar. It is so important to stabilize early.
Holy. Jailed J4. Disrespect.
The reverse Silas.
Wait, he might still win. I'm joking.
Guys, it's a Jarvan 2 at stage 2 with 2 Nikos left. I told you, BT Slam! Jarvan 2! You were laughing!
No.
Not it wasn't this board.
I mean, don't care!
Wait, you're right.
Trying to pull the wool over our
I
eyes
mean,
like this.
listen,
No,
you
no,
like to
no.
pull a gangly here.
This is why his observing has been so bad. He's just trying to use it to manipulate the storylines of the game. But we're catching on.
We are catching on, and Ging also playing for the loose streak here. It's going to be interesting to see what they decide to do, because they obviously do not want on either side to sell anything, and yet they have to find a way to get that 5th loss.
And I will say, specifically in this encounter, it is much more dangerous to free fall your HP, because things can happen in stage 4 and 5 with lucky shops, with random 3-star 4 costs, and if you're on 1 life and trying to come back, you could find yourself in the bot 4 very easily.
Wait, is this patient studies a TF reroll? Okay, let's see if the Ging faced Coco. They did not, in fact.
Okay.
Holy, second
That's-
row Jin.
It's very bad news for the rest of the lobby that they do not face each other, because that means they will be able to scale their economy up for stage 3 and be able to then have a really strong comeback position. And that's terrible news for the players, especially that are in the middle right now. But also, no one 100 HP.
Important now also on PvE rounds to, if you have to incant, tailor your board in case the 3-1 round is going to be a lucky shop round.
Wait, there is 2 players with a Wandering Trainer.
Oh.
Wait.
No, no, no.
Who do? No, there is. Trust.
It's in decaf. Oh yeah.
Techie Exotech.
Oh, that's pretty good. What are the exotic items? And that's garbage.
And we're playing Vertical Techie.
We are playing vertical techie.
Yeah.
And it's a Veigar contest.
Nope. We're playing vertical techie, slotting Sejuani on level 8. Boom. Get corrupted chassis for the Mordekaiser. Bim bam boom.
Ooh.
Whenever I have a choice to flex a unit
You
onto
don't
my
play.
board,
You don't play Poppy. You play Sejuani.
yeah, you play the most contested forecast.
Yeah.
When you have option to play any unit in the game.
No, just deny it from everybody else.
Oh, Fiddle.
It's a lot of money. Leveling.
GG.
And Lucky Shop.
Sunfire. Oh, Sunfire. No.
Middle items.
Oh, actually Lucky Shop here.
Ooh, Travis hates to see that, but Travis hits himself. Shyvana 2 and Veigar 2 as well.
You continue that sentence. Travis hits himself. Like, no, Alan, no.
I'm on the board.
Case has to slam the Shojin, which does not feel very good.
I mean, it's okay.
He
Could be
will-
worse.
Like, hopefully find a blue buff later on in the game and be able to switch with the Ziggs.
The red buff, blue buff comes next.
Sure. Deal. Down for that one.
Edgy.
And Attila is going to be playing a 4 Maxman game, I believe, based on what's going on right now. And that's terrifying prospect for him.
Throwback
one of those
to
stacks.
8 bits, one of our favorite traits back from set 8?
10?
10? 10.
10.
10.
10.
You'll
definitely
get to
10.
try it once again soon.
True, with the revival.
As if
You
I am
didn't even
not
know.
grinding 300 games on current set and never playing revivals. But there is a subset of our audience that will surely enjoy it.
Ooh, we don't need blue buff now.
Yeah.
Or just take Golemify?
Throw the game. No, but the cyber uplink is absolutely fantastic here for him. Still, well, blue buff would still be welcome later on, but it's not as important right now. definitely helps him a lot with casting.
Ah.
Well, hello there.
Oh.
That's a lot of J4s.
Wait, one off.
Yeah, but
Wait, he's
we're-
going.
we're-
Zed.
No, but he's just looking for Vayne 2.
No, I think he's running for Zed for Jarvan 3.
If he gets the Jarvan, does he make it right away?
Yeah, of course. And you push levels.
Doubtful. We are holding
Oh.
our revs, and here we're gonna stop rolling shortly. Oh, Mittens J4.
Mittens. We missed this part.
No, we didn't. I
Oh,
just
I
said
missed
it.
this part.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, it's the DPS J4.
There
Actually,
you go.
really dangerous.
Especially in 3-2.
Look at this guy.
Just gonna waddle really quickly to his next target.
Boom.
Can he tank multiple? Yes, he can.
No, of course he can.
Boom.
Doesn't even.
3
And
Veigar.
GG's.
Could it be Veigar on the or Jarvan on the carousel?
Surely.
I mean,
First
that
pick.
round was so tragic.
The thing
Is it actually correct to lose this next round to guarantee your first pick to pick up Jarvan on the carousel?
Absolutely
No.
not, because we're playing on Lucky Shop map. So
Yeah, we are guaranteed Jarvan.
Okay, I'll stop saying any jokes.
The problem is if
Yes,
it's like
there are no
4-5
jokes here.
or 4-7.
But I mean, it's not like, oh, we slammed Sterak as well. We're going for the. You know, he might just double duplicate the J4 and indeed go into the Z as quickly as possible.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure
Especially
that
with
was the plan.
no items for the Vayne, no
Or the
real
Senna.
high amount of copies. You just pivot into the Senna, carry instead of late game. Cap around 5 costs.
Look at the swings. Boom.
The Veigar Slayer, no? Back to back.
Yep.
Just tanking infinite
It's
ults.
just back to full HP every cast. Seems pretty cool.
Yep.
Oh my.
I'm pretty sure Travis is happy about getting 5 out.
Oh my.
He wishes Lelouch was in this lobby. To
I
hold
think we
some
hang,
Jarvans.
we hang up on that board a bit too long, just
Yes.
watching that pole arm.
Yeah, but I mean, this. Yeah.
Oh, carousel.
And no G4.
No J4.
We
But
said-
Ziggs here gets picked up by Stakesor, second broad. Might maybe take a look at what Stakesor has been up to after that early cooking pot.
Let's see how much AD stacks the Shaco has.
Already on 6 bruisers.
Because oddly doesn't have Slayer on the board.
Doesn't need it.
Oh, it's there. It's just not. It's not Mundo. He has
Alright.
Emblem. He has Kabuko already.
Oh, you cut Slayer
Yeah.
synergy? I see.
Wouldn't want to make it too strong.
Huh?
People mustn't know.
Mordekaiser getting the buff for now.
I-
No artifact. Are we believing?
No, I'm not actually believing. Having to take an econ augment to be able to hit 4 Fiddlesticks is not something you can afford with a composition that is that weak.
It
with us.
is Lucky Shops.
And we only have one yet.
You will be hitting much earlier. Maybe if you reach the high cap and you have some friends for Fiddle to do something.
The thing with Lucky Shops is like you can't get a shop with 5 Fiddlesticks, right? It's only going to be at most 2 if you're
Not
very,
with
very
that
lucky.
attitude, Kenobi.
I'm pretty sure it's hard-coded that you
Every-
can't get more than 2 copies of
every
anything in Lucky
time-
Shop.
I see the sparkles, I believe.
I see.
Sparkles.
All right.
What's the most units you guys have gotten of a single unit in a shop at once?
In a Lucky Shop or
No,
in
any
regular?
shop. Have you guys ever gotten 5 of the same
Yeah.
unit in a
Yes.
shop?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I think so too, but many sets ago.
5 cost.
Really? Which one?
I remember it being 5
Nah,
cost. but
he's
I-
lying.
I believe.
There was a bug.
Oh,
of the
now, okay, that's a different story.
I mean...
Oh yeah, I remember a bug about the
Yeah.
Astral.
No, not Astral. It was later. It was something about like that you had all your shops after were all the 5 cost after you did something.
Sounds
but I don't
balanced.
remember what.
Oh yeah, I
Something,
remember about
Keep it
like
vague,
that.
keep it vague. Keep it vague, Alan. To save
So
your career.
picking a slightly unusual augment on 3-2, the item collector works very well with Exotech since you get 3 extra items. Still pretty slow as an augment.
Yep.
Takes a really long time to ramp up. It's kind of like Scorball Scrapper if you remember people, but much slower. But you also don't have to pay the cost of losing HP early and being in the bot 4. But you end up being in the bot 4 anyway because you don't have a gold augment for a while.
With like hacked eggs and certain ways of getting extra resources, it can be very good. Just with the hack stuff in general, this set.
Yeah, but it takes a while.
Yeah.
I find it mesmerizing watching Jhin auto attack.
Especially
just throw the
because
grenades.
in most things, like in LoL and TFT, he's been locked at a specific amount of attack speed for a while.
I was about
Yeah.
to correct you for mispronouncing King's name. But I was like, huh? Like loading, and then finally it hit. Took 4 seconds.
It's okay, buddy. Alright,
He
so
lost the streak though. That's pretty bad for him.
let's take a look, because I believe that we are getting... Yeah, we are playing Patient Study Twisted Fate, which is unusual, but we hit Climb the Ladder, pretty fantastic. Just need to hit the right items right here, however, because if we do not find at least one extra rod, it's going to be pretty rough. But
I
here
mean-
comes the hacked PvE. Pick it up, pick
If
it up.
I can play
And it's HP.
Clear Mind, 3-cost reroll, Dark Hydra can play Patient Study TF reroll.
And that was pretty bad. Have to slam
We have
Shojin,
more
Godbreaker.
Ravens. I mean, it's pivoting to Draven, no?
Yeah,
Does
i.e.
that work? Oh,
adapter.
Lucky Shop 4-1 again.
Oh, told you.
And no Twisted Fates in the shop.
Ah, there's
which-
Draven. It's fine.
Yeah, I guess we are pumping. He just pumped EXP, so looks like we are going to be going level 7. And I believe we saw 2-star brand on SNT Cafe Sport. While here, Roland is going, and Kabuko is on the board. No!
As
Not again.
always, one unit is missing. Can you guys guess what unit that is? Sejuani, that's right. Helping my
We
my
have
friend
Jax
Alan out.
1.
We have
With
Jax
3 items.
But we have Kabuko again.
and we're up against 3-star J4. But it's okay, Kabuko casts.
Blue buff Kabuko, the new tech. Ging was watching the Spanish players last lobby, and he said, you know what? These guys are onto something.
And I believe Travis also hit 3-star Vigar. Here we are on 5 Fiddlesticks and 0 gold for Stegzor, so that's not looking...
Stegzor is safe
Yeah, Stegzor is...
with Gink.
Yeah,
The holding
with King,
hands.
and Attila is going to be contesting them for 8th as well with that marksman, I believe. Oh,
Lucky shops, I'm still believing. Except we saw one already.
already
this game.
happened on this stage, so...
And we're not making it to stage 5.
Well,
Keep your friends
well,
close.
well.
We've seen this augment top 4 already 2 or 3 times today.
Shojin QSS, yeah.
Tempo
I mean,
slams.
Yeah, but we're out of tempo already.
Making the best out of worst.
Tempo slams when the tempo has already evaporated.
Yeah, the spot is pretty rough, and Sen being in first place finds a 2-star Sejuani. Only 1 Vex, but that might just be enough to be stable, honestly. At this
Rolling
point.
with that, there we
1-star
go.
Jhin, 1-star Varus, we still need more. He's... No, we're whiffing on most carries. Okay, we're making...
Oh, this is why I never swapped the Zac in for the Vex. Does take it out in time, and now items have to be slammed.
And SMG Cafe's board is pretty strong. Also hit the Cyber Uplink, which is huge in
Adaptive.
that competition.
No? Would you guys have not placed Morello on... I guess not. The Vex.
Oh, and we have
No.
the Cyber deck.
Ah, yes, okay.
So we get an
Yep.
extra item on the Varus and get blown up. Let's check Attila how it's going with the marksman plan.
I mean, not well, certainly.
6 Anima Squad.
7.
Oh, you're just playing Zaya? With you.
I mean, makes sense with the dummy.
Yeah.
Too bad we still selected Z tier line.
Yeah, the slight issue is that this is not a good board and we low rolled.
Could have played Vertical Street Demon. Just
Isn't
saying.
isn't that the worst feeling in the world? Where you're playing a line where every champion is uncontested and you just whiff both your 4 cost carries.
It is.
Because I can respect the idea of, okay, I've got a dummy that works well with a very uncontested line. I can use it, hit because I'm not contested, and then go 9, find Aurora, which adds something that, like, you know, can help the competition get into a top 4. And then you're here on 4-3, through 0 gold, Zaya pair, Leona pair.
I
and
mean,
just
I'm watching
try.
that Zaya. Like, she just cast it twice into Mordekaiser, and that Mordekaiser is still alive.
Yeah, I mean, i.e. Godbreaker, Morello, Zaya 1.
Maybe this carousel.
It's already too late.
It's a very hacked carousel with
Very.
a Zaya stacked on top of a Leona.
Okay, with
There is
the...
a spatula and a Zaya. I mean,
it's gonna hit
Oh,
Take
dang.
Oh,
it
the
away from-
defense.
Unlucky.
Oh, no.
Wait, he doesn't even take it maybe. Oh, okay, he takes
Does. Oh, Tilla just...
it. It's a Yumi at least.
Wow.
Yumi 2 maybe?
I don't think you even want to upgrade that.
That's
No,
true.
you don't.
You don't.
Too
You never
expensive.
upgrade
That's
it.
-6 for fun.
True. Dispatch.
Yeah,
Next
sure.
patch,
Talk
though?
about last a
I've,
month-old patch.
I've heard whispers.
Aha. Is she
Whispers.
back?
Ah.
Alright, let's see
You'll
the
find
last
out.
couple rounds. Yay! Saya 2, we're safe. Not. And Ging is
Wow.
looking pretty strong.
Wait, he actually
frontline.
hit.
What was his shop?
Wait.
What was that shop? That shop have been?
Oh.
Holy.
Oh, selling the entire shop to decrease the quality of the pool.
Ging is back for real. For real.
He's locked.
He's locked.
But I mean, he's not looking too bad, but he was definitely lacking a little bit in terms of frontline.
Yeah,
but
and little bodies on top of that.
yeah, he got little bodies, so he has so many. Like this Zeri is cracked out of her mind.
Spatula as well, waiting to be made
It's like true Bizarre.
to an exo emblem. Dodges a Sedgel, moves back in now. That's safe.
Gets absolutely 7-0'd because the frontline is not up to speed.
Wait.
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 No, she's not.
Wait.
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 No.
That was
This is
actually
not
close.
normal.
Hello? That was actually close. I did not
This
believe
is
at all.
not normal.
Holy.
I've had yeah, fights that I was
Hold
sad
on.
to see how disrespectful Zeri can be as a unit.
Yep.
Huh?
Oh, he's just that good.
Visual bug, hopefully.
No, 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 no.
Wait, look, can we move?
How, what situation could have?
Also, 2 Zax on 7.
He is literally playing down an augment.
No, it was.
No,
It made him hit
Got
con.
some gold,
He
yes.
gave
Wow.
7
It was like raining gold.
Without the raining part. Just a single rain.
Yeah.
Just,
Sprinkle.
just a bucket of water.
Summer shot. flash storm in summer. Anyway,
Alright,
now
but
I'm good.
that Z is looking pretty scary. With the middens, double regen items, he's gonna be very, very hard to kill, as well as the J4. Sterax and Titans, both on the J4, makes him very, very tanky. Alongside the even Shroud, that bar is...
Great ult, MF.
The Z looks very quick.
Yeah.
Yep.
Rapid.
Rapid.
He's hard to hit.
Elusive.
And I think Legogo is poised to take the win on this game. He's looking so powerful, and Attila is going to be going down. I don't know.
I mean, Travis.
Wait.
How far is he from cashing out?
Poppy 3.
very close.
Poppy
9,000 damage.
is actually a beast.
I mean, that's a late cash
setup.
out.
It is a late cash out, and I don't think this comp can outcap the Slayer based on how far ahead the Slayer is right now.
Yeah.
Unless he gets a cheeky 3-star 6.
Oh,
That's how it begins.
Kenobi.
The Jarvans are raining today, huh?
Wait, didn't we have Shojin?
Yeah, there is Shojin. But it can't be efficient with
Well,
Cyber
it's on
Link.
Zyra again.
Oh, it is on Zyra. Yes, it is. Cool, cool, cool. Sorry.
Something's wrong with the Zyra unit. She's like,
Shift, adaptive. It's a
There
lot
we
of
go.
mana generation.
No, the adaptive is in frontline, yes? Yes.
It's still mana generation.
It is.
Stands the point.
It is.
big
yes.
upgrades for the reroll players. Braum has been hit by Dark Hydra. I was gonna say Braum has hit Dark Hydra. And
Grabbing the door.
Likoko hit a lot of upgrades there as well. I think not 3 stars, but has been rolling down. Hit Z2 and
think-
everything else.
I think there was a 3-star, at least Senna of
Yeah. Okay.
Hey, that's a Draven item less.
And Darius 3 naked.
Still
Holy.
extra HP, and that Brom is pretty tanky, and against that board, the Dragon's Claw is pretty relevant. It is usually irrelevant to have a Dragon's Claw against
Wait.
most meta boards, but against this one, it's super
That was
effective.
the Hyper Fangs Draven cast. He was holding the ult and then stored damage.
Attila.
the longer Draven holds the axes, the more powerful they get.
Wait,
you know?
how is Atella still alive?
Yeah, Attila won a board. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be against Thexor, right? Show me.
Relax.
No.
No?
Oh,
Same
against the
thing.
brand? Oh?
I mean, he hit Viego, so...
Ah, that's why.
Okay, wait,
Hey.
how?
Wait,
Is this Ziggs bigger than normal?
he's Cyber Bust.
Well, bigger than normal Cyber Boss? No, he looks very big.
And yeah, I was looking for Magic Roll maybe, because that increases the size of your champions. And
Uh-huh.
oh, we're gonna get absolutely slammed by that Sejuani. Double Cyber Call Sejuani. The dream! Don't you love to see it? Taylor.
Oh, what a ulti! Sejuani tried to stun her whole
Wait,
back
wait,
lane.
wait. Boom! Gets another ult in, and that.
Sejuani
Wait.
trying to shift momentum, but the comp is still
Oh,
too
that's
I
good.
mean,
very
if you
close.
lose to this after this ulti, then you know your board is absolutely bad.
Attila went 8th finally. Stazor is poised to join.
Not an 8th at least for Stegzor.
I mean, the fact that Stazor didn't go bottom is
Wait.
surprising.
Wait, did Garen just feed Alistar here?
Wait, why did he
No.
move Emblem? Why is Fiddle not Bruiser?
I guess because he doesn't. Fiddle has the Bruiser mod,
Oh, yeah, he is healthy for some reason.
and
Absolutely right.
also because when you have so many offensive items,
Someone has to
like-
hold him, yeah. This is
yeah.
my main problem with Fiddlecom. I just don't know who to put the swords and bows on.
On Urgot.
yeah.
When I don't hit Urgot on 7.
What do you mean?
just
you don't
get
need
good.
Urgot? Yeah.
As I bleed out. to
Just
an
learn
8th
the
place.
comp, man. Focus or something.
Fiddle walking up to distance of
Oh my
immediately-
god.
No, the Z is onto it.
Oh my god, J4 ulted and took half Fiddle's HP. This is not a good sign, and
Bro, like this Jarvan is still full HP.
yeah.
Our Spark is in Narnia.
The BM voice comms as well from Jarvan.
Anti-heal Spark in Narnia, away from Fiddle. I repeat, this is not the play.
Stygzor 7th, Ging 6th place, despite looking locked in with a shop selling. Didn't quite pan out in this game.
Shop selling. What?
Yes,
What?
So
he
when
was,
he was-
previous round we
Oh.
was buying and selling everything in shop.
The
Okay.
high APM, maybe we should have. I'm not gonna say anything. BM. He tried to play the game the best he could. 6th place, unfortunately, for the Turkish player.
Unfortunate.
And another Turkish player still alive, Isinti, trying to fight for that top 4.
Pretty sure that's 2-star Zac on 7 for Likoko, right?
Does he have...
Did he sell? No. Maybe.
Bro.
2-star Zac, Poppy 3 for Travis.
6 Zeds, by the way. Still has the Nikos.
Level 8 for Gragas.
Yeah,
Wait,
surely
wait,
he's gonna...
yeah, I was like,
Okay.
wait, why aren't we Nicoing? But
I
just
mean...
72 HP, just uses the Nico on 5-5. Absolute flex.
I think it was Lekoko that had patient study, no? Considering his
No.
performance.
Oh!
Oh, Alan's cooked.
You should have just came with it faster.
I was being patient.
Aha.
There's 3 layers to the joke.
Yeah.
Get
We're
good,
still,
Alan.
still keeping the Gwinzus on the bench, saying I don't know what to do with that. We could be making
No,
red
no,
buff.
it's he wants to move the Dev Blade and
Oh,
put the
he's
second
waiting. Okay,
Gwyn's
okay,
on
okay.
and put the Senna.
Okay, fair enough. Yep, A4 is absolutely immortal, and that's an easy win. Let's take a look at his Indie Cafe since he's in lethal range. Maybe it's going to be the most important. I suspect we will be seeing plenty of Travis and Lekoko in the final few rounds, but right now, on the verge of defeat, finds the 2-star Viego, which is so important, but right now he's going to be having to take a long walk around the board to start doing anything.
The main issue is we have all the upgrades in the world, but we have no items whatsoever.
And he's also missing the Sejuani that you guys talked about at the start of the game.
Yeah, but I think he found ways to be okay. He's fine. The Ubuko has the Cyber Boss, gonna be actually relevant in this matchup, prevents the front line from casting. Might be able to get a second cast off since he's 2-starred and has Cyber Uplink.
Diego,
But against
third
Spygars,
cast, yes, comes through. Still
Bro,
alive.
this Viego you
Tanking,
need.
buying time.
I
that's it.
can't.
Big win.
pretty big
Like-
win. Gets access to a remover after this round, which will probably, like, the Zyra with Morello gets Cyber Uplink, but I don't think that's worth losing a slot on either Viego.
I mean, he has no remover. And
yeah, but it's going to come in right now.
And Hydra now in trouble, especially for any player facing the Coco. You will get stronger with the Rage Blade that was on the bench, so another item added on. And just the strongest player by far in the lobby.
I mean, Hydra is doomed to be thief here.
Yeah.
Yep.
Ah, he could beat this board.
Needs to find an IE. Hey, what is... Send is...
Oh no, he lost to Hydra last fight.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So Hydra is getting Ghost next fight.
Alright. Let's take a look at the item for Hydra. Maybe an Infinity Edge for that Draven would be pretty swell. And we're rolling for fun, I believe, at this point, because there's nothing to upgrade, but we're gonna be biting the dust against Travis,
I
most
mean,
likely.
We're just playing defense. PG, Dario.
Seems like I'd rather have a third item on Draven. Yeah.
I don't know if that changes enough.
I don't know that
Oh,
Darius
it's
getting
Hydra
out.
against Travis.
Oh yeah.
See if Hydra can survive.
Oh, this
Sneaking
is
at top
looking like
4.
way too much frontline for Travis, no? Hey, let's take a look because that frontline is gonna melt. Despite the Dragon's Claw, Veigar with the true damage should be making decently short work of that roam. Has the time to cast before Kabuko sends him up in the air. He's still
Braum is
holding on
buying a lot of
quite
time.
I
well.
mean,
Right, it's not looking too
actually
bad.
surprisingly
It's gonna be
tanky.
close.
Oh, he
Oh.
doesn't die to
Oh
the
my
other
Surviving
god!
is so big. That's huge.
So close.
Look how low the HP is on TF there. Right click. Oh,
I mean,
so
it's
slow.
a QSS diff.
It actually is a QSF diff to survive
The
that
cloak.
cast. The cloak gives 20 MR, helps him survive that, and now Travis is in a tougher position. And Sand has found 2-star Aurora. 2-star Aurora.
And we thought the top 4 was locked in, but now
Yeah,
it's whoever faces Lekoko is in trouble, basically.
basically yes. So, and oh, it's looking like a fight between Hydra and SMT Cafe for top 4. How fitting! The Viego now has a Bloodthirster.
Great.
And he's placed back.
Good
row, but-
angle.
Oh,
Yeah.
terrible position. Terrible. Yeah, position
Viego
because
survive?
the Viego's gonna get aggro very quickly
Oh.
and gets another cast. But I think that's gonna be it. Gets taken down by the Twisted Fate. But there's still a lot of frontline on the side
Nico
of
is
SMT
in
Cafe.
Narnia. Nico, get in
Right,
position.
actually,
Oh my
Wait,
god,
buying
yeah,
time. That's enough.
So
so
close.
close.
so close.
Hydra taken down. The HP is so low on every unit there on the board for SMT Cafe. And now Sen down to 7 HP despite having a very strong stage 4.
Did
and
we have
5.
the lucky shop already for the stage?
No. No.
Oh, somebody beat Lee Coco, by the way.
Had to be Travis.
Isn't
No?
it easier to go to Coco?
Wait, did he lose to Ghost? He lost,
lost
to
to
Ghost.
Ghost.
Yeah,
Interesting.
maybe he's stronger. Ghost.
Ghosts of friends past.
I mean,
Could
alright. So, the thing is, still has so much gold, so much time to upgrade his board in so many ways. But Travis is going for 3-star Ziggs, by the way. Already has 5. Lekoko has 6 Zeds. That definitely makes
I mean, look at
sense.
this masterclass. He knows the best counter. Like, he will be playing for top 1 against Veigar. The best counter to Veigar is Zac, and he chooses to hit it on 7. Zac too.
Truly a mastermind in terms of foresight. And
Yeah.
the Senna is going to cast, hopefully, boom,
Oh.
And yet, it's not enough to stop the true cyber boss, Veigar.
I mean, is there a justice? We just got back to back the same
True.
ball.
It's for the loss streak. Econ loss.
Loss.
I think Lehogo's not complaining about his game so far.
Oh, I'm sure he's
all
not.
things considered.
It's probably fine. Gets a Dragon's Claw.
Not
Makes
bad.
perfect sense. They
The
based
naked
on-
Zac will have now a cloak or 2. Cover
Cool.
himself.
I mean, it's really good. Like, again, he's doing everything he can to prepare himself for the matchup. Like, if now this Zac should be able to tank at least 2
Yeah,
shots.
he got 1 shot before.
Yeah. Still helped a lot. He tanked 3 shots in overall after
Yeah.
split.
Travis, that's the second Nico too, I believe, so he could be on his way. Might be some defense that has to be played by Lehogo. He has the gold to do it, and not much gold for Travis, so
Yeah, but they will both be alive by the time PvE rolls out. So that's
Yeah.
going to be another Econ injection. 1 more round of make Econ plus 11 gold. Coming in and
But
in
if
time to
Sen
spend.
dies, there'll be a lot of 4 costs back in the pool. So it'll be a
Very,
little bit harder.
very true. But the J4 is holding on for dear life. But the Viego, wait, no, it's he. Yes, the Viego won with BT and
Oh
Hodge.
my god, look at this targeting.
And it's looking mighty close, but the Zed with the Mittens just takes the win for Legoco. And now it's lucky shop time. And
time.
7th Nico.
And suddenly the silence is on the studio, waiting to see the
Surely
rolls.
we won't
6
see like 8th 3-star 4 cost on broadcast in this day 1.
And Lecoco
playing
is playing
defense.
defense, yes. While also rolling.
Rolling, yeah,
here's
makes
the-
sense.
Here's the 1-6.
Opted to stay on 8 without leveling to play precisely for defense.
And the Zac
And the
blobs.
Zac.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's like, give me 1 region to roll for Zac blobs. Alright, say no more.
And now that we are
Oh, he sold the Ziggs to try to go for the Nico. There is one Nico being held. He's rolling on the creeps.
Oh,
just to
wait,
make
wait,
sure.
one off. We're one off Z3.
Oh, I
On
didn't
8.
realize it was Zed.
For sure. 9? No. Misses. And still wins the round.
Sell the Nico.
No!
You guys are not believers, man.
Lucky shop 7-1. Travis gets the
Double 3-star for both players.
True. Who wins?
And mid and
it's
Zed
Zed.
destroys.
Zed absolutely.
Unless,
Zed definitely wins this, right?
what if Nico transformed into Brand, frontline Brand?
That is unbeatable.
True. For game 7.
Now I'm actually genuinely worried that there will be a lucky shop on 7-1.
I
Well,
mean,
not
I
worried.
want to see that.
Excited, yeah, not worried, excited.
There will be. Kenobi, you're...
For sure?
Yeah, of course.
And
The
there's a justice,
the
both
moment the
players
words
hit.
came out of your mouth, it was locked in. The
Okay.
universe...
Do you tailor here? Do you take out trades if you're a Travis?
Yes,
Just to
yes.
And just play Nikos?
Just, yeah, you do.
Yeah.
I mean, really, seriously. Nope, no lucky shop. Final rolldowns for both players.
Z3
Do we see
on
any
8.
upgrades? We do. Coco finds a Z3, and I do not want to check Travis's social media after this game.
Oh!
Oh!
Because he also hits Nico 3, the
And
battle
he
of the forecast, but
he had
Nico...
to sell.
Reforged?
He had to sell Ziggs.
Yeah.
And
Oh.
Oh.
Yup.
Oops.
He was just curious where she was.
Yep. Has to make you kind of mad that your opponent on level 8 hits the 3-star forecast.
Oh, it's fine. It's Zyra once again.
She's coming
We
to the
start
rescue.
with Zyra, we finish with Zyra. We are
Wait,
all
Zach is
Zyra
dying.
on this day.
Zac is dying
Nico?
once, and Zed is...
Zyra, oh, if Zyra gets taken down.
No, but the Nico is just dying to the back line.
Yeah.
True damage coming in. It was a valiant effort from Travis. It was a record amount of 3-star forecast being hit on a single day of broadcast.
I mean, how many we've seen? 6?
More.
Wait.
These two,
Brand Shogun?
Sogas Zeri, we saw other two right after.
Ziggs Brand.
Ziggs Brand.
Yes, 6. Yeah, 6.
6 total.
6
Okay.
out of 6 games.
Nothing before,
100%
like
rate.
the first 3 games, no?
Alright,
I think
so
they- they did more.
this will wrap up the excitement of day 1 with these absolutely, honestly, fantastic games.
Yeah.
We've had so much to cover. Of course, most of the comps were meta, but we've had the opportunity to see the solutions that some players can implement when they're in tough positions, when they're not able to find the Sejuani and the Vex, and the creativeness and their ability to think on their feet definitely got them some points here, and that's what will matter the most in the long run.
When in danger, when your back is against the wall, hey, it's time for Joffrey. At 10 Anima, no problem. Still got you, baby.
And let's forget the Zeri, right? The Challenger AI Zeri doing everything, dodging trains. All in all, very, very fun day of TFT. I think positioning was the name of the game. And now we're seeing the final placements for all of our competitors in this day 1. Only the top 64 advance. So any name that you see up until that number, they are no longer with us tomorrow in day 2.
We don't have the leaderboard update. I believe we are missing still game 5, game 6 on this one.
Well, these players were cut off already, no? Is there a cutoff
do we
in
have a
day 1?
cutoff?
No, I
No?
think
No.
this cutoff was well cut.
Okay,
This
okay.
set and that. Okay. So
Anyways, these players didn't
yeah,
make it, I
these
think.
players
It's
had
pretty
no
safe to
shot of
say.
making
Yeah, exactly.
it. So we can
Regardless.
start moving up on the standings and getting to the players that had a shot and take a look at where they are at.
Some strong players from EMEA finals last set.
Yeah,
So
Noel,
Sang,
Dejik.
A Boy Has No Name, Day 6.
Solo.
Arzu, who made it to Worlds in the past as well. Nettle Mage, who sometimes makes it into the EMEA finals as well. So very, very competitive sets with all the announcements for next set. I'm not surprised. I think this is going to be the most competitive set of all time in TFT, especially when it comes to ladder, when it comes to the time invested by competitors. They know what's at stake, and they're going to do everything in their power to try and find that success coming to set 15.
We'll see what's the conversion ratio for the regions.
I know
today.
already.
I see he-
the
I-
winning region for the first time in TFT
Nah.
history. Spain.
Nah.
Okay, there it is. We have the 6 games filled in. So Hypno here doing very, very great in the preseason the Project PBE
Oh my.
goes
3/8,
down.
Not great.
Yeah, 3/8 in the day, definitely unfortunate for him, will be going down and being cut. And in the meantime, I don't see other...
They're not completely ordered here. I think these players
Yeah.
didn't make it regardless, probably though. But Meiji
I'm
at
seeing
27.
Maybe
Seven.
my kid has
27.
one first.
And
So
yeah, the final game.
yeah.
And now we're moving into.
Oh,
yeah,
now it's ordered.
Now it's
and we
ordered.
see double 61 not making
Ooh,
it.
They won.
that's
going-
very rare.
Going 7,
been a long
8-7 on the final 2 games,
Yeah.
despite a pretty consistent beginning to the competition. Sadly, whiffing out. Lele, after a fantastic first game, doesn't make it.
Cursed from Panda. Lala, you know who you can thank for.
I have 8 children on this day. I couldn't bless all of them, you know? I have to pick my favorites, and if you've been around working hard for a long time, I have to bless you first, you know? Safo.
Oh, I know why. You
Snooty.
mentioned that you're like the Scooby-Doo my meme. Yeah, it all turned out true. Fraud was behind the mask all the time there.
Yeah, another unfortunate player getting an 8 here. Vomendev on the verge of qualifying with 24 points coming into the last game, goes dead last. So misses out on day 2. Luke, the single, the single Italian player as well, missing out on the last 2 games, doesn't quite make it, and as well as Brojan, Taplas, notably.
Running slightly short, yeah. Two Polish Brojson, Biały Lis, quite 3 points short from making it through as well, despite the preparations they had.
Could have been that game we saw in Game 5, where he rolled so heavily, he was on 18 HP, he lost those 3 fights in Stage 4, and that ended up dooming the game for him. But we are slowly moving into the top 64, and this is around the point where players will be playing in Day 2. And there will be obviously a reset of points.
Yep, the points matter when it comes to tiebreakers for the rest of the competition. And we see a trio of French players, Armatrick, Totman, and Mamen, both slipping up in the final moments.
Not just that, but a player
Kubikson,
like
Sainar,
Kubikson,
Sasa, Vegeta.
especially for Kubikson, he got a second in the last game, needed a first to make it guaranteed, and I guess to win tiebreakers as well, so needed a first no matter what, 28 points, and doesn't make it just by a little bit. Anything now going forward, any name you see, these players have all made it through to Day 2, so Salvi, Broken, Zyko, Snooty,
By the
just barely
by the
making it.
skin of their teeth,
Yeah.
Salvi gets the first here on the final game. Same for Meigi. They both make it onto the through the tiebreakers.
Ooh, very Polish here on this one. I like to see that.
Yeah.
Kevin Parker as well, Quick Hornan we saw a few times today. And very
Very
French.
Oh!
here.
When
There
it
the
comes
Yara
to
was
page number
wondering.
2.
Holy!
So we're just holding back for the day 2.
Our
Yeah.
player from Kyrgyzstan did make it through, and
Nice.
first page looking pretty Spanish.
Yep.
I will
Actually,
say,
5.
5 out of 8
Eight.
players in top 16. I mean,
And
something special is happening.
That's impressive. I mean, Spain has been getting better throughout the last set. We could have already noticed that at the results, and now it's getting better and better. And we've discussed pretty much at the start of the set 13 when we were at Alicante with like the Spanish creators. Hey, what's going on? Like, why is the Spain lacking so much? The Manute prepped the bootcamp, and since then we've seen a rise.
I'll take full responsibility for these results. Is it
course.
coincidence, Alan, that a Spanish caster living in Poland and the top 5 is only Spanish and Polish players? I mean, it would be pretty crazy, no, for that just to be sheer luck. Something has to be going
The
on here.
script is leaking right in front of your eyes, guys, and we will be getting detailed stats for tomorrow and break it down how each region did for each for day 1 here before going into day 2 to set the expectations straight. And Alan?
Yeah, we had that's gonna be a wrap up for the day 1. We're gonna move on slowly to the end of the show. It's been absolutely a pleasure, Panda. Cannot wait that you joined me, and yeah, can't wait for tomorrow.
And of course, we have the Americas co-stream coming up after this, so still a lot more TFT to enjoy with Frodan and all the other co-streamers in the Americas region from both Latin America, Brazil, and North America itself. More TFT. I think today has been a super fun day in terms of all the different positioning and the augment decisions with no stats now, seeing how players solve these different metacoms and really try and squeeze out the maximum power coming into the later stages of the game. Kenobi, any final words before we sign off?
Favorite game so far, 10 Anima losing out
Yes.
to an incredible
Cho'Gath.
That's
3-star
the only right
Shogun
answer.
with somebody else, but can't remember who. Must have been a nobody.
Thank you.
So see you all tomorrow. Tune in same exact time, 4 p.m. CET for day number 2 of Set 14 Cyber City TAC Cup number 1, with so much still at stake, and we'll see what players end up making it for the day 3.